Welcome back, legends, and if you're new here, welcome to the ultimate world of magical what if fanfictions. This channel isn't just about retelling stories. Here, we explore alternate destinies, power awakenings, and the darkest secrets of the wizarding world that were never revealed. Quick note before we begin: every story on this channel is originally written, creatively edited, and reimagined purely for storytelling and entertainment purposes, so each video delivers a fresh experience. Want to skip the intro? Jump straight to 1 minute to dive into today's main twist. And if you enjoy powerful Harry Potter alternate stories, make sure to hit subscribe because we upload daily magical what if videos you won't want to miss. In today's video, we ask a single question: what if Harry Potter collapsed in Diagon Alley at 11 and Gringotts' healers unsealed his true magical core? One that could change Harry Potter's fate forever. Let's begin.
The world was a symphony of color, a cacophony of wonder, and it was all too much. The cobblestones of Diagon Alley seemed to pulse beneath Harry's feet, a rhythm that matched the frantic beating of his own heart. Sunlight, a strange, golden, magical sunlight that felt thicker than the dull haze over Privet Drive, glinted off windows stacked with broomsticks and cauldrons. Owls hooted from the Elop's Owl Emporium, their calls weaving through the chatter of witches and wizards in robes of plum, emerald, and scarlet. The air tasted of ozone, of burnt sugar from fluorine fortescues, of something ancient and dusty and alive. And it was inside him. That was the terrifying, exhilarating truth Hagrid hadn't mentioned. Magic wasn't just something you did. It was something you were. And here, in this place, it was like trying to drink from a fire hose. Every shop, every wand, every passing wizard sent a jolt through him, a static shock to his soul. His skin felt too tight, a poorly fitted glove over a sparking, raw nerve. All right there, Harry. Hagrid's massive hand landed on his shoulder, a gentle weight that nearly buckled his knees. Fine, Harry mumbled, the word sticking in his dry throat. He focused on the list in his hand, the precise, looping script of his supply list to anchor in the swirling sea. One wand. The thought was a lifeline. His wand. A focus. Something to channel this storm inside him. But the storm was building. As they pushed through the crowd towards Gringotts, the white marble building looming like a skeletal mountain, the pressure behind his eyes grew. It was a headache, but not like any he'd ever known. This was a presence, a second heartbeat thrumming against his temples, a coiled serpent of light and heat sleeping just beneath his breastbone. He saw flashes, not with his eyes, but in his mind. A witch's laughter left a brief, shimmering pink echo in the air. A wizard tapping his cane released a ripple of dull gray, a color of impatience. The leaping bronze griffin over a shop door blazed with a protective, fierce gold. Almost there, Hagrid boomed, mistaking his silence for awe. Gotta get gold first. Then we'll see about the rest. The cool gloom of Gringotts was a relief for a single, fleeting second. Then the silence closed in, a dense, weighty thing, and the magic here was different. It wasn't joyful or chaotic. It was old. It was deep. It was in the stone, in the air, in the severe, sharp-eyed goblins behind the counters. It was a magic of vaults and secrets, of oaths etched in metal, and it pressed down on Harry's own chaotic spark with the gravity of a mountain. A goblin named Griphook led them down, down, down into the earth in a rattling cart that flew on rails of enchantment so ancient Harry could taste its metallic age. The wind whipped his hair, and the world became a blur of torchlight and stone. The pressure in his chest tightened. The serpent uncoiled, restless. Vault 713 was a nightmare of a puzzle, its door drinking the magic of the single, unique key. And inside, the Philosopher's Stone. It wasn't big or flashy, but it screamed. A silent, radiant scream of pure, concentrated power that hit Harry like a physical blow. He gasped, staggering back, his vision swimming with impossible colors. It was beauty and terror and life eternal, all condensed into a lump of red, and it was shouting at the thing inside him. Come, match me. Break. Just a little package for Dumbledore, Hagrid said jovially, scooping it up and tucking it away. The screaming stopped, but the echo remained, vibrating in Harry's bones. By the time they reached his own vault, a modest cascade of gold, silver, and bronze that meant nothing, absolutely nothing compared to the feeling of his magic scraping. Against the stone walls, Harry was holding himself together by a thread. The coins glittered with their own mild, minted magic, a cheerful, simple hum that was somehow worse. It was a nursery rhyme against the opera raging in his blood. "Get her money, Harry," Hagrid said, his voice muffled, coming from far away. Harry reached out. His fingers, pale and trembling, closed around a handful of galleons. The world split. It wasn't a sound. It was a tearing. A great, invisible sheet of parchment, the parchment he was written on, ripped straight down the middle. The magic in the vault, in the stone, in the very air of the magical world, rushed into the tear. And the serpent inside him, the sleeping, coiled thing, struck. White fire exploded behind his eyes. Not pain. Something beyond pain. A revelation. A memory that was not a memory. A curse, a scream, a flash of green light so profound it was a color of death, and then, a ceiling. A complex, brutal, beautiful net of dark and light threads, stitched over his heart, over his magic, clamping it down, choking it, hiding it, protecting it. The galleons clattered to the stone floor, a sound like distant bells. Hagrid's shout was a faint rumble of thunder on another continent. Harry's knees gave way. The marble floor of Gringotts rose to meet him, cold and final. He didn't feel the impact. He was already gone, lost in the inferno. The last thing he saw was not the vault ceiling, but the intricate, cruel weave of the net around his soul, now fraying, burning, dissolving under the combined assault of a world full of magic and the echo of a stone that promised eternity. And then, nothing. The darkness was a pool of cool ink. He floated in it. Distantly, he was aware of sensations. The hard, unyielding surface beneath him. A cold, slender hand on his forehead, fingers like polished bone. Muttered voices, sharp and guttural, speaking in a language that sounded like rocks grinding together. Clear parasitic enchantment decay, core suppression of a staggering order. Lattices not of goblin make, but the ceiling anchors, here, and here, familiar. The block is failing. Catastrophic magical feedback. He is drowning in his own potential. A new voice, deeper, heavier with authority. What is the source of the suppression? A pause. The cold fingers traced patterns over his chest. He felt them like brands. 2 signatures. 1, old magic. Sacrificial. A mother's love made law. It forms the outer shell, the protection. It is why he lives. The other, the goblin healer's voice tightened. The other is a dark binding. Foreign. Imposed. It is a choke chain on the sacrificial shell. It has been leeching his natural growth, siphoning the excess for elsewhere. For years. A cold deeper than any vault seeped into Harry's bones. Leeching. Siphoning. Can you remove it? The dark binding, yes. We must. Its failure is what is killing him now. The magical core is trying to expand into a space artificially stunted. It is like a river trying to flow through a straw. But the mother's sacrifice, that is woven into his life force. To remove it is to kill him. Then what is the solution? Another pause. He felt the weight of gazes upon him. We do not remove the shell. We honor the sacrifice. But we expand the space within it. We unseal the core the dark binding sought to stifle. We allow the river its true basin. The risks. Great. The power may be too much. It may burn him out from the inside. It may change him. Or, it may simply be what he was always meant to be. A longer silence. Harry tried to open his eyes, to speak, but the darkness held him gently, firmly. Do it, the deep voice said. He is in our halls. He is a client of Gringotts. Honor the contract. Heal him. The cold fingers left his forehead. He heard the clink of metal, the whisper of blades being sharpened, not on stone, but on silence itself. Something was brought forward, a vessel of deep obsidian, filled with a liquid that swallowed the light. Hold him. Strong, small hands gripped his shoulders, his ankles. The cold returned, not as fingers, but as a blade of frozen moonlight, hovering over his chest. There was no pain as it descended. Only a sense of profound cutting. A severing of chains he never knew he wore. And then, the fire returned. But this time, it was not an explosion. It was an unfolding. It started at the sealed place over his heart. The dark, foreign threads, slimy, hateful things that tasted of olives and cold cruelty, shrieked as they burned away to nothing. And as they vanished, what was beneath, unfolded. Like a flower grown in a crack of concrete, suddenly given the sun. Like a star, compressed to a pinprick, allowed to be a star again. Power, raw and untamed in his flooded the channels that had been dry for a decade. It filled him, not with pain, but with a rightness so intense it was terrifying. He could feel every beat of his heart, a drum now echoing in a vast cathedral instead of a cupboard. He could feel the magic in the hands that held him, a sharp, silver, metallic song. He could feel the deep, slow pulse of the earth magic in Gringotts stone, and the frantic, bright flutter of the magic in his own blood. It was too much. It was everything. He did not scream. A sound escaped him, a low, shuddering exhale that held the echo of a child's first cry, and a lion's first roar. The darkness around him began to lighten, not to the white of the healer's room, but to a soft, internal gold. In his mind's eye, he saw it. His core, not a stunted, choked spark. A swirling, brilliant tempest of gold and emerald and phoenix red, cradled gently in a lattice of pure, silver light, his mother's love. The protection remained, but now it was a cradle, not a cage. The river had found its basin. The obsidian vessel was pressed to his lips. The liquid inside was like drinking a glacier and a lightning bolt. It raced through his new channels, cooling and conducting at once, settling the raging tempest into a powerful, rhythmic tide. The hands released him. He sank back, not into unconsciousness, but into a deep, aware stillness. He was lying on a stone slab in a softly lit room. Goblin healers in dark robes stepped back, their sharp faces unreadable. And standing at the foot of the slab was the oldest goblin Harry had ever seen. His eyes were black pools of intelligence, and he held a long, rune-etched silver needle. "Harry Potter," the goblin said, his voice the sound of a vault door swinging open on hinges of history. "You are awake. Good. The unbinding is complete. Your magical core is unsealed." Harry tried to speak. His voice was a rasp. What was done to me?" The old goblin's lips drew back in something that was not a smile. "What was done to you, child, was a theft. A dark, clever theft. You have been living on a trickle of your own magic for 10 years. The rest has been feeding another." The words hung in the air, colder than the healing stone. Feeding another. Who? The word was a breath, a plea. "That," said the goblin, "is a question for which Gringotts will help you find the answer. For a price. But first, a more pressing matter." He leaned forward, the silver needle glinting. "The magic you now hold, it is considerable. It has been starved. It will be hungry. It will react. You must learn to guard your mind, your emotions. The human world is not kind to those who are different. And you, Harry Potter, are now profoundly different." He raised the needle. "This is a final anchor. To help you weather the storm of yourself until you learn control. It will dull the edge, just a little." Before Harry could protest, the needle flashed down, not towards his skin, but towards the air just above his sternum. He felt a tiny, precise click, like a key turning in a well-oiled lock. The roaring tide of magic within him gentled, from a tsunami to a powerful, deep sea. Still vast, still terrifying, but manageable. "Thank you," Harry whispered, because it was all he could think to say. The old goblin nodded once. "Ragnarok is my name. You are a client of Gringotts now, in more than gold. Remember that." He turned to leave, then paused at the door. "Hagrid waits outside. He is concerned. You collapsed in your vault. That is the story. You had a sudden magical illness, now healed by goblin expertise. It is not entirely a lie. The rest is for you to know, and you alone, until you decide otherwise. Guard this truth, Harry Potter. It is now your most valuable possession, and your most dangerous vulnerability." He left. Harry lay still, staring at the stone ceiling. He felt hollowed out and fuller than ever before. He could feel the whisper of magic in everything, the torches, the healer's robes now folded on a chair, the very dust in the air. He closed his eyes, and against his eyelids, he could still see the dark, leeching threads burning away, and sense the direction from which they had come. A faint, foul pull towards a place he did not know. A theft. 10 years of theft. He sat up slowly. His body felt new, lighter, stronger, alive in a way he had never been. The scar on his forehead, a quiet, dormant thing his whole life, pulsed once, a single, sharp throb of ice. And in that moment, holding the knowledge of what had been done to him in his newly unsealed heart, Harry Potter did not feel like a boy anymore. He felt like a secret, armed and ready to detonate. The door to the healing chamber opened, flooding the room with the brighter light of the main hall. Hagrid's enormous, worried frame filled the doorway, his eyes wide with relief and confusion. "Harry. Blimey, lad, you gave us a fright. The goblins said you took a bad turn." Harry looked at Hagrid, his friend, his guide into this world. And for the first time, he saw the magic around the half-giant, a warm, earthy, lumbering brown glow, steadfast and true. He could see it. He manufactured a weak smile, the first act of guarding his mind. "I'm okay, Hagrid. Just too much excitement, I think." But inside, the new sea of his magic stirred, and a single, crystal-clear thought formed on its surface, cold and sharp as a Gringotts blade. "Someone out there has been stealing from me. And I'm going to find them." The chapter ends with Harry stepping out of the healing chamber, back into the world, looking exactly the same on the outside. But inside, he was already a different kind of wizard. The noise of Diagon Alley was a physical thing. It pressed against Harry's skin, a tapestry of sounds that now had texture and color. The cheerful ping of a bell over a shop door was a shimmer of brass. A cartographer's shouted advertisement unspooled like a ribbon of pale blue sound. Beneath it all, the low, steady hum of hundreds of magical cores, each a tiny sun, throbbed against his newly opened senses. It was beautiful, and it was agony. He walked beside Hagrid, his footsteps careful on the cobbles. Every sense was dialed to a pitch he hadn't known existed. He could smell the polish on a witch's dragon hide boots 3 shops away, could taste the lingering ghost of peppermint from a long-eaten sweet on the air. And the light was no longer just light. It was a cascade of information. The sun off a pewter tankard was a dull gray spark. The reflected glow from a potions bottle in a window was a toxic, mesmerizing green. "Pulse. Yea, sure, all right, Harry." Hagrid rumbled, his voice a wave of warm, concerned brown. "Yea, look peaky. We can sit down, have a butterbeer." "I'm fine, Hagrid," Harry said, and the lie was easier this time. His voice sounded strange in his own ears, clearer, as if he'd been hearing the world through wool before. "Just hungry, I think." It wasn't entirely a lie. There was a hunger in him, but it wasn't for food. It was the magic, that vast new sea inside him, lapping at its shores, curious and restless. It wanted to reach out. It wanted to touch, to match the shimmer of that window display, to answer the low thrum of the alley's ancient wards. He clenched his hands into fists, nails biting into his palms. The sharp, simple pain helped ground him. Right then, "Leaky cauldron after this last bit," Hagrid said, clapping him on the back with gentle force. "Just wand left. Most important bit. Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. The sign was peeling, the letters faint. But the magic that seeped from the narrow shop was immense. It was a quiet, deep, forest-like hum, a chorus of thousands of slumbering voices. It didn't shout like the Philosopher's Stone. It whispered. It called. The bell tinkled, a silver chime that echoed in Harry's teeth, as they entered. The shop was tiny, dusty, and felt infinitely larger on the inside. Thousands of narrow boxes were stacked precariously to the ceiling. The air was thick with the smell of wood, varnish, and something else, something like waiting. "Good afternoon," said a soft voice. An old man stood before them, his wide, pale eyes like moons in the gloom. Garrick Ollivander. Harry didn't need his new senses to know this man was powerful. The magic around him was not a glow, but a stillness, a profound and focused silence in the whispering chorus of his wares. "Mr. Ollivander," Hagrid said, shifting his weight. "Got young Harry Potter here for his wand." Those moon-like eyes fixed on Harry. He didn't blink. Harry Potter. The name hung in the dusty air. Yes, indeed. I wondered when I'd be seeing you. You have your mother's eyes. It seems only yesterday she was in here herself, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, willow. Nice wand for charm work." He moved closer, and Harry fought the instinct to step back. Ollivander's gaze was not intrusive, but it was total. Your father, on the other hand, favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power. Excellent for transfiguration. Well, I say your father favored it, it's really the wand that chooses the wizard, of course. He was a foot away now. Harry could see the dust motes dancing in the slivers of light from the window, could feel the immense, quiet weight of Ollivander's own magic, a well of knowledge so deep it had its own gravity. "Which is your wand arm, Mr. Potter?" "I'm right-handed," Harry said. His own voice sounded very small. Ollivander pulled a long tape measure with silver markings out of thin air. It didn't just measure Harry's arms and fingers. It whipped around, measuring the distance between his eyes, the circumference of his head, the span of his shoulders, all on its own. Ollivander busied himself among the shelves, muttering, "Every Ollivander wand has a core of a powerful magical substance, Mr. Potter. We use unicorn hairs, phoenix tail feathers, and the heartstrings of dragons. No two Ollivander wands are alike. And of course, you will never get such good results with another wizard's wand." He returned with an armful of boxes, the tape measure crumpling to the floor. "Right then. Let's begin. Try this. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Nice and flexible. Just take it and give it a wave." Harry took the wand. It felt inert, like a dead stick. He waved it half-heartedly. A few sad sparks sputtered from the tip, and a shelf of boxes to their right shuddered. Ollivander snatched it back instantly. "No, no, definitely not. Here, maple and phoenix feather. 7 inches. Quite whippy." Harry took it. A surge of warmth, then a sudden, sharp recoil that made his fingers sting. The wand shot a jet of purple smoke that coalesced into a foul-smelling flower before dissolving. Curious. Ollivander's eyes gleamed. He took the wand, his long fingers stroking the wood. "No matter. Here, ebony and unicorn hair. 8.5 inches. Springy." This one was cold. An icy chill seeped from the wood into Harry's palm, and the magic inside him recoiled, not in pain, but in distaste. A thin layer of frost crackled over the countertop before melting away. Ollivander became more animated, more intrigued. Box after box was opened. Wands of ash and oak, of rosewood and holly, with cores of every description, were placed in Harry's hand and just as swiftly removed. With each failure, the whispering chorus of the shop grew louder, more insistent. It was as if the wands were arguing, debating. A pile of rejected wands grew on a spindly chair. Dust swirled in the shafts of light, agitated. Hagrid was sitting on a box now, looking worried. "Tricky customer, eh?" Ollivander murmured, but he didn't sound displeased. He sounded thrilled. "Not to worry. We will find the perfect match. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great, with a wand of yew and phoenix feather. 13.5 inches. A powerful wand." He disappeared into the back of the shop for a longer time. Harry could feel him back there, a point of intense, thoughtful magic. The sea inside him was churning now, responding to the frustration, to the call of so many near misses. He felt a bead of sweat trace a path down his spine. Ollivander returned, holding a single, long, narrow box. The dust on it seemed older, the wood of the box darker. "I wonder," he said softly, almost to himself. He placed the box on the counter. "Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple." He opened the box. Nestled in faded purple velvet lay a wand. It was pale, elegant wood, with subtle carvings that seemed to shift if you didn't look at them directly. And it sang. A low, clear, warm note that resonated in the hollow of Harry's chest, a note that harmonized perfectly with the new, vast magic inside him. The sea within him stilled, then rose in a wave of pure, singing recognition. Harry's fingers closed around the handle. Heat. Not the scorching fire of his collapse, but a gentle, radiant warmth that spread from his palm up his arm, flooding his whole body. Golden light erupted from the wand tip, not a spark or a jet, but a soft, pulsing glow that filled the dim shop with the light of a perfect summer afternoon. It illuminated the dust motes, turning them to gold, and shone on Ollivander's astonished face. From the tip, a shower of glowing, golden leaves seemed to fall, dissolving before they touched the ground. A sense of profound peace, of rightness, settled over Harry. The wand felt like an extension of his own arm, of his own magic. It was the final piece of a puzzle he didn't know he was solving. "Oh, bravo," Ollivander whispered, clapping his hands together silently. "Yes, indeed. Oh, very good. How very curious, how very curious." He took the wand from Harry, who reluctantly let it go, the warmth lingering in his hand. Ollivander examined it as if seeing it for the first time. "Curious," he repeated, his pale eyes finding Harry's. "You see, the phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave just one other feather. Just one. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar." Harry's hand flew to his forehead. The scar was quiet, but Ollivander's words sent a fresh chill through him. Brother wands. Linked. And who owned the brother wand? Harry asked, though he already knew. He who must not be named, Ollivander said, his voice hushed. Yes. 13.5 inches. You. A powerful combination. I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. For that wand, he nodded to the holly wand now back in its box, chose you, not its brother's vanquisher. That is a subtle, but profound, distinction. After all, he who must not be named did great things with his wand. Terrible, yes, but great. He packed the wand box neatly, tied it with a slender string. That will be 7 galleons. Harry paid, his fingers clumsy on the coins. The information swirled in his head with the new sensations. Brother wands. A shared phoenix. A wand that chose him not because he defeated the Dark Lord, but because it was his. Mr. Ollivander, Harry said, as the wandmaker handed him the box. The magic in the shop seemed to lean in, listening. You said no two wands are alike. But can a wand change? If the wizard changes. Ollivander went very still. His luminous eyes bored into Harry's. The deep, forest-like magic around him seemed to sharpen, to focus into a single, probing point. Harry felt it brush against the edges of his own magic, not an attack, but an inquiry. He held his breath, desperately trying to keep the vast, new sea inside him calm, to present the surface Ragnarok's anchor had helped him craft. A wand's allegiance can change, through conquest or through deep, earned respect, Ollivander said slowly, each word deliberate. But a wand's nature, its core, its wood, its length, these are born. They are a reflection of the wizard's nature at the moment of choosing. For a wand to change its nature, the wizard would have to undergo a transformation so fundamental, it would be like a caterpillar not just becoming a butterfly, but becoming a different species of butterfly altogether. It is a theory. I have never seen it. His gaze was unbearable. Harry looked down at the box in his hands. Of course, Ollivander continued, his tone lighter but still layered with meaning, the wizard who learns to truly listen to his wand, who grows with it, can unlock depths he never knew it possessed. The wand is a guide as much as a tool. Yours, I think, will be a most interesting guide. Good day, Mr. Potter. Good day, Hagrid. The dismissal was clear. They left the shop, the bell tinkling its silver chime behind them. The noise and light of Diagon Alley crashed over Harry again, but the wand box under his arm was a solid, warm anchor. Blimey, Harry, Hagrid breathed as they walked towards the leaky cauldron. Gold leaves. Never seen a wand do that before. Must be a powerful one, Yeah, Harry said, his mind racing. A different species of butterfly. He was so wrapped in his thoughts, trying to process Ollivander's probing words, that he didn't notice the man at first. He was leaning in a shadowy doorway, partially obscured by a cart selling enchanted weather vanes. He wasn't looking at the cart. He was looking directly at Harry. Harry felt it, a gaze with weight. He turned his head. The man was tall and thin, dressed in robes that had once been fine but were now shabby and travel-stained. His hair was a dark, tangled curtain, and his face was pale and drawn. But his eyes, they were a sharp, piercing gray, and they held an intensity that made Ollivander's look mild. They weren't curious. They were knowing. For a fraction of a second, their eyes met. The man's gaze dropped to the Ollivander's box under Harry's arm, then flicked back to his face. A muscle in the man's jaw tightened. He didn't smile, didn't nod. He just watched. And in that look, Harry saw no surprise, no wonder at the boy who lived. He saw recognition of something else. A calculation. A deep, weary alarm. Then Hagrid stepped between them, his bulk blocking the view. Come on, Harry, I'm parched. Harry glanced back. The doorway was empty. Only a shifting shadow remained. But the feeling lingered. That man hadn't seen a celebrity. He'd seen a change. A transformation. Inside the warm, bustling chaos of the leaky cauldron, as Hagrid ordered 2 butterbeers, Harry clutched his wand box. The holly and phoenix feather within hummed its soft, reassuring song, a counterpoint to the frantic rhythm of his heart. He had his wand. He had his magic, true and unsealed. He had a name for the theft committed against him, a dark binding. And now, he had the chilling certainty that he was not the only one who knew something was different. As he took a sip of the sweet, foamy butterbeer, the taste of which exploded on his tongue with a complexity of warmth and vanilla and magic he could now truly appreciate, He made a silent vow to the wand, to the sea of power inside him, to the memory of those leeching, dark threads. He would learn. He would grow. He would find the thief. And he would start by guarding this secret with everything he had. The man in the shadows, with the knowing gray eyes, had seen a glimpse of the real Harry Potter. Harry didn't know who he was, or if he was friend or foe. But one thing was certain. The game had changed before it had even begun. And for the first time, Harry was no longer just a piece on the board. He was a player, with a wand in his hand and a storm in his soul. The butterbeer was a small, warm sun in his stomach, but it couldn't melt the ice left by the stranger's gaze. Harry sat in the corner of the leaky cauldron, the worn wood of the bench solid against his back, and tried to be still. Inside, everything was motion. The anchor Ragnarok had placed was a dam, but the water behind it was rising, learning its new contours. Every laugh from the bar, every clink of a glass, sent ripples across his internal sea. He could feel the magic of the building itself, old, soaked into the timber and stone, a comfortable, pub-like magic of concealment and welcome. It was a blanket trying to smother a bonfire. All set, then, Hagrid said, draining his own tankard with a satisfied sigh. Got wand, books, all that's left is the train on the 1st of September. Platform 9 3/4, King's Cross. Tickets in with things. Platform 9 3/4. The words were a doorway, a promise of a destination. But between now and then lay the Dursleys. Privet Drive. The cupboard. A place with no magic, where this new, roaring ocean inside him would have nowhere to go. The thought was a sudden, clenching fear. Hagrid, Harry said, his voice low. The illness I had. At Gringotts. The healers said it might come back. In places with less magic. Would it be possible to stay here? Until the term starts. He looked up, hoping his face showed only a boy's nervousness, not a desperate, calculated plea. Hagrid's beetle black eyes softened, but he shook his great shaggy head. Wish I could, Harry. I'd have ye up at the hut in a heartbeat. But Dumbledore's orders. To go back to aunt and uncle. There's protections there, see. Ancient magic. Keeps ye safe. Safe. The word tasted like ash. Safe in a cage while someone stole from him. Safe while his own magic strained against its old, cramped world. What protections? Harry asked, trying to sound curious, not demanding. Hagrid shifted, uncomfortable. Family magic, deep stuff. Not for me to explain. Dumbledore's business. He knows best, Harry. Always. Does. The finality in his tone closed the subject. Harry nodded, looking down at his hands. They looked ordinary. He willed them to be ordinary. But he could feel the potential humming in his bones, the wand song a constant, soft pulse from the box beside him. Family magic. Was that what his mother's sacrifice was? The silver lattice that cradled his storm. Was it the very thing that bound him to that hateful house? Hagrid saw him back to the muggy, magic dead air of London and onto a train to Surrey with a heavy, farewell pat. Ye'll be all right, Harry. Just a few weeks. Then Hogwarts. The train ride was a descent into silence. Not true silence, the rattle of the tracks, the murmur of other passengers, but a sensory starvation. The world turned gray, flat, and loud in all the wrong ways. The magical pressure was gone, but the absence of it was its own agony. His magic, with nothing external to resonate with, turned inward. It buzzed under his skin, a trapped hive. He felt twitchy, too aware of his own heartbeat, his own breath. He kept his hand on the wand box. Its song was fainter here, a distant bell in a fog, but it was there. A tether. A compass point, orienting him to a true north that was not Privet Drive. Uncle Vernon was waiting at the station, his mustache bristling with displeasure. His magic, if he had any, was a shriveled, bitter little root, buried so deep Harry could barely sense it. It was the magic of spite and small-mindedness, and it recoiled from Harry's proximity like a worm from the sun. Got yourself a fancy new stick, I see, Vernon sneered, eyeing the long, thin box. No funny business with that under my roof, you hear me? Or it's straight into the cupboard, and I don't care what that great oaf said. Harry didn't answer. He just followed, holding his magic in, picturing the anchor Ragnarok had placed. He imagined it as a stone in the center of the stormy sea, a weight of calm. It helped, a little. But the cupboard was no longer an option. Petunia, her face pinched, had cleared out the second bedroom, the one that had been Dudley's second junk room. It was small, sparse, and smelled faintly of dust and Dudley's abandoned, moldering toys. It was a palace. Dudley's dieting, Petunia said tersely, as if explaining a great sacrifice. He needs the space for his new exercise equipment. You'll stay here. And you'll keep quiet. Harry shut the door. He placed his trunk at the foot of the bed. He set the wand box on the bare pillow. And he collapsed onto the thin mattress, trembling not with weakness but with the effort of containment. The magic wanted out. It pressed against his eyelids, against the backs of his teeth. It fizzed in his veins like lightning in a bottle. He'd been holding it in since Diagon Alley, through the worry, through Ollivander's scrutiny, through the stranger's gaze, through Vernon's sneers. He couldn't hold it anymore. He sat up, cross-legged on the bed. He opened the box. The holly wand lay there, singing its silent, waiting song. He didn't pick it up. Not yet. First, he had to look. He closed his eyes, and instead of trying to quiet the magic, he tried to see it. It was like diving into his own bloodstream. Sensation overwhelmed thought. He was in the center of the vast, shimmering sea. Above him, cradling the entire expanse, was the lattice of silver light, his mother's love. It was warm, strong, and intricately woven. It didn't confine the sea, it contained it, gave it shape, kept it from spilling out and evaporating into nothing. This was the protection. This was what had saved him, what had rebounded the killing curse. He could feel the echo of that ancient, sacrificial magic, a lullaby in a minor key. And anchored deep into that silver lattice, like foul, dark hooks, he could see where the other bindings had been. The leeching threads. The places were scarred, faintly tender, like a wound that had healed but still ached before a storm. The magic there flowed freely now, clean and bright, but the memory of the violation was a cold stain. He focused on those scars. He followed the feeling they gave him, not a direction, but a pull. A sickly, gravitational tug towards something, distant. Hungry. Someone out there has been stealing from me. The sea within him surged, a wave of raw, indignant power. The anchor stone Ragnarok had placed glowed, a steady, calming blue, holding the worst of the tide back. But it wasn't meant to suppress. It was meant to steady. Harry opened his eyes. The room was dark. Hours must have passed. He was drenched in sweat, but his mind was clearer than it had ever been. He had a map, now. Not of the world, but of himself. And on that map, there was a wound that pointed like a compass. He reached out and picked up his wand. The connection was instantaneous and profound. The singing swelled to a chorus. The magic within him didn't just flow into the wand, it danced with it. The wand was not a pipe for his power, it was a partner. He held it up, not aiming at anything, just feeling its weight, its balance. Lumos, he whispered, the first spell from his textbook he'd memorized. A light bloomed at the tip. But it wasn't the narrow beam the book described. It was a soft, spherical glow that filled the small room with the gentle, clear light of a full moon. It cast no harsh shadows. It was simply illumination. Harry stared, entranced. He hadn't concentrated, hadn't flicked or swished. He had simply wished for light, and the wand, understanding, had provided it. Knocks. The light vanished, not a snap, but a gentle fade, like a sigh. The darkness returned, but it was a friendly dark now, a companionable quiet. He had magic. Real magic. Not accidental bursts of anger or fear. His magic. Understood, channeled, partnered. Over the next few weeks, while Dudley stomped and grunted downstairs and Petunia scrubbed invisible dirt and Vernon boomed about the price of drills, Harry lived in two worlds. The first was the dull, gray world of Privet Drive, where he performed his chores with silent efficiency, eating just enough to keep the Dursleys from complaining, speaking only when spoken to. He was a ghost in their house, and they preferred it that way. The second world was the universe inside his bedroom. He didn't go wild. The memory of his collapse, of the violent unfolding, was too fresh. He was careful. He started with the simplest spells from the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. A levitation charm. The wand moved, a feather on his desk twitched, then rose, not with a jerky hop, but with a smooth, graceful ascent, floating in the air as if suspended in water. A color-changing charm turned his pillowcase not just blue, but a shifting, shimmering pattern of sapphire and cobalt, like a dragonfly's wing, before he carefully changed it back. The magic wasn't difficult. It felt obvious, like remembering how to breathe. The wand anticipated his intentions. The sea of power within provided an inexhaustible, gentle current. The challenge wasn't power. It was precision. It was fine control. It was making the feather rise 3 inches, not 4. It was changing the pillowcase to a specific, solid mauve, not a living tapestry. He practiced control with the focus of a musician learning a delicate scale. And he practiced seeing. He called it that. If he relaxed his eyes and let his magical senses seep out, he could perceive the world as a sketch of light and intent. The house was a dull, gray shell, but within it, he glowed like a lantern. His magic, even contained, bled a little into the room, staining the air with a faint, golden-green aurora only he could see. He could see the weak, sputtering energy of the electric lights, the sluggish flow of water in the pipes. It was a beautiful, silent film playing over the mundane world. The night before the 1st of September, he packed his trunk with meticulous care. His wand went on top, wrapped in a spare shirt. He looked at the pathetic few possessions he had from his old life, the broken toys, the 2 big clothes. He left them in a neat pile in the corner. He was leaving more than this room. He was leaving a version of himself. He lay in bed, wand under his pillow, it sang a lullaby. He let his senses drift out, through the wall, down the stairs. He could feel the dormant, sluggish forms of the Dursleys, their magical signatures so faint they were almost not there. He could feel the cold, hard lines of the house's structure. And then he felt something else. Outside, in the garden, a presence. Not a magical signature like a wizard's warm core. This was different, colder, sharper, a focused point of intelligent attention. It was watching the house. Not with the blank gaze of a cat or an owl. With purpose. Harry's breath caught. He slid silently out of bed, creeping to the window. The street was quiet, bathed in the orange glow of the street lamps. No one moved. No car idled. But there, at the far edge of the garden, where the shadow of the large oak tree was deepest, a patch of darkness was darker. It didn't move. It just was. A hole in the world. The stranger from Diagon Alley. The thought was a jolt of adrenaline. He strained his new senses, trying to reach out, to taste the magic of that shadow. As if sensing his probe, the darkness shifted. Not a person stepping forward. The shadow itself seemed to condense, to peel away from the tree, and melt into the deeper blackness of the neighbor's hedge. It was gone, but the feeling remained. The cold, sharp attention had been real. He hadn't imagined it. Someone was watching. Not the Dursleys. Him. The protections, Hagrid had said. Dumbledore's orders. Safe. Harry stood at the window until the sky began to lighten to gray, his hand on his wand beneath the glass. The storm inside him was calm, but ready. The compass pointed towards Hogwarts, towards answers. But out there in the retreating night, something else was pointing back at him. He was not just a student going to school. He was a secret, traveling towards a hidden world, and now he knew for certain, he had secrets following him, too. The 1st of September dawned, cold and misty. As he loaded his trunk into Uncle Vernon's car, Harry took one last look at number 4, Privet Drive. It looked smaller than he remembered. Insignificant. He wasn't escaping to Hogwarts. He was going to war. And his first battle, he sensed, would not be in a castle, but on a platform in King's Cross, in the space between 2 worlds. The car ride to London was a study in aggressive normalcy. Vernon drove with violent precision, grumbling about traffic, about foreigners, about the cost of petrol. Petunia sat ramrod straight, her neck elongated, staring ahead as if by sheer force of will she could erase the magical world from the rearview mirror. Dudley, crammed into the backseat beside Harry in his trunk, fidgeted and whined about missing a television program. Harry was silent. He held his wand, tucked up his sleeve, its wood cool against his skin. It was a secret touchstone. The mundane drone of the engine, the smell of Vernon's cheap aftershave, the greasy film on the windows, they were a suffocating blanket. But beneath it all, the magic thrummed. He could feel it in the static of Dudley's nylon tracksuit, in the latent power lines humming beneath the road, even in the faint, desperate spark of life in a potted plant on a passing windowsill. The world was not dead. It was sleeping. And he was painfully, exquisitely awake. King's Cross Station was a cathedral of noise and steam and rushing masses. It was a different kind of chaos than Diagon Alley, harsher, metallic, devoid of the soft, colored whispers of magic. The air tasted of diesel and anxiety. Harry hauled his trunk onto a trolley, the owl cage with Hedwig perched on top. The snowy owl was a calm, white beacon of otherness, her magic a quiet, watchful hum. Right, Vernon barked, not looking at Harry. Platform, what was it? Nonsense number. Well, there it is. Platform 9. Platform 10. Your lot's imaginary platform is in the middle, I suppose. Have fun vanishing into a wall. A cruel, satisfied smirk twisted his lips. He'd delivered the freak to his point of embarrassment, his duty was done. Don't expect us to come running when you get stuck. Come on, family. They turned and marched away without a backward glance, swallowed by the crowd. Harry was alone. The vast, echoing station yawned around him. Platform 9 3/4. He stood between the solid, grimy brick of Platform 9 and the equally solid ironwork of Platform 10. People streamed past him, a river of oblivious normality. For a moment, the old Harry, the small, doubtful boy, surfaced. This was a trick, a final, cruel joke played by the magical world. He'd be left here, stranded, and Vernon would be proven right. But the new magic inside him shifted, restless. It didn't like doubt. It was a force of certainty. He closed his eyes for a second, not to block the world out, but to listen to it. Beneath the rumble of trains and the chatter of voices, he heard it, a faint, high, singing vibration, like a tuning fork struck behind the brick. It was coming from the barrier. He opened his eyes. He wouldn't run at it. He would walk. He would believe. He gripped the trolley handle, took a steadying breath, and aimed for the barrier between the platforms. He walked with deliberate calm, his focus not on the wall, but on the singing in his blood, the answering song from the wand up his sleeve. The wall rushed towards him. He didn't flinch. There was no impact. A sensation of passing through a sheet of cool, shimmering water, a ripple that washed over him from head to toe, silencing the muggle noise abruptly. Then warmth, light, and sound, a different, wonderful sound. The scarlet steam engine, the Hogwarts Express, gleamed like a giant, sleeping beetle. Clouds of sweet-smelling steam billowed around it, mixing with the cries of owls, the chatter of hundreds of children, the laughter and shouts of reuniting friends. Wizards and witches in robes saw off their children, cats weaved between legs, trunks were levitated onto the train. The air was thick with magic, a joyful, chaotic, vibrant storm of it. It was a sensory avalanche after the silence of Privet Drive. Harry staggered, his knuckles white on the trolley. The sheer volume of magical signatures was overwhelming. They weren't muted like in Diagon Alley. Here, they were unchecked, emotional, youthful. Sparks of excitement, flares of nervousness, steady glows of confidence crashed against his senses. He saw a girl's happy shriek as a literal puff of pink smoke, a boy's anxious fidgeting as a sputtering yellow halo. It was beautiful and utterly disorienting. He had to get on the train. Find a quiet compartment. Contain himself. Packed with muggles, of course. The voice cut through the haze. It was a warm, motherly voice, laced with practicality and affection. Harry turned his head. A plump, kind-faced witch with flaming red hair was fussing over a gaggle of children, all with the same red hair. A family. The magic around them was a cohesive, tangled weave of similar hues, warm oranges and golds, like a crackling hearth. It was the first magic he'd seen that felt like home. Not a place, but a feeling. The youngest boy, barely 11, skinny and freckled, was looking up at his mother, his magical signature a spiky ball of bright, nervous orange. "How do you get onto the platform?" he asked, his voice thin with anxiety. "Not to worry, dear," the mother said, patting his shoulder. "All it takes is a bit of a run up. Now, Percy, you go first." A prefect with an officious-looking badge marched confidently at the barrier and vanished. The twins, two identical whirlwinds of mischievous, coiling magic in identical shades of fiery bronze, went next, joking about landing in a heap on the other side. Then it was the young boy's turn. He looked terrified. He took a run, but at the last second, he hesitated, his magic flaring in a panicked burst. He stumbled, his trolley wobbling. He was going to crash. Without thinking, Harry moved. He wasn't fast, but his movement was decisive. He reached out, not to touch the boy, but to steady the back of the trolley with his own, adding his momentum. For a second, their magics brushed, the boy's spiky fear, Harry's vast, calm sea. The boy's eyes, wide and blue, met Harry's for a fleeting instant. Then they were through. The cool shimmer, and they burst onto the magical platform together, trolleys side by side. The boy gasped, then beamed in relief. "Blimey," he said, puffing out his cheeks. "Thought I'd smashed into it for a second there." "Thanks. It's all right," Harry said. The mother and a little girl came through behind them. "Fred. George. Are you there?" the mother called. "Coming, Mum." One of the twins' heads popped back through the barrier. He winked at Harry and the young boy. "Hey, Mum, guess what? Guess who we just met on the train?" The younger boy looked confused. "Who?" "Harry Potter," said the twin, his eyes dancing with glee before he vanished again. The young boy's head swiveled towards Harry. He stared. His eyes dropped to Harry's forehead, hidden under his fringe. His mouth fell open. "Are you?" "I'm Ron," the boy blurted out instead, saving Harry from answering. "Ron Weasley." Harry Potter," Harry said. The name felt different now. Not a scar, or a legend, but a name belonging to the boy with the storm inside him. "So it's true," Ron whispered, awestruck. "Do you really have the—" He pointed at his own forehead. Harry nodded slightly, pushing his fringe aside for a fraction of a second. The scar was just a scar to the eye, but to Harry's new sense, it was a quiet, cold knot of something old and terrible. Ron's magical signature flared with a mix of awe and curiosity. Mrs. Weasley bustled over. "Ron, for heaven's sake, don't gawk. It's rude." She smiled warmly at Harry. "Going onto the train, dears. You'd better hurry, it's about to leave. Now, Ron, you've got your sandwich, behave yourself, right? If you get sorted into Slytherin, I'll disown you." The words were stern, but the magic around her as she hugged him was pure, golden warmth. Ron, looking embarrassed, nodded and headed for the train steps. He glanced back at Harry. "You coming?" Harry followed. The train was a long corridor of polished wood and gleaming brass, already filling with students. The press of so many magical beings in a confined space made the air feel thick, charged. Harry kept his senses pulled in tight, focusing on the physical world, the grain of the wood, the smell of the steam, the weight of his trunk. They found an empty compartment near the end. Ron helped him heave his trunk up, then collapsed into a seat by the window. Harry sat opposite, placing Hedwig's cage beside him. The owl hooted softly, her magic a soothing balm. "Is that a Hogwarts owl?" Ron asked, peering at Hedwig with a mix of envy and respect. "No, I bought her in Diagon Alley." "I've got Scabbers," Ron said, pulling a fat, sleepy, very tatty ginger rat from his pocket. The rat's magical signature was so faint it was almost a hole, a void. But there was something not right about it. A stale taste, a wrongness that made Harry's own magic recoil slightly. He pushed the feeling aside. It was just a rat. The train gave a jolt and began to move. London slid away, replaced by rolling green hills. Ron was talking, a nervous, cheerful stream of consciousness about his family, about Hogwarts, about how everyone expected him to do as well as his brothers. Harry listened, nodding, offering small comments. It was easy. Ron didn't seem to expect anything from him. He was just Ron. A witch with a sweet trolley came by. Ron pulled out a squashed, homemade sandwich and muttered about corned beef. Harry, remembering the weight of his Gringotts gold, stood up. "I'll get us some," he returned with a mountain of every kind of sweet, dumping them onto the seat between them. Ron's eyes widened, his magic sparking with delighted shock. "Blimey, Harry. Go on," Harry said, smiling a real smile for the first time that day. "I've never had any of this. You can help me choose." As the countryside flashed by, they sampled chocolate frogs. The card showed Dumbledore, whose magical signature on the card was a fascinating, complex swirl of silver. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Ron turned green after a earwax one, his magic sputtering comically, and pumpkin pasties. Ron talked about Quidditch, his voice full of passion. Harry learned about the 4 Hogwarts houses, about the sorting. "My whole family have been in Gryffindor," Ron said, a shadow of anxiety crossing his face. "What if I'm not? What if I end up in Slytherin? Mum said she'd—" He broke off, looking miserable. "What's so bad about Slytherin?" Harry asked, thinking of the pale, cold knot of his scar. Ron leaned forward, lowering his voice. "You know who was in Slytherin. So were most of his, followers." He glanced at Harry's scar again. "They say he's the heir of Slytherin. That he could talk to snakes. Parseltongue." The word dropped into Harry's mind like a stone into a still pool. He didn't know where it came from. A fragment of something he'd overheard. A whisper from his own magic. The sea inside him gave a slow, uneasy roll. The compartment door slid open. A girl stood there. She had a bushy mane of brown hair and large, front teeth. Her magic was a bright, intense, focused beam of amber light, buzzing with intellectual energy. "Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one." Her voice was brisk, authoritative. Ron shook his head, mouth full of jelly slug. The girl's eyes fell on the pile of sweets, then on Harry, and finally on the wand Ron had pulled out to show Harry a spell that wasn't working. "Oh, are you doing magic? Let's see then." She sat down without being asked. Ron, flustered, cleared his throat. "Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow, turn this stupid, fat rat yellow." He waved his wand. Nothing happened. Scabbers remained a tatty ginger. The girl's magic flickered with polite disdain. "Are you sure that's a real spell?" she said. "Well, it's not very good, is it? I've tried a few simple ones myself, and they've all worked for me." She looked at Harry. "You've got dirt on your nose, by the way. Did you know?" Just there, she turned her intense gaze back to Ron. "You're Ron Weasley, aren't you? I read about your family in modern magical history and the rise and fall of dark arts. And you're—" her eyes shifted to Harry's forehead, and her bushy eyebrows rose. "Harry Potter. I've read all about you, too. In modern magical history and great wizarding. Events of the 20th century. Have you?" Harry said, feeling oddly exposed. Her magic felt like a searchlight. "It's all very fascinating," she said, her tone matter of fact. "I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Who do you think you'll be sorted into? I've been asking around, and I hope I'm in Gryffindor. They say it's the best, but Ravenclaw wouldn't be bad either. Anyway, we'd better go and look for Neville's toad. You two should change into your robes, I expect we'll be there soon." With that, she bustled out, leaving a silence filled with the hum of the train and the faint, buzzing echo of her intense magic. "Whatever house I'm in, I hope she's not in it," Ron muttered, shoving his wand back in his pocket. "She's a nightmare." Harry didn't answer. He was looking out the window, but not seeing the hills. He was thinking about houses, about legacies, about a thief who siphoned magic, and a dark lord who could talk to snakes. The scar on his forehead gave a single, sharp, icy throb. He stood up. "I'm going to change." In the cramped train toilet, he pulled on the black robes. They were plain, but the fabric held a faint, school-wide enchantment, a sense of belonging. He looked at his reflection. A skinny boy with messy black hair and bright green eyes stared back. Ordinary. But the eyes, they held a new depth. A stillness that hadn't been there before. Behind them, the ocean churned. When he returned, the compartment was darker. The sky outside had turned a deep, twilight purple. Lights were beginning to sparkle in the villages they passed. Ron was in his robes too, looking pale. "We're nearly there," he said, pointing. In the distance, on a towering cliff overlooking a vast, black lake, a magnificent castle was illuminated against a starry sky. Towers and turrets speared the darkness, windows glittering like a cascade of fallen stars. Hogwarts. The magic of the place reached for them even from miles away. It was immense. It was ancient. It was alive. It wasn't a single signature, but a symphony, the deep bass of the stone foundations, the sparkling soprano of the enchantments in the windows, the steady, warm alto of centuries of protection and learning. It washed over the train, and every magical core on board answered, flaring brighter in response. Harry's breath caught. His own magic rose in a great, joyous wave, not fighting the anchor, but harmonizing with the castle's call. For the first time since his unsealing, he didn't feel like a freak, or a secret, or a weapon. He felt like a note that had finally found its chord in a greater song. This was where he belonged. The train slowed with a final sigh of steam. The corridor outside erupted into noise and motion. Furs years. Furs, years over here. A giant of a man, even bigger than Hagrid, with a wild beard and a lantern held high, was calling them together. Hagrid's magic was a warm, brown, earthy glow. "Come on, follow me. Any more furs years. Mind your step, now." They followed Hagrid down a steep, narrow path, slippery with fallen leaves. The lake stretched, black and glassy, before them. "For to a boat," Hagrid called, pointing to a fleet of little wooden boats sitting in the water. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and a mousy-haired boy who was clutching a toad, Neville, his magic a faint, wobbly grate climbed into one. The boats began to move of their own accord, gliding across the perfectly smooth surface of the lake. No one spoke. They were all gazing upward, their faces lit by the castle's glory. They sailed towards a cliff, the castle soaring above them. It was a silhouette of power and mystery. Harry could feel the wards now, a tangible, humming wall of energy they passed through as they entered a dark tunnel behind a curtain of ivy. The air grew still and cool. They clambered out onto a pebbly shore and up a flight of stone steps. Hagrid raised a gigantic fist and knocked 3 times on the huge oak door. The door swung open silently. Standing there, in emerald green robes, her hair in a tight bun, her expression severe, was Professor McGonagall. Her magical signature was a sharp, precise, controlled silver, like a finely tuned blade. It was formidable. "The furs, years, Professor McGonagall," said Hagrid. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." She led them into a vast entrance hall big enough to fit the whole of Privet Drive inside. The ceiling was lost in shadow. Torches flared in brackets on stone walls. From a doorway to the right, Harry could hear the rumble of hundreds of voices, the rest of the school. But McGonagall led them to a small, empty chamber off the hall. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said, her voice crisp. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts." She explained the 4 houses, their virtues, the house point system. Harry listened, but his senses were stretched towards the Great Hall. The magic there was a roaring fire of collective life, 1,000 threads of light and energy woven together. The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting. Her eyes lingered for a moment on Ron's smudged nose and Neville's cloak, which was fastened under his left ear. She left the room. The silence she left behind was nervous, electric. And then it happened. From the walls, from the shadows themselves, they drifted through the stone. Translucent, pearly white, gliding with an air of melancholy or mischief. The ghosts. The crowd of first years gasped. Harry stared. They weren't just shapes. They were magical impressions, echoes of powerful personalities, their signatures faint and cold, but distinct. A fat monk glowed with a gentle, buttery yellow. A knight with an axe in his head blazed with a stubborn, rusty red pride. "I say, what are you all doing here?" A ghost wearing ruff and tights said, smiling at them. "New students," said the fat friar, beaming. "About to be sorted, I suppose." A stern-looking ghost gliding at the front, nearly headless Nick, was about to speak when Professor McGonagall returned. "Move along now," she said to the ghosts. "The sorting ceremony is about to start." The ghosts streamed away through the opposite wall. "Now, form a line," Professor McGonagall told them, "and follow me." They shuffled into a line. Harry found himself near the front, Ron behind him, trembling slightly. Hermione was whispering spells under her breath, her magic a frantic, buzzing hum. Neville was clutching his toad so hard it croaked in protest. The doors to the Great Hall opened. Harry stepped over the threshold, and the world exploded into light and magic. Thousands of candles floated in midair over 4 long tables where the rest of the students sat, their faces turned towards them. The ceiling was not a ceiling at all, but the velvety black sky, sparkling with stars, an enchantment of breathtaking beauty and power that made Harry's heart ache. At the top of the hall was another long table where the teachers sat. But Harry's eyes were not on the candles, or the ceiling, or the students. They were drawn, irresistibly, to the very center of the staff table. A man sat there, with long, greasy black hair, a hooked nose, and sallow skin. His magical signature was a complex, swirling mass of deep indigo and oily black, guarded, intelligent, and intensely powerful. It felt familiar. In a cold, sickening way. It didn't feel like the leeching threads, but it felt like their source. Like the same school of magic, the same dark, subtle artistry. Professor Severus Snape. The name came to him, whispered by the magic in the air. And as Harry's gaze locked with Snape's dark, penetrating eyes from across the crowded hall, the sea of power inside him didn't just roll. It reared, not in fear, in recognition, in a cold, furious, tidal surge of pure, undiluted hatred. The anchor stone glowed, hot against his sternum, holding the storm back. But it couldn't stop the look that passed between them, a boy with a secret unsealed, and a man who lived in shadows. Snape's eyes narrowed, just a fraction. A flicker of something. Not surprise. Not curiosity. Suspicion. He had felt it too. The Sorting Hat began to sing, but Harry didn't hear a word. The music of the castle, the chatter of the students, it all faded to a distant murmur. All he could hear was the roaring in his own veins, and all he could see were the dark, knowing eyes of the potion's master, who looked at him not as a celebrity, not as a student, but as a question, and perhaps, as a threat. The roaring in Harry's blood was a tidal wave against the shore of his self-control. Snape's dark gaze was a hook, dragging something primal up from the depths of his new magic. It wasn't just hatred. It was a cold, crystalline knowing. This man's magic tasted of the same bitter, complex potion as the dark binding that had leached from him for years. Not identical, but kin. A shared language of power that was subtle, sharp, and merciless. The anchor stone Ragnarok had placed flared, a cool blue star in the center of the storm. Harry dragged in a breath, tearing his eyes away from Snape, forcing them to the shabby, patched wizard's hat on the stool at the front of the hall. The hat's magic was a curious, ancient murmur, a sentience woven from felt and folklore. It was a distraction, a focal point. When I call your name, Professor McGonagall's voice cut through the static in his ears, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted. The first names were called. Hannah Abbott, a round-faced girl, stumbled forward. The hat touched her head and barely paused before shouting, Hufflepuff. The yellow and black table cheered, their magic a warm, welcoming burst of ochre and gold. Harry watched, using the ritual to calm the sea inside him. He focused on the individual signatures. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff. Terry Boot, Ravenclaw. Each decision sent a new ripple through the magical atmosphere of the hall. The hat's magic was fascinating. It didn't just read minds, it tasted potential, it weighed history and heart. Granger, Hermione. Hermione almost ran to the stool, her amber-bright magic buzzing with frantic hope. The hat was placed on her bushy hair. There was a pause. Harry could almost see the conversation, the hat's slow, measured probe, Hermione's frantic internal arguments. Then, Gryffindor. Hermione, beaming, ran to the cheering red and gold table. Ron groaned softly behind Harry. Malfoy, Draco. The pale boy with the pointed chin and platinum hair swaggered forward as if he owned the stool. His magic was a polished, cold silver, like expensive cutlery, laced with a haughty, inherited confidence. The hat had barely touched his head when it screamed, Slytherin. Draco smirked and sauntered to the green and silver table, where he was received like a returning prince. Names dwindled. Neville Longbottom, his magic a wobbly gray, was called. He tripped on his way up. The hat debated for a full minute. Harry could feel the tug of war, a struggle between latent, stubborn courage and crushing self-doubt. Finally, Gryffindor. Neville ran off still wearing the hat and had to jog back amid laughter, his signature flaring with a momentary, proud pink. Then, Potter, Harry. A sudden, profound hush fell. Not a silence of quiet, but a silence of held breath, of hundreds of magical signatures leaning forward in unison. He could feel the weight of every stare, a physical pressure. The buzz of whispers was a cloud of sparking curiosity. He walked forward, his footsteps echoing in the quiet. He could feel Snape's gaze again, a cold spot between his shoulder blades. He could feel the warm, hopeful pulse from the Gryffindor table, the calculating chill from Slytherin. He sat on the wooden stool. The world vanished as Professor McGonagall lowered the sorting hat onto his head. It was too big, slipping down over his eyes, plunging him into darkness and the smell of old, clean wool. Well, a small, dry voice said directly into his mind. What have we here? The boy who lived. I've been waiting to meet you. The voice was not unfriendly, but deeply curious. Harry felt a gentle, probing tendril of awareness brush against the surface of his thoughts. He instinctively pulled his new magic in tight, picturing the silver lattice, the vast sea contained within it. My, the hat murmured, interest sharpening. Not just a famous scar. There is depth here. A great deal of depth. And power, oh yes, remarkable power. Raw, but deep as an ocean trench. And it's new, yet old. Fascinating. The probe deepened. Harry felt it skimming across the recent memories, the collapse, the healers, the unsealing. He panicked, throwing up a wall, thinking of Ragnarok's warning. Guard your mind. Ah, a secret, the hat mused, not offended. A goblin-touched secret. Wise. Very wise. But you cannot hide from me, Mr. Potter. I am not your enemy. I am here to see where you will bloom. The tendril slipped past his clumsy defenses, not with force, but with an ancient, gentle inevitability. It touched the memory of the leeching threads, the theft. A sensation of profound distaste rippled through the hat's presence. A violation, it whispered, its mental voice grave. A dark, parasitic art. I have seen its like before, in darker times. It leaves a stain, a hunger for justice. That is a powerful driver. And here, the mother's sacrifice. A love so strong it became law. That is your foundation. That is your light. The hat was silent for a long moment, sifting through him. Harry felt laid bare, not just his courage or his cleverness, but his core. His lonely childhood, his burning curiosity, his newfound, icy rage at the injustice done to him, his desperate desire for a place to belong. Difficult. Very difficult, the hat murmured. Where to put you? Not Slytherin, I think. Oh, you have the cunning for it, a survivor's cunning, born of necessity. And there is a thirst to prove yourself, to reclaim what was stolen, that a Slytherin would admire. But at your heart, no. Your rage is not for ambition's sake. It is for justice. The core of you rejects their methods. The taste of that binding has soured you on that particular flavor of power. Harry felt a surge of relief so strong it was a physical sensation. Ravenclaw, you have a keen mind, and now, senses that seek to understand everything. You yearn for knowledge, for the secrets of what was done to you. Yes, the eagle would welcome that hunger. But is it wisdom you seek, or answers as weapons? Your quest is personal, not purely intellectual. Hufflepuff. The hat almost chuckled. Loyalty, hard work, fair play. You value these. You've never had them. You crave them. And that protective shell around your magic, it is the ultimate loyalty, a mother's final stand. There is a Hufflepuff purity in that. But you are not gentle, child. Not anymore. The sea inside you is not a placid lake. It is a force, which leaves, Gryffindor, the hat said, and its tone changed, becoming more considering. The home of the brave. But is it bravery you possess, or simply a lack of anything left to lose? You walk towards a brick wall today not with courage, but with certainty. Is that the same thing? It paused, diving deeper. Harry saw flashes, standing up to Dudley's gang, even when he knew he'd lose. Facing the Dursleys, disdain with silent defiance. The raw, terrified nerve it took to board the train to an unknown world. And beneath it all, a new, steely resolve, to find the thief, to master the storm, to no longer be a victim. Ah, the hat whispered, a note of finality in its voice. There it is. Not just nerve, a choice. You have been passive your whole life. A receptacle. For magic, for fame, for abuse. But now, you are choosing. To learn, to fight, to protect what is yours. That active choice, that willingness to stand even when you are terrified of what is inside you, that is bravery. And it is a bravery that will be tested. Oh, yes. You will need a house that values heart, that will fan the flames of that courage, not question the depth of your shadows. The hat's voice rose, both in his mind and in the great hall. Better be, Gryffindor. The last word was a shout to the room. The hat was lifted from his head. Light and sound crashed back in. The Gryffindor table erupted in a storm of cheers, the loudest from the Weasley twins, who were banging their goblets on the wood. Hermione was beaming. Ron was punching the air, his face ecstatic. The magic of the table was a roaring, welcoming bonfire of scarlet and gold. Harry stood, legs slightly weak, and walked towards the noise. He was slapped on the back, his hand was shaken, voices cried, "Well done, Harry." Potter for Gryffindor. He slid onto the bench next to Ron, who was grinning widely. I told you, Ron said. Knew you wouldn't be in Slytherin. Harry smiled, but it felt automatic. His eyes were drawn across the hall. To the staff table. Dumbledore had stood to welcome him, his twinkling eyes meeting Harry's for a second over his half-moon spectacles. The headmaster's magic was a vast, serene, sun-dappled forest, impossible to grasp, layered with centuries of power and gentleness. Harry felt seen, but not exposed. And next to him, Severus Snape was not applauding. He was staring at Harry with an intensity that seemed to suck the light from the candles around him. His lips were a thin, pale line. As Harry watched, Snape leaned slightly towards the teacher on his other side, the small, jumpy man in the large turban, Professor Quirrell. Harry's scar gave a sudden, sharp, blinding pang of icy pain. He gasped, his hand flying to his forehead. The world swam. "You all right, Harry?" Ron asked, his grin fading. The pain vanished as quickly as it came. Harry lowered his hand, his heart hammering. "Fine," he managed. "Just a headache." But it wasn't. He looked at Quirrell, who was stuttering something to Snape, his magic a peculiar, twitchy, muffled gray, as if wrapped in layers of wool. And from beneath the man's turban, Harry could now sense it, a faint, cold, hateful echo. A whisper that called to the cold knot in his own scar. "Thief." The word surfaced from the depths of his magic, not a memory, but an instinct. His magic hadn't reacted to Quirrell before, but it had reacted to Snape. And now, with the hat's probe still fresh, with his defenses down, he had felt it. A connection. Not the leeching threads. Something older. Darker. The feast appeared on the golden plates with a silent, magnificent clatter of dishes, but Harry's appetite was gone. He piled food on his plate to be polite, moving it around. He listened to Ron talk with his mouth full. To Percy Weasley pontificate about rules, to the twins' jokes. He was part of the bonfire now, its warmth soaking into his bones. But part of him was adrift in a colder current. The Sorting Hat had seen everything. It had known. And it had put him in Gryffindor anyway. It had seen the storm and called it courage. The feast ended with a chorus of school songs, a raucous, magical affair led by Dumbledore. Then the prefects, Percy among them, shepherded the first years out of the Great Hall, up moving staircases, past whispering portraits that called out greetings to Potter, through hidden doors. The castle was a living labyrinth of enchantment. Harry could feel every shifting step, every snoozing portrait's magic, every trick step's mischievous glee. It was a constant, delightful, exhausting song. They finally reached the portrait of a very fat lady in a pink silk dress. "Password," she said. "Caput Draconis," said Percy. The portrait swung forward to reveal a round hole in the wall. They scrambled through into the Gryffindor common room, a cozy, circular space full of squashy armchairs, a roaring fire, and windows looking out onto the starry grounds. It felt like a den, a safe burrow. The magic here was of comfort and camaraderie, woven into the very rugs. Percy directed the boys up a spiral staircase to their dormitory. It was a round room with 5 four-poster beds hung with deep red velvet. Harry's trunk was already at the foot of one. He looked out the window at the black lake, glittering under the moon. Ron, Seamus, Dean, and Neville chattered excitedly about the feast, the sorting, the ghosts. Harry changed into his pajamas in silence. He pulled his wand from his robes and placed it under his pillow. Its song was soft and content here, harmonizing with the castle's hum. He lay in the dark, listening to the others breathing even out into sleep. The events of the day replayed behind his eyes, the barrier, the train, the boat, the hat's voice in his mind, Snape's gaze, the flare of pain from Quirrell. The thief was here, at Hogwarts. The certainty was a stone in his gut. Not necessarily the one who cast the binding, but someone connected to that old, dark magic. His magic had recognized Snape's as kin to the theft. And it had recoiled from the foul echo on Quirrell. He had 2 leads. A cold, bitter potions master who looked at him with knowing suspicion. And a stuttering, turbaned teacher who made his scar burn. And he had a purpose, given to him by a talking hat, to be brave. To choose. Harry Potter closed his eyes, the magic within him settling into a deep, powerful, rhythmic tide, in tune with the ancient heartbeat of the castle. He was home. And he was hunting. The last thought before sleep took him was not of Voldemort, or fame, or even the injustice of the Dursleys. It was of a web of dark threads, now severed, and the single, determined pulse of his own unsealed power, beginning to weave its own pattern in the dark. Sleep in the enchanted castle was not the blank oblivion of Privet Drive. It was a descent into a deeper layer of the symphony. Harry drifted on the tide of his own magic, aware of the gentle, resonant hum of Gryffindor Tower around him, the protective spells in the stones sighing like sleeping dragons, the latent heat of the common room fire below, the faint, silver dreams of his dorm mates shimmering in the air like ghostly fishing nets. He dreamed not in images, but in sensations, of roots reaching deep into earth, of stars humming in fixed celestial patterns, of a great, woven web of light that was Hogwarts itself, and himself a newly tied, vibrant knot within it. He woke with the dawn, not to the blare of Dudley's radio, but to a soft, pearl-gray light filtering through the tower window and the distant, melodious hoot of an owl. The magic within him was calm, a deep, placid sea at low tide. For a few precious moments, he just lay there, listening to the castle breathe. Then Ron's snores broke the peace, a rattling, mundane counterpoint. Dean and Seamus began to stir. Neville was already awake, sitting on his bed and talking softly to his toad, Trevor. The day, and the reality of lessons, began. The great hall at breakfast was a sunlit cavern of noise and smells. The enchanted ceiling showed a soft, rosy sky with streaks of apricot cloud. Harry loaded his plate, his appetite returned with a vengeance. The magic of the food, the sizzling bacon that crackled with tiny, cheerful sparks of energy, the pumpkin juice that tasted of autumn and earth, nourished him in a way Dudley's leftover fry-ups never had. He could feel the strength seeping into his bones, feeding the vast reservoir inside him. Hermione Granger descended upon them, her arms full of books, her timetable already memorized. We have Transfiguration first, with Gryffindor. Then History of Magic, which is a shared class with Ravenclaw. Then after lunch, it's Potions with Slytherin. She said the last word with a slight downturn of her mouth, her magic flickering with academic apprehension. Potions with Snape, Ron groaned, slathering jam on a toast. My brothers say he's a nightmare. Favors Slytherin like anything, and he's got it in for Gryffindors, especially, he trailed off, glancing at Harry. Especially me, Harry thought. The memory of those dark, probing eyes across the hall was a cold spot in the warm room. Their first classes were a revelation. Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall was a lesson in precision and will. She demonstrated, turning her desk into a pig and back again with a sharp, silent flick of her wand. Her magic was a needle thread of intent, piercing the reality of the desk and reweaving it into a new pattern. Harry watched, mesmerized, not just by the transformation, but by the flow of her power, controlled, economical, lethal in its accuracy. When they were given matches to turn into needles, Harry focused. He didn't just envision a needle, he felt the match's simple, linear magic, its dry, potential energy. He willed it to compact, to sharpen, to gain a metallic coldness. His wand moved, not with a flourish, but with a short, definitive push. The match shivered, turned a silvery gray, and sharpened to a point. It wasn't a perfect needle, the eye was a rough hole, but it was close. Professor McGonagall, passing by, paused. She picked up his needle, examining it. Her sharp eyes met his. Adequate, Mr. Potter. More force of will than finesse, but the intent is clear. See if you can refine the aperture. Her magic gave a brief, approving ping of silver before she moved on. History of Magic, taught by the ghost Professor Binns, was a different matter. The drone of his voice, recounting the Goblin Wars, was a magical depressant. The classroom grew hazy, the very air thickening with boredom. Harry found he could see the ghost's magic, a faded, parchment-colored echo, repeating the same patterns for centuries. It was fascinating for about 5 minutes. Then, he discovered that if he relaxed his gaze and tuned his senses to the castle itself, he could follow the threads of magic that pulsed through the walls like ley lines. He spent the hour mapping the flows in his mind, a far more engaging study. But it was potions that loomed in his mind, a dark thunderhead on the afternoon's horizon. The dungeon classroom was cold, lit by flickering torches in brackets. The air was thick with the smells of preserved things, ozone, and a bitter, chemical tang. Shelves lined the walls, crammed with glass jars containing slimy, colorful, or frankly alarming specimens. The Slytherins were already there, clustered together like sleek, confident fish in their green-trimmed robes. Draco Malfoy held court, his cold silver magic preening. Harry, Ron, and Hermione took seats at a table near the back. Harry's senses were on high alert. The dungeon's magic was old and stagnant, but beneath the stagnation was a current of deep, slow power. And there was another presence, approaching from a side chamber. A signature like a gathering storm. The door slammed open, and Professor Snape swept in, his black robes billowing behind him like wings. His magic filled the room immediately, a complex, oppressive atmosphere of indigo and obsidian. It was disciplined, razor-sharp, and carried an undercurrent of something bitter and coiled. It pressed against Harry's own senses, not aggressively, but possessively, as if testing the boundaries of his space. Snape moved to the front of the class, his black eyes sweeping over them, taking roll call. He paused at Harry's name. "Ah, yes," he said softly, the sound like oil on water. "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." The silence in the dungeon was absolute. Harry felt the weight of that gaze settle on him like a physical thing. He kept his eyes on the grain of the wooden desk, focusing on his breathing, on the anchor stone, on keeping the sea within him calm and deep. He would not react. Snape finished the roll and began to speak in a low, carrying voice about the subtle science and exact art of potion making. He spoke of bottling fame, brewing glory, and putting a stopper in death. His words were captivating, even as his tone was disdainful. His magic wove through the lecture, illustrating points with faint, smoky shapes that coiled in the air, a demonstration of supreme control. Then his eyes found Harry again. "Tell me, Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Hermione's hand shot into the air beside Harry, her magic a frantic beacon. Harry's mind went blank for a second. He knew he'd read this. In his chaotic shopping trip, one of the textbooks, Magical Drafts and Potions. The answer surfaced, not as memorized text, but as a sensory impression. Asphodel, a flower of mourning, dusty and dry. Wormwood, a herb of bitterness and regret. Combined, in the language of the old potioneers. A draught of living death, sir," Harry said, his voice quieter than he intended. Snape's eyelids lowered slightly. Clearly, fame isn't everything. The barb was expected. But then he continued, "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" This was easier. A bezoar was a stone, a concrete thing. "The stomach of a goat, sir." And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They were the same plant. He knew this. But under Snape's penetrating stare, the simple fact tangled. The man's magic was actively pressing against his now, a cold, inquisitive probe, seeking a weakness, a flaw, a sign of the power he must have sensed in the Great Hall. Harry felt a flare of irritation, a hot spike in the calm sea. He clamped down on it. "They are the same plant, sir," he said, forcing his voice to remain even. "Also called aconite." For a long moment, Snape said nothing. The dungeon was silent but for the pop of a torch. The potions master's magic withdrew, but the scrutiny did not. 10 points from Gryffindor, he said finally, turning away, "for your tone of voice, Potter." It was blatantly unfair. Ron stiffened angrily beside him. Hermione looked stricken. But Harry felt a grim sense of victory. He hadn't risen to the bait. He hadn't let the storm out. He had answered the questions, and Snape had found no excuse beyond a fabricated one. The lesson descended into a practical brew of a simple cure for boils. Snape prowled the aisles, criticizing, sneering, awarding points to Slytherin for the slightest competence and deducting them from Gryffindor for imaginary errors. His presence was a dark vortex, and Harry kept his head down, focusing entirely on his potion. This, he found, was a new kind of magic. Not wandwork, but a slow, alchemical dance. He could feel the magical properties of the ingredients as he prepared them. The dried nettles held a stinging, purifying energy, the snake fangs a dry, venomous potency that needed to be crushed just so to release it safely. His movements were careful, deliberate. He didn't follow the written instructions slavishly. He listened to the mixture in his cauldron, a faint, bubbling song. When it began to simmer a little too fiercely, he instinctively lowered the flame a hair before the instructions said to, feeling the magic within the brew settle into a happier, more stable harmony. Snape passed their table. His shadow fell over Harry's cauldron. He stopped. His long, pale fingers reached out and picked up Harry's vial of prepared porcupine quills. He examined them, each one sliced to a perfect, uniform sliver. His eyes, black and depthless, flicked to Harry's face. "Adequate preparation, Potter," he said, his voice devoid of praise. "A rare show of competence. Perhaps there is hope you did not inherit your father's arrogant disdain for the subtle arts." The words were a double-edged knife. An insult to his father, a backhanded compliment to him. And the mention of inheritance, it felt loaded. Did Snape know James Potter? The hatred in his voice was personal, ancient. Harry said nothing. He kept his gaze on his potion, which was now turning exactly the shade of acidic yellow described in the book. Snape moved on, but his magic lingered for a moment, a final, testing brush against Harry's shields. It felt like a spider's thread touching his face in the dark. He suppressed a shudder. By the end of the lesson, Harry's cure for boils was perfect, a smooth, yellow concoction that emitted the correct slightly acrid steam. Even Snape, with a curt nod, could find no fault. Malfoy, who had been too busy trying to sabotage Ron's potion, had produced a lumpy gray sludge that earned him a scowl but no lost points. As they filed out of the dungeons, the oppressive atmosphere lifting, Ron was fuming. "Did you see that? He's got it in for you, Harry. From the first second. Your tone of voice, what a load of dragon dung." Hermione was wringing her hands. "But you knew the answers. All of them. That was really impressive, Harry." Harry didn't feel impressed. He felt dissected. Snape hadn't been trying to teach him. He had been trying to unsettle him. To provoke a reaction. To see what lay beneath the surface of the boy who lived. And as they climbed the steps back to the warmth and light of the main castle, Harry realized with cold clarity what the reaction Snape might have been looking for. Not anger or tears. A surge of magic. A flicker of the vast, unsealed power that had made the Sorting Hat pause. Snape had felt something in the Great Hall. He was hunting for confirmation. The man's magic was kin to the dark binding. He was suspicious, knowledgeable, and deeply hostile. He was, Harry decided, the most dangerous person in the castle. And he was Harry's teacher. That evening, in the common room, Harry tried to do homework. But his mind kept returning to the dungeon, to the feel of that oppressive, intelligent magic. He needed to understand. He needed to see more. Under the pretext of needing a book, he slipped away from the chattering first years and climbed the stairs to the dormitory. It was empty. He went to his trunk, not for a book, but for the small, heavy pouch of galleons he'd brought from Gringotts. Among the coins was something else, a smooth, flat, dark gray stone Ragnarok had given him as he left the healing chamber. It was unmarked, cool to the touch. A focus, the old goblin had said. For when you need to see clearly, without being seen. Harry sat on his bed, holding the stone in one hand and his wand in the other. He closed his eyes and let his magical senses expand, not to feel the castle, but to trace the lingering echo of the day. He focused on the memory of Snape's magic, its unique, bitter signature. He poured a tiny thread of his own power into the goblin stone. It grew warm, then cool again. In his mind's eye, a map began to form. Not of places, but of connections. Hogwarts was a galaxy of magical signatures. His own was a bright, swirling sun of gold and green. Nearby, Ron's was a steady, warm campfire. Hermione's a buzzing amber lamp. He pushed his awareness further, down through the castle, towards the dungeons. He sought the distinct, dark star that was Severus Snape. He found it. A concentrated knot of indigo and black, pulsing with a slow, cold rhythm. It was in the potions master's private quarters, a place dense with protective spells that felt like black thorns. Harry didn't try to penetrate them. He just observed. And he saw something. From that dark star, a single, thin, almost invisible filament of magic extended. It was not the leeching thread, that was gone, severed. This was something else. A thread of attention, of monitoring. It stretched out of the dungeons, up through the castle, winding its way. Harry followed it with his mind, his breath held. The thread did not lead to the defense against the dark arts classroom, or to Quirrell's quarters. It led higher, to a place at the very top of a tower, a place that radiated a calm, immense, and ancient power. The headmaster's study. Snape was tethered to Dumbledore. The thread was not hostile. It was, reporting, a line of communication, of allegiance, or of surveillance. Before he could ponder further, another connection caught his eye from Snape's signature. This one was different, fainter, stickier. It drifted, not up to the headmaster, but sideways, through the castle walls, towards the third-floor corridor, the place that was forbidden. And this thread tasted different. Not of Snape's bitter intelligence, but of a familiar, cold greed. It was the same foul echo he'd sensed from Quirrell, the one that made his scar burn. Snape was connected to the trouble on the third floor. And so was Quirrell. Not as allies, Harry sensed, but as opposites. A dark magnet and its repelling pull. He opened his eyes, his head throbbing gently. The visions faded, but the understanding remained. The thief, or something belonging to the thief, was on the 3rd floor. Snape knew about it, Dumbledore knew about it, and Harry, with his unsealed core and his goblin focus, could see it. He was not just a student caught in a mystery. He was a new variable in a very old equation. Snape's gaze wasn't just personal hatred. It was the wary scrutiny of a guardian who sensed a new, unpredictable power entering his carefully watched territory. Harry put the stone away. The sea within him was no longer calm. It was charged, like the air before a lightning strike. He had answers that only led to more dangerous questions. He looked out the tower window at the darkening grounds. Somewhere in the castle, a fragment of the darkness that had tried to kill him, that had fed on him, was hidden. Guarded. And 2 powerful wizards were playing a silent game around it. A game he now, irrevocably, was a part of. The first day was over. He had survived potions. He had guarded his secret. But as he blew out his candle and lay in the dark, the phantom ache in his scar a constant reminder, Harry knew the real test was just beginning. He was in the lion's den. And the serpent was watching. The week settled into a rhythm, a heartbeat of bells and footsteps and whispered incantations. Harry moved through it like a diver in a deep, colorful reef, surrounded by wonders that threatened to overwhelm if he stopped to look at any one for too long. His magic, the vast and silent sea within, learned the rhythm too. It rose with the morning bell, ebbed during tedious history of magic lectures, and surged in practical classes, eager to be used. It was in charms, their first Friday lesson, that he learned the true difference between knowing magic and wielding it. Professor Flitwick, a tiny wizard standing on a stack of books, had a magical signature like a shimmering, complex chord, high, bright, and endlessly curious. He chirpily introduced them to the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa. The wand movement is a swish and flick, Flitwick squeaked, demonstrating. And the pronunciation is vital. It's Leviosa, not Leviosar. Hermione, of course, got it on her first try, her feather soaring to the ceiling with a triumphant buzz of amber magic. Ron, frowning with concentration, managed a wobbly lift after a few attempts, his magic sputtering like a damp firework. Seamus Finnegan set his feather on fire, filling the air with the smell of burning down and a burst of panicked orange sparks. Harry picked up his wand. He looked at the small, gray feather on his desk. He understood the theory. A simple charm to counteract gravity. But as he prepared to cast, he didn't just see a feather. He saw its structure, the delicate, interlocking barbs, the hollow shaft holding a tiny pocket of air. He felt its inherent, feathery magic, a faint, airy hum. To levitate it wasn't to force it up, it was to convince the air around it to support it, to whisper to gravity to loosen its grip just here. He didn't swish and flick. He gave his wand a gentle, lifting spiral, like stirring a spoon in syrup. Wingardium Leviosa. The feather didn't jump. It sighed. It floated up from the desk as if it had always meant to, turning lazily in a non-existent breeze. It rose to eye level and hung there, perfectly still, as if pinned to the air itself. There was no strain, no visible beam of light. It just was. Professor Flitwick let out a tiny gasp. He hopped off his books and bustled over, his bright magic buzzing around Harry's desk. Oh, my, Mr. Potter. That is exemplary control, not a tremor. The feather is not just levitated, it is, at peace. 5 points to Gryffindor. Hermione beamed at him, a mixture of approval and competitive fire in her eyes. Ron looked impressed and slightly disgruntled. Harry murmured a thanks, but his focus was inward. The spell had cost him nothing. A sip from an ocean. The feather, obedience had been effortless, because his magic hadn't commanded it, it had persuaded it. It was a subtle, profound difference he couldn't explain. The ease was a double-edged sword. In herbology later that day, with the earthy, green-smelling Professor Sprout, they were repotting young mandrakes. The shrieking of the infant plants was a physical assault, a wave of sound magic that made his teeth ache and his new senses reel. The magical signature of a screaming mandrake was a violent, jagged spike of puce green. While others fumbled with their earmuffs, Harry found that if he pushed a gentle pulse of his own magic outwards, a calm, deep blue wave, the mandrake in his own pot seemed to quieten, its screams reducing to disgruntled whimpers. It didn't stop, that would have been suspicious. But it became manageable. Professor Sprout, her magic a robust, healthy brown, praised his steady hands. He was learning to modulate. To hide in plain sight. To be a good student, but not a prodigy. It was a careful, constant dance. It was after dinner, in the common room, that the next thread of the mystery pulled taut. Ron was locked in a violent game of wizard chess, his pieces screaming dramatic insults as they were sacrificed. Hermione was buried in Hogwarts, a history, occasionally reading aloud fascinating and irrelevant facts. Harry was pretending to review his transfiguration notes, but his attention was on the fat lady's portrait hole. Fred and George Weasley slipped inside, their identical magical signatures, mischievous coils of fiery bronze, crackling with excitement. They weren't just excited, they were vibrating with the thrill of a narrowly avoided catastrophe. I'm telling you, George, he was right there. I saw him, Fred. Bat-like and lurking, by the third-floor corridor. What was he even doing? That door was ajar, I swear it. Sniffing around. Sniffing for something. Or someone. They collapsed into armchairs by the fire, oblivious to Harry's sudden, frozen attention. The third-floor corridor. The forbidden place. The source of the foul, greedy echo. Who was? Ron asked, looking up from his decimated rook. Snape, said George, his eyes wide with theatrical dread. Sneaking about, Fred nodded. Looking shifty. Jumped a foot when we rounded the corner. Told us we'd lose 50 points each and get detention for a year if we were caught out of bounds. Which is rich, coming from him, skulking outside a forbidden corridor. Hermione lowered her book, frowning. Professor Snape is a teacher. I'm sure he has a reason to be anywhere in the castle. And you shouldn't have been out of bounds either. The twins ignored her. The point is, the bat of the dungeons is up to something, Fred said, dropping his voice. And it's something on the third floor. Something he doesn't want anyone to know about. The thread. The sticky, dark filament from Snape's magic, leading to that place. Harry had seen it. Now here was proof, from two entirely mundane, observant sources. Snape was guarding it, or monitoring it, or trying to get to it himself. The thought was a cold trickle down his spine. What if Snape's connection wasn't one of opposition, but of desire? What if the thief's magic called to his own? He needed to see. He couldn't wait, couldn't just study and hope for clues. The pull from his scar, from the memory of the theft, was a constant, low-grade ache. The sea inside him stirred, restless with purpose. An idea, dangerous and clear, formed. The invisibility cloak. His father's. It was in his trunk. A tool for secrets. Later, when the common room had emptied and the distant sounds of the castle settled into the deep night hum, Harry sat on his bed. The silvery cloak lay across his knees, lighter than air. Its magic was old and clever, a whispering, shifting gray that promised absence. He draped it over himself. The world didn't vanish. He did. His own magical signature, that bright sun of gold and green, dim to the faintest, cool star. It was a profound and unsettling feeling. He was a ghost in his own skin. He slipped out of the dormitory, past the snores of his roommates, down the spiral staircase. The common room was lit by dying embers. He waited, a patch of moving nothingness, until the fat lady yawned, swung out for a moment to admire a passing ghost, and he slid through the gap. The castle at night was a different creature. The friendly enchantments slept. The portraits snored in their frames. The suits of armor stood like silent, metal tombs. But the magical flows he'd sensed in Binz's class were more vibrant now, great rivers of soft light pulsing through the stone walls, carrying the dreams and protections of 1,000 years. He followed them like a fish following a current, a shadow in a river of light. He avoided Peeves by flattening himself against a wall as the poltergeist zoomed past, cackling and unscrewing a chandelier. He ducked Mrs. Norris's luminous, suspicious eyes, her magic a keen, predatory yellow. Filch's shuffling footsteps and grumbling were easy to evade. His magical signature was a dim, sour smudge. He reached the third-floor corridor. The air changed. It grew colder, drier. The usual castle magic here was strained, pushed back by something else. A series of powerful, layered enchantments hummed behind the large, locked door, wards of fire, of force, of trickery. And beneath them, pulsing like a diseased heart, was the echo. The cold, greedy pull. It made the scar on his forehead blaze with a fresh, icy pain. He clenched his teeth, pushing the sensation down. He couldn't go through the door. The wards were a tangled, deadly knot. But he could listen. He could feel. He pressed his hand against the cold wood, not to push, but to sense. He let a whisper of his magic seep out, not to challenge the wards, but to taste the air beyond them. Images, sensations, flooded him. The snarl of a great beast, magic thick with animal rage and loyalty. The whisper of 1,000 wings, a cloud of sharp, tiny intelligences. A chessboard the size of a room, the pieces humming with dormant, strategic violence. A smell of potions, logic, danger. And deeper, a mirror, tall and ornate, humming with a magic of longing and illusion. And finally, behind it all, a small, red stone, screaming its silent, eternal song. The Philosopher's Stone. It was here. Dumbledore had moved it from Gringotts. He'd brought it to Hogwarts. And he'd wrapped it in a labyrinth of protections. But the foul echo wasn't coming from the stone itself. It was separate. A presence trying to get to the stone. A parasite seeking the ultimate sustenance. It was close. Very close. Not in the chambers beyond, but nearby. Watching. Waiting. Harry pulled his hand back as if burned. His breath fogged in the suddenly frigid air. He understood now. The stone was bait. And the thief, or something of the thief, was the rat sniffing the trap. A soft sound made him freeze. Not from behind the door. From the shadowed archway at the end of the corridor. A figure emerged. Not Snape. This one was smaller, wrapped in a shabby cloak, moving with a nervous, twitchy gait. Professor Quirrell. His magical signature was, as before, a muffled, twitchy gray. But now, with Harry's senses sharpened by proximity to the stone's power and the thief's echo, he could see the rot beneath. The gray wasn't just muffled. It was a bandage, a desperate, clumsy wrapping over a festering wound. And from beneath Quirrell's turban, the foul echo leaked out, a thin, dark violet smoke of magic that smelled of decay and ambition. It was the same energy that had fed on Harry for years. Weaker now, disconnected from its source, but ravenous. Quirrell was muttering to himself, wringing his hands. He approached the forbidden door, his eyes wide with a mixture of terror and desperate craving. He reached a trembling hand out, but inches from the wood, he flinched back as if shocked. "I see cannot, master," he stammered, his voice a thin whine. "The wards, Dumbledore's work, too strong." A voice answered. It was high, cold, and clear, and it did not come from Quirrell's mouth. It seemed to come from the air around him, from the very turban on his head. Harry's scar exploded in agony, a white-hot spike of ice driven into his skull. He bit down on a cry, sinking back into deeper shadows. "Patience, fool," the cold voice hissed. "The Snape one suspects. He watches. We must watch him. The boy, the Potter boy, there is something different. A resonance. The magic around him is loud. Find out why." "Why, yes, master. The stone is within reach. Dumbledore plays a careful game. We must be more careful. Go, before you are seen." Quirrell scurried away, back into the darkness, the foul violet smoke retreating with him. Harry remained pressed against the wall, the invisibility cloak a lifeline. The pain in his scar subsided to a throbbing ache. His mind raced, pieces clicking into place with terrible clarity. The thief was Voldemort, or a piece of him. A parasitic fragment, living on the back of Quirrell's head, feeding on his life, seeking the stone to return to full power. And it had fed on Harry, too. For years. The dark binding had been Voldemort's work, a final, subtle curse as he fell, a siphon to fuel his remnants. And Snape was watching Quirrell. Snape knew, or suspected. His connection to the corridor was one of surveillance. Of guarding the trap. Where did his true loyalty lie? With Dumbledore? Or with the fading echo of his old master? Harry's magic churned, not with fear, but with a cold, clean fury. The abstract thief had a name now. A face, even if hidden under a turban. It was here, in his school, hunting the stone, and now, apparently, curious about him. The magic around him is loud. His unsealed core, they could sense it, not its true nature, perhaps, but its intensity. He was a beacon in the magical dark, and the monster had taken notice. He retreated silently, a wraith in the sleeping castle. The journey back to Gryffindor Tower was a blur. His mind was a forge, hammering the new truths into shape. He slipped back into his dormitory, stowed the cloak, and lay in the dark. The gentle, sleeping magic of his roommates felt fragile now. A bubble of normalcy in a castle that housed a dying dark wizard, a guarded immortality stone, a spy of ambiguous allegiance, and him, a boy with a raging ocean inside him and a debt of stolen years to repay. He had gone looking for whispers. He had found a scream. And now he had a choice. He could tell Dumbledore. But would the headmaster believe an 11-year-old story about sensed magical echoes and parasitic voices? Or would he see the unsealed magic first, the dangerous variable, and clamp down? He could do nothing. Stay safe. Let the adults handle it. But the sea within him rejected that idea with the force of a tidal surge. Passivity was the old Harry. The one who lived in a cupboard. The one who was fed upon. No. He would watch. He would learn. He would guard himself. And he would use this new, terrible understanding. The thief was here. Weak. Hiding. And it was afraid of Dumbledore, wary of Snape. And now, it was curious about Harry Potter. Let it be curious, Harry thought, his green eyes gleaming in the dark. Let it look. And see what looks back. Knowledge was a heavy cloak. Harry wore it through the next week, through charms lessons on softening spells and history of magic lectures on medieval warlock conventions. It sat on his shoulders during meals in the Great Hall, where he now watched the staff table with a hunter's focus. 2 predators sat among the teachers, and he was the only student who knew. Quirrell, with his twitching and his stutter, was a shattered vessel for something unspeakable. Every glance at the man's turban sent a fresh, icy throb through Harry's scar, a sickening compass needle pointing straight at the corruption within. The muffled gray of Quirrell's own magic seemed pitiful now, a hostage's feeble signal. And Snape, the bat of the dungeons. His dark, simmering presence was a constant counterpoint. Harry watched him too, tracing the threads of magic only he could see. Snape's attention was a laser, forever flickering between Dumbledore, a calm, accepting focus, and Quirrell, a gaze of such intense, suspicious loathing it was a physical heat in the air. Snape wasn't trying to steal the stone. He was standing guard, a black feathered raptor circling a sickly rodent, waiting for it to make a fatal move. Harry understood his role now. He was the unexpected element. The variable Dumbledore hadn't accounted for. The stone in the pond, sending ripples towards both predator and guardian. The weight of it made him quiet. Ron noticed. Blimey, Harry, you've been about as chatty as a sleeping troll. Is it Snape? He's just a greasy git, don't let him get to you. Hermione, ever practical, shoved a book under his nose. If you're struggling with the theory for the switching spell, I've made some notes. It's all about the conceptual transfer of molecular intent, you see. Harry took the notes, mumbled his thanks. He wasn't struggling. Magic continued to be a language he realized he'd always been deaf to, and now could hear perfectly. In Transfiguration, he turned a beetle into a button that was so perfectly detailed with 4 tiny holes. McGonagall held it up to the light with a soft, "I see," her sharp eyes lingering on him. In Charms, his softening spells made objects not just squashy, but pliant as clay, holding their new shape with a contented hum. He was holding back, deliberately, making a button, not a masterpiece. Creating a soft cushion, not a sentient sponge. It was a new kind of control, not restraining a storm, but crafting the gentleness of its breeze. The ocean within him accepted this. It was learning the shape of the shores it had to live within. But in the quiet of night, lying awake listening to the castle's dreams, it would surge with purpose. Find him. Stop him. Take back what was taken. The leeching threads were gone, but the phantom ache of their hunger remained. A debt unpaid. The opportunity to act, to test his understanding, came unexpectedly, and from a source he'd begun to think of as an ally, the castle itself. It was a Tuesday afternoon, and they had a free period. Hermione had dragged Ron to the library to research something for Flitwick. Harry, pleading a need for fresh air, slipped away. He didn't go to the grounds. He wandered, a seemingly aimless stroll, but his senses were wide open, tracing the magical ley lines, following the subtle pull of his scar. He found himself in a deserted corridor on the 2nd floor, one lined with portraits of severe-looking witches and wizards who dozed in their frames. The air here was still, the castle's usual flow muted. And then he felt it, a weak, desperate, familiar pulse. It was magic, but not a wizard's. It was earthy, wooden, and in pain. It came from behind a large, full-length mirror with an ornate gold frame, tucked in an alcove. The mirror's own magic was complex, a fog of longing and vanity. But behind it, weeping silently into the stone, was the other signature. Harry approached. The mirror showed his reflection, a pale, messy-haired boy in school robes, his eyes too old for his face. Then the reflection shifted. It wasn't just him. Standing behind him were people. A man with messy black hair and glasses, beaming with pride. A woman with vibrant red hair and kind, green eyes, his eyes, smiling with tears of joy. They had their hands on his shoulders. A family. Whole. His heart gave a violent, wrenching squeeze. The image was a physical blow. He wanted to fall into that glass world and never leave. The mirror's magic crooned, offering the vision, feeding on his yearning. But the weaker, pained pulse behind the mirror cried out, cutting through the seductive fog. This wasn't the mirror's doing. This was something else, trapped. He tore his eyes from the beautiful, poisonous vision. He walked around the side of the heavy mirror, his magic reaching out, not to the glass, but to the wall behind it. The stone was cold, but beneath the surface, he could feel a tiny, trapped knot of magic. A life, stuck. There was no door, no crack. But magic, he was learning, didn't always need one. He placed his palm flat against the rough wall. He didn't push. He asked. He let a thread of his own magic, gentle and inquiring, seep into the stone, seeking the shape of the trapped thing. He felt it, a small, woody consciousness, terrified and exhausted. A bowtruckle, he realized. A tree guardian, miles from any forest, imprisoned in mortar and despair. The castle had absorbed it, mistaken it for part of itself. Harry poured a little more magic in, not force, but clarity. The image of open air, of sunlight on leaves, of the freedom to move. He showed the stone it was holding a guest, not a part of its own body. He asked, politely but firmly, to let it go. The stone sighed. A tiny, almost invisible crack appeared in the mortar between two blocks, no bigger than a canute. A moment later, a stick-like creature, no longer than his finger, with twiggy fingers and bright, brown eyes, shot out, clambered up his arm, and chittered frantically into his ear. It wasn't speech, but the meaning was clear, gratitude, and a desperate, directional plea. Home. The forest. Go. The bowtruckle pointed a twig finger down the corridor, towards the west side of the castle, where the forbidden forest brooded on the edge of the grounds. Harry knew he couldn't take it there now. It was too far, and the grounds were monitored. But he couldn't leave it here to be trapped again. All right, he whispered. Hide. For now. He opened the front of his robes. The bowtruckle, understanding, scurried inside, settling in an inner pocket, its tiny form trembling against his chest. Its magic was a grateful, green whisper, a stark contrast to the cold, heavy knowledge he carried. He turned to leave, and his eyes caught the mirror again. His lonely reflection stared back. The happy family was gone. The mirror showed only the truth now. Just him, the boy with the storm and the secret. He covered the mirror with a nearby tapestry, hiding its seductive face. You show people what they want, not what they need, he said to it, his voice soft. The mirror's magic pulsed, chastened. He walked away, the bowtruckle a secret against his heart. It was a small act. A tiny rebellion against the darkness festering in the castle. He hadn't faced Voldemort or outwitted Snape. He had simply helped a lost, magical creature. It felt clean. Good. It also proved something to himself. His magic wasn't just for sensing or for spells. It was for communicating, for understanding, for gentle persuasion. It was a tool for more than war. That night, in the dormitory, he fashioned a small, cozy nest from a stolen sock and some dried leaves he'd transfigured from parchment. He hid it behind his trunk. The bowtruckle, which he dubbed Twig, seemed content, peeking out to accept crumbs of biscuit. Its presence was a comfort, a tiny, innocent life depending on him. The next day, however, the weight of the larger secret came crashing back, delivered by an excited, bouncing Neville Longbottom in the common room. I overheard Percy talking, Neville whispered, his magic a wobbly, anxious gray. He was telling another prefect. There's been a break-in. At Gringotts. In Vault 713. Ron's head shot up. Blimey. That's the vault Hagrid emptied. Hermione's eyes were wide. But nothing was taken, that's what Percy said. The vault was already empty. The Gringotts goblins are furious. They're saying it's the first time anyone's ever tried. The first time anyone's ever succeeded, Harry finished quietly. He felt cold. The timeline was clear. Hagrid had taken the stone on Harry's birthday. They had brought it to Hogwarts. And someone had tried to steal it from Gringotts just days later, finding the vault empty. Quirrell. Or the thing on Quirrell. It had gone to Gringotts first. It had failed. And now it was here, in the castle, sniffing around the third-floor corridor. The attempt had been desperate, clumsy. The kind of move a starving, impatient creature would make. What was in the vault? Ron wondered aloud. Something Hagrid was collecting for Dumbledore, Harry said, his voice distant. Something very valuable. Valuable enough to bring here for safekeeping. Hermione was piecing it together, her logical mind whirring. In the third-floor corridor, Dumbledore said it was forbidden, that death awaited anyone who went in. He wasn't just giving a warning. He was giving a reason. He's hiding whatever it is in there. Ron paled. So someone's after it. Someone who broke into Gringotts. Their eyes met. The mystery was no longer abstract. It was a threat, physically present, layered over the map of their school. Harry said nothing. He looked into the common room fire, its magical flames dancing in cheerful, oblivious reds and golds. He knew what it was. He knew who was after it. And he knew the break-in at Gringotts was the act of a creature that was running out of time and options. The trap was set. The bait was in place. The Guardian was watching. And the thief was getting desperate. And he, Harry Potter, was the only one who could see the whole board. The weight of it was immense. But as he sat there, he felt a tiny, twiggy movement in his inner pocket. Twig, shifting in its sleep. A small life, saved. He couldn't fight a war yet. He wasn't ready. But he could do this. He could protect the small things. He could learn. He could watch. And he could prepare. The knowledge was a heavy cloak. But he was starting to learn how to stand straight beneath it. October bled into Hogwarts with a creeping chill and a cascade of falling leaves that turned the grounds into a tapestry of fire and gold. The castle itself seemed to lean into the season, the torches burning lower and warmer, the suits of armor acquiring a faint, rusty scent of damp. For Harry, the changing atmosphere was a constant, low thrum of additional sensation. The magic of the castle deepened, became more introspective, as if drawing into itself for the coming winter. The knowledge of Quirrell and the stone was a lodestone in his chest, pulling his thoughts constantly towards the third-floor corridor and the defense against the dark arts classroom. He attended Quirrell's lessons with a tense, hyper-vigilant focus. Every stuttered word, every nervous glance, was a clue. Harry watched the faint, sickly violet aura that leaked from beneath the turban, a stain only he could see. It seemed to pulse in time with his scar's occasional, icy throbs, a silent, hateful communication between the fragment of Voldemort and the mark it had left. In class, Quirrell lectured in a rambling, fearful monotone about vampires and hags, jumping at his own shadow. The other students snickered. Harry felt only a cold, detached pity for the man, and a colder fury for the parasite writing him. The magical theory Quirrell attempted to teach was sound, but it was delivered with no conviction, as if he was reading from a script he didn't understand. Harry learned more from the textbook than the teacher. His own magic continued to be a source of quiet astonishment and constant discipline. In charms, they moved on to the locking spell, Colloportus. While others produced feeble, sticky clicks, Harry's spells settled on doors with a soft, final thunk, as if the wood had grown an extra, invisible deadbolt. In Transfiguration, transforming a mouse into a snuffbox, his snuffbox emerged not just shaped correctly, but with a delicate, engraved pattern of leaves that he hadn't consciously intended. Professor McGonagall had picked it up, turned it over in her hands, and said nothing, but her magic had given a sharp, curious chime. He was learning to hide these flourishes, to aim for competent, not extraordinary. But his magic had a will of its own, a creativity that bubbled up at the edges. It wanted to play, to explore, to be beautiful as well as functional. Restraining it was like holding back a river with his hands. His refuge was the small, living secret of Twig. The bowtruckle had become his silent shadow, peeking from his pocket during solitary walks, chittering softly at night from its nest behind the trunk. It was a connection to a simpler, purer magic, the magic of growing things, of uncomplicated loyalties. Harry smuggled apple cores and bits of bark for it, and in return, Twig's presence was a calming, green balm against the darkness he now knew walked the halls. Ron and Hermione remained his anchors in the human world, though they pulled him in opposite directions. Ron's world was Quidditch, chess, and complaining about homework, a comforting blanket of normalcy. Hermione's was a relentless pursuit of excellence, a constant, buzzing pressure to achieve. Their bickering was a background noise to Harry's internal storm. Honestly, Ron, if you'd just read the chapter on self-stirring cauldrons, you'd know why adding the lacewing flies before the stewed mandrake is catastrophic. Hermione huffed one afternoon in the common room, slamming her potions book shut. Who cares? It's just Snape looking for an excuse to fail us, Ron muttered, moving his knight on the chessboard. Check. And I don't see you brewing perfect potions, Miss Know-It-All. I'm trying to help. You're being a nag. Harry, pretending to read Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, felt a familiar tension headache building. Their magics clashed in the air, Ron's a spiky, defensive red, Hermione's a brittle, frustrated amber. He was about to suggest they both take a walk when a sudden, violent wave of nausea washed over him. It wasn't physical. It was magical. A thick, putrid wave of wrongness crashed through the castle's usual harmonies. It was a magic of brute strength, of swampy stagnation, of mindless hunger. It was foul, primal, and huge. It came from below, from the dungeons, and it was moving. He shot to his feet, the book tumbling from his lap. Ron and Hermione broke off their argument, staring at him. Harry, what's wrong? Ron asked. Do you feel that? Harry whispered, his hand going to his forehead. His scar was a silent, cold coal, but his magical senses were screaming. Feel what? Hermione looked around, alarmed. They couldn't sense it. Of course they couldn't. This wasn't a wizard's magic. This was something else. A beast. A big one. Something's in the castle, he said, his voice tight. Something bad. Before they could question him further, the portrait hole burst open and the Weasley twins exploded into the common room, their faces alight with gleeful terror. You will not believe what we just saw. Fred gasped, leaning on the back of a sofa. Peeves is having the time of his afterlife. George continued, his eyes wide. He smashed a statue on the second floor and is yelling about a troll. They finished in unison. Pandemonium. The common room erupted in shouts and screams. Percy Weasley puffed up, trying to take charge. Prefects. Led everyone to the dormitories. The teachers will handle it. A troll. The putrid wave of magic made sense now. A mountain troll. In Hogwarts. On Halloween. The coincidence was too perfect. Harry's mind, cold and clear, made the connection instantly. A diversion. While the staff were scrambling to deal with a troll. In the dungeons, someone would have a clear path to the third-floor corridor. Quirrell. The parasite was making its move. The crowd of Gryffindors began to herd towards the stairs, a river of panicked scarlet and gold. Harry hung back, pulling Ron and Hermione into a corner. It's a diversion, he said, his voice low and urgent. For the stone. Ron's face went blank with shock. Hermione's eyes widened. How do you know? Harry, that's... I just know, he said, the truth burning in his throat. We have to warn someone. Dumbledore. Or McGonagall. They'll be hunting the troll. Ron said. Then we find them. Or we stop Quirrell ourselves. Hermione looked at him as if he'd sprouted another head. Stop a teacher. Harry, we're first years. We should do as Percy says. A cold certainty settled over Harry. Doing nothing was not an option. The thief was moving. He could feel the wrongness of the troll's magic, a stinking beacon below. And he could feel, like a plucked string, a shift in the foul, violet aura he associated with Quirrell. It was moving, slithering upwards, towards the forbidden corridor. I'm going, he said, and turned towards the portrait hole, against the tide of students. You're mad. Ron hissed, but after a second's hesitation, he followed. If you get killed, your mum'll kill me. Hermione let out a strangled noise of frustration and scurried after them. Fine, but if we're doing this, we need a plan. And we need to not get expelled. They slipped out into the deserted corridor. The castle was eerily quiet, the usual buzz of magic strained and anxious. The torches flickered. Harry led the way, not with sight, but by following the twin signatures, the brute, swampy pulse of the troll, and the slithering, poisonous thread of Quirrell Voldemort. How do you know where you're going? Hermione whispered, her voice trembling. I can, sort of feel it, Harry said, which was true, if not the whole truth. They were on the second-floor landing when the smell hit them, the overwhelming stench of old socks and dirty toilet water. A low, guttural grunting echoed from a corridor to their left. The troll's magic was a suffocating blanket here, drowning out all other sensation. It's close, Ron whimpered, his knuckles white on his wand. And then they heard it. Not the troll. A girl's scream, high and piercing with terror, coming from the girls' bathroom down the hall. Hermione froze. That's the bathroom. I was in there earlier, I was upset. Understanding dawned on Harry. In the chaos, someone had been left behind. The troll was heading right for them. The plan to stop Quirrell evaporated. A life was in immediate danger. Without a word, all three of them ran towards the scream. They skidded to a halt in the doorway of the bathroom. The scene was a nightmare. The troll was enormous, 12 feet tall, its skin a dull, granite gray, its body like a piled heap of boulders. It held a gigantic wooden club, which it swung idly, smashing sinks to porcelain shreds. Cowering in a corner, behind a row of wrecked stalls, was a girl with long, black hair, Parvati Patil, her magic a frantic, pulsing cloud of terror. The troll hadn't seen her yet. It was grunting, poking at the broken sinks with its club, confused by the noise and the water spraying everywhere. We need to distract it, Harry breathed. Lead it away. How? Ron squeaked. Harry's mind raced. His magic surged, eager, volatile. He could feel the troll's magic, a dense, stupid, aggressive fog. He could try to communicate, to persuade, but no. This wasn't a bowtruckle. This was a force of mindless destruction. It wouldn't understand gentle persuasion. Hey! Hermione suddenly shrieked, stepping forward. Over here, you great, ugly lump. She threw a piece of broken porcelain. It bounced off the troll's head. The creature turned slowly, its tiny eyes blinking stupidly. Then it saw them. It let out a roar that shook the walls and raised its club. Run! Harry yelled. But Parvati was frozen in the corner. The troll took a lurching step towards her. Harry didn't think. He raised his wand. Not at the troll, but at the club. He didn't have a spell. He had an idea. He poured his will into the wood, not to break it, but to change its relationship with gravity. To make it impossibly, magnetically heavy. De primo. He shouted, a spell he'd seen in one of his textbooks. A bolt of deep blue light shot from his wand and struck the club. Not a spell of force, but of profound weight. The troll's arm wrenched downward with a sickening crack. The club slammed into the floor, embedding itself in the stone tiles. The troll bellowed in pain and confusion, tugging uselessly at its suddenly anchored weapon. It was an opening. Parvati, now! Hermione screamed. Parvati scrambled forward, slipping on the wet floor. Ron grabbed her arm and hauled her towards the door. The troll, enraged, abandoned its club and turned towards Harry, its good arm swinging. Harry dove sideways, the massive fist whistling past his ear and cratering the wall where his head had been. The magic of the castle stone cried out in protest. He rolled to his feet, heart hammering. The troll was between him and the door. Ron, Hermione, and Parvati were in the corridor, screaming for him. The troll charged. It was a wall of stinking, deadly flesh. Harry's magic boiled. He couldn't outrun it. He couldn't hide. He had to stop it. He remembered the water. The broken pipes, spraying in arcs across the room. Water. A conductor. He didn't have a lightning spell. But he had power. Raw, unshaped power. And a desperate need. As the troll bore down on him, he pointed his wand not at the creature, but at the largest geyser of water spraying between them. He focused all his will, all the churning energy of the sea inside him, into a single, sharp command. Fulmin. It wasn't a real spell. It was a wish. A demand for lightning. His wand didn't shoot a bolt. It became a conduit. A brilliant, blinding fork of white gold energy, sizzling with the sound of tearing air, erupted from the tip and jumped to the water. The spray became a net of live electricity. The energy crawled up the water, hit the troll's sodden hide, and exploded. The troll froze. A network of crackling light raced over its body. It shuddered violently, every muscle locked. A sound emerged from it, a choked, gurgling roar that died in its throat. Then, with a final, massive tremor, it toppled forward like a felled tree, crashing to the soaked floor, sending up a wave of filthy water. It lay still, smoke curling from its skin, the stench of ozone and burnt hair overpowering the bathroom smell. Silence, broken only by the hiss of spraying water and the drip of broken pipes. Harry stood, panting, his wand arm trembling. The magic inside him was receding, a tide pulling back from a shore it had scorched. He felt hollowed out, yet vibrating with spent energy. The air crackled with residual power, and his own magical signature blazed in the small room like a sun, visible even to his own eyes as a corona of gold and emerald. Footsteps thundered in the corridor. Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell burst into the bathroom, wands drawn. They stopped, staring at the scene, the wreckage, the smoldering troll, and Harry, standing alone in the center of it all, his wand still pointed at the fallen beast. McGonagall's face was sheet white, her magic a shocked, rigid silver. Snape's black eyes swept from the troll to Harry, his expression unreadable, but his magic coiling tight like a spring. Quirrell took one look at the troll, let out a feeble whimper, and fainted dead away, crumpling to the wet floor. The violet aura around him flickered violently. Merlin's beard, McGonagall whispered. Snape strode forward, his eyes never leaving Harry. He knelt beside the troll, examining it with quick, precise movements. Stunned, severely, by a massive electrical discharge. Not a standard spell. His gaze lifted to Harry. What happened, Potter? The voice was dangerously soft. Harry lowered his wand, his mind scrambling. He couldn't explain. He shouldn't have been able to do that. It was going to kill me. I aimed at the water. I didn't know what would happen. You didn't know, Snape repeated, his tone dripping with disbelief. He stood, his robes dripping. A first year, producing an uncontrolled, high-energy atmospheric charm of that magnitude. How fortuitous. McGonagall seemed to recover some of her composure. The point is, he's alive. And he seems to have saved himself and, from what Miss Granger is babbling outside, Miss Potter as well. She looked at Harry, her stern face softening a fraction with what might have been awe. Foolish, brave, incredibly reckless, 50 points to Gryffindor, Mr. Potter. And a week's detention for being out of your dormitory during a lockdown. It was a bizarre, surreal punishment. Harry just nodded. Snape's eyes flicked to Quirrell, who was being revived by McGonagall with a gentle renervate. The defense teacher sat up, gibbering with fear. But Harry saw it, for a split second, as Quirrell's eyes met Snape's, the fear was undercut by a flash of pure, venomous rage. And from beneath the turban, the violet aura lashed out like a whip, not at Snape, but towards Harry, a tendril of cold, hateful attention. It touched the edges of his blazing magical signature. Harry felt a slimy, invasive probe, a taste of rotten lemons and cold ash. He instinctively recoiled, throwing up the mental walls Ragnarok and the Goblin Stone had helped him build. The probe snapped back. Quirrell's eyes widened, just for an instant. He had felt it. He had felt the depth, the power, the newness of Harry's magic. Snape, noticing the exchange, stepped subtly between them, his own dark magic flaring in a protective, threatening wall. Quirrell is unwell, Minerva. The shock. I will see him to the hospital wing. You deal with the aftermath. He helped a trembling Quirrell to his feet, his grip firm, almost cruel. As they passed Harry, Snape leaned close. His voice was a whisper of silken poison, for Harry's ears alone. Such a loud noise you make, Potter. You would do well to remember that in a forest, the loudest creature is often the first to be hunted. Then he was gone, steering Quirrell away. The threat hung in the damp, charged air. McGonagall was shepherding him out, fussing over him, asking if he was hurt. Ron and Hermione rushed to him, their faces pale with shock and relief. Parvati was sobbing quietly, surrounded by friends. But Harry heard none of it. He was staring down the empty corridor where Snape and Quirrell had disappeared. The diversion had failed. Quirrell hadn't reached the stone. But something else had happened. He had revealed himself, not as the boy who lived, but as a wizard of unpredictable, immense power. To Snape, and to the thing on Quirrell's head. The parasite knew he was different now. It had tasted his magic. And Snape's warning echoed in his bones. He was loud, and he was being hunted. The cliffhanger of the chapter, Harry's extraordinary power has been exposed to both his suspected enemy and his ambiguous guardian. The troll is defeated, but the real danger has just sharpened its focus. The hunt is now unmistakably on, and Harry is no longer just a curious bystander, he is a prime target. The aftermath of the troll was a quiet, humming tension that settled over Harry like a second skin. Points were awarded, detentions assigned, and a school-wide story circulated. Harry Potter, in a spectacular fluke of underage magic, had somehow conducted a burst of plumbing lightning to save a fellow student. It was dramatic, improbable, and just magical enough to be believed. The truth, the focused, desperate channeling of his unsealed core, remained his secret. But it was a secret that now had witnesses. He could feel the change in the way people looked at him. It was no longer just awe for the boy who lived. It was a flicker of uncertainty, of reassessment. The first year who'd faced down a mountain troll and won. The whispers in the corridors had a new, sharper edge. In the days that followed, the magical signatures around him seemed to recalibrate. Ron's warm, campfire glow held a new, steadfast note of loyalty, tinged with protective worry. Hermione's bright amber beam was often focused on him with a mixture of admiration and deep, analytical concern. She had seen the blast, the raw power, and her logical mind was struggling to fit it into the known laws of magic. And then there were the teachers. Professor Flitwick chirped a little higher when he called on Harry in charms, his shimmering cord of magic vibrating with intense curiosity. Professor McGonagall's sharp silver gaze lingered on him longer, her magic a precise, probing instrument seeking flaws in the story. But it was the two signatures from the bathroom that mattered most. Quirrell's muffled gray aura now held a constant, thin thread of that cold, violet attention. It was like being watched by a spider from across the room. During defense lessons, Harry could feel it brushing against his shields, a sickly, persistent probe. The parasite was curious, hungry. It had tasted his power and wanted to understand it. Harry kept his head down, his magic pulled in tight, presenting the image of a tired, perhaps traumatized boy. He answered questions in a monotone, performed simple spells with deliberate, average slowness. He played small. Snape was a different problem. The potions master's dark, coiled magic no longer just watched him with hostile suspicion. It analyzed him. In the dungeon classroom, Snape's questions became more esoteric, less about textbook recall and more about intuitive understanding. "Potter," he said one Tuesday, his voice like oiled silk in the quiet dungeon. "The shrinking solution. Why is it essential to add the daisy roots after the caterpillar juice has turned the potion orange, and not a moment before?" It wasn't in the book. It was a question of cause and effect, of magical catalyst theory. Harry, who had been feeling the simmering potion's magical transition like a shift in musical key, answered without thinking. Because the daisy roots act as a stabilizer for the transformation. If added during the caterpillar juice's active phase, they'd become a reactant instead, causing an uncontrolled chain shrink that would reduce the cauldron to the size of a thimble. The dungeon went silent. Malfoy sneered, not understanding. Hermione's hand, which had shot up, slowly lowered. Snape stared at him, his black eyes inscrutable. Adequate, Snape murmured, the word seeming to cost him something. He turned away, but for the rest of the lesson, Harry felt that analytical gaze like a physical weight. Snape wasn't just trying to catch him out. He was trying to map him. To understand the shape and depth of the power that had unleashed the lightning. The only respite was the sky. Oliver Wood, the burly, passionately insane captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, had cornered Harry with the intensity of a missionary. His magical signature was a robust, healthy oak brown, pulsing with a singular, fanatical love for the sport. "Potter. The Seeker. McGonagall's told me all about it. Natural talent. Once in a generation. We start training tomorrow at dawn." And so, as November's frost began to silver the grounds, Harry found himself soaring above the Quidditch pitch in the cold, pink morning air. And here, finally, the storm inside him found a perfect, glorious outlet. Flying wasn't like spellwork. It was pure, instinctive magic. The broom, a school clean sweep 7, was a live thing in his hands, its enchantments a cheerful, responsive hum. He didn't command it, he became it. His magic, usually a deep, contained sea, streamed out into the broomstick, becoming an extension of his will. When he leaned, it turned. When he thought up, it rose. It was like breathing. Wood's drills were grueling, diving for tiny, winged snitch replicas, weaving through enchanted iron hoops that tried to clip his elbows, dodging bludgers hit by the Weasley twins with malicious glee. Harry didn't just manage, he excelled. His new senses gave him an almost preternatural awareness of the pitch. He could feel the bludgers coming like pressure changes in the air, could see the magical trail of the tiny snitch as a shimmering gold thread against the blue sky. He flew with a reckless, joyful abandon that made Wood whoop and the twins exchange looks of impressed disbelief. On the broom, he wasn't the boy with the secret, or the target, or the savior. He was just Harry. Fast, Free. It was during one of these early morning sessions that he saw it. A flicker of movement from a high, dark window in the castle, the window of the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. A figure stood there, watching. Not with the twitching nervousness of Quirrell, but with a still, dark intensity. Snape. Even from hundreds of feet away, Harry could feel the focused beam of that magic, watching his every dive, every turn. It wasn't a coach's gaze. It was a strategist's, assessing a new piece on the board. A potentially volatile piece. The first Quidditch match of the season arrived, Gryffindor versus Slytherin. The anticipation was a fever in the castle. The Great Hall on match day was a cacophony of roaring magic, scarlet and gold battling emerald and silver in the air. Harry, pulling on his scarlet Quidditch robes in the changing room, felt a nervous energy that was entirely his own, not his magic's. His magic was calm, ready, like a drawn bowstring. Just remember, Potter, Wood said, gripping his shoulders, his oak-brown magic blazing with fervor. The snitch is everything. Catch it, or die trying. They walked out onto the pitch to deafening noise. The sky was a clear, hard blue. Madame Hooch released the balls, and the game exploded into life. Harry rose above the fray, his eyes scanning, his senses expanded. The world narrowed to the wind in his ears, the chants of the crowd, a roaring ocean of magic below, and the elusive, golden pulse of the snitch. He weaved around a bludger, feeling its angry, leather-clad magic whistle past him. He saw Marcus Flint, the Slytherin captain, try to veer into him, a slight twitch of his broom and he was gone, leaving Flint clutching empty air. And then he saw it. A flash of gold near the Slytherin goalposts. He dove, a scarlet bullet. The Slytherin seeker, a wiry boy named Higgs, saw it too and shot towards it. They were neck and neck, hurtling towards the ground. Then, disaster. His broom gave a sudden, violent jerk. It wasn't a mechanical fault. It was a magical one. A foreign, malicious will had gripped the enchantments of his clean sweep and was trying to buck him off. The broom spun in a wild circle, then shot straight up into the air, then plummeted towards the stands. The crowd gasped. Harry clung on, his hands slick with sweat. He could feel the attack, a hot, spiteful, external magic wrestling with his broom's own gentle hum. It was a duel happening in the wood and twigs beneath him. He poured his own magic into the broom, not to fight the foreign spell directly, but to reinforce the broom's loyalty, to remind it of his hands, his will. The broom shuddered, caught between two masters. High in the stands, he saw Hermione, her amber magic a frantic beacon. She wasn't watching him. She was looking at the teacher's stand, her expression fierce. Then she was gone, weaving through the crowd. His broom looped the loop, trying to dislodge him. He held on, his magic locked in a desperate, invisible struggle. He could feel the source of the attack now. It wasn't from the Slytherin stands. It was from the teacher's stand. The magic was sharp, focused, and full of hate. But as he focused, he realized it wasn't the cold, violet hatred of Quirrell's parasite. This was a cleaner, hotter hatred. A human one. He risked a glance. On the staff bench, Professor Quirrell was muttering, his eyes fixed on Harry, a faint, sickly sweat on his brow. But right next to him, Professor Snape's eyes were also locked on Harry, his lips moving almost imperceptibly, his gaze burning with intense, unwavering concentration. Snape. The thought was a shock. But the magic felt right. Sharp, controlled, powerful. Snape was trying to kill him. Or at least, seriously maim him. Rage, cold and pure, cut through Harry's fear. This man, whose magic was kin to the theft, who watched him like a specimen, was now attacking him in front of the whole school. The sea within him roared, wanting to lash out, to strike back along the magical connection and burn the attacker to ash. But he couldn't. He had to stay on the broom. He had to win. He saw Hermione again, now at the base of the teacher's stand. She was crouched, her wand out. A moment later, a small, bright jet of flame shot from her wand and hit the hem of Snape's robes. Snape jumped, his concentration broken for a split second. The malicious grip on Harry's broom faltered. It was all Harry needed. He wrenched his will and his magic through the broom, re-establishing full control. The clean sweep stopped bucking and shot forward, responding to him like a grateful dog. And there, right in front of his face, was the snitch. It had been hovering, perhaps curious about the chaos. His hand snapped out. His fingers closed around the tiny, beating golden ball. The whistle blew. The crowd erupted. Gryffindor had won. He landed to a mob of screaming red and gold. He was pulled from his broom, hoisted onto shoulders. Through the celebrating throng, he saw Snape, stomping out of the stands, his robes smoking slightly, his face a mask of fury. And he saw Quirrell, looking pale and confused, the violet aura around him swirling with what looked like disappointment. In the changing room, amid the chaos and Wood's tearful joy, Hermione and Ron burst in. It was Snape. Ron panted. Hermione saw him. He was jinxing your broom. Hexing it. He was trying to kill you. I set his robes on fire, Hermione said, her voice trembling but fierce. It broke his eye contact. I read about it in theories of magical interference. Why would Snape want to kill Harry? Ron demanded, his magic a storm of indignation. Harry, toweling his hair, was quiet. He knew why. Or he thought he did. Snape had seen his power. He'd analyzed it. And he'd decided it was a threat. A threat to whatever game he was playing with Quirrell and the stone. Or a threat to the memory of James Potter, a son outshining the hated father. Or maybe Snape was just a Death Eater at heart, and Harry was a target of opportunity. But something nagged at him. The attack had been so public, so blatant. Snape was many things, but he wasn't stupid. And the magic, while hateful, hadn't felt like the cold, parasitic evil of Voldemort. It had felt personal. I don't know, Harry said finally. But we need to be careful. More careful. That night, in the roar of the Gryffindor victory party, Harry sat by the fire, the snitch still clutched in his hand. The adrenaline had faded, leaving a cold, hard clarity. The lines were drawn. Quirrell and his parasite wanted the stone, and were now deeply curious about him. Snape, for reasons of his own, wanted him dead or at least removed from the board. He was in a lion's den, and two different kinds of predators were circling. He looked at the tiny, golden ball in his palm. It had wings, now folded. It had been the prize. But it felt hollow. The real game wasn't played on a Quidditch pitch. It was played in shadowed corridors and behind locked doors. He had won today. He had survived. But as the party raged around him, Harry Potter made a quiet, firm decision. Survival wasn't enough anymore. He couldn't just react, couldn't just hide and defend. It was time to stop being a piece on the board. It was time to make a move of his own. The victory party's roar faded into a dull, headache-inducing memory. The adrenaline that had carried Harry through the match and Snape's broom jinx evaporated, leaving behind a residue of cold, sharp clarity. The common room, strewn with debris and echoing with the snores of over-sugared students, felt like a painted backdrop. The real world was the one of silent spells and watching eyes. He lay awake long after Ron's celebratory snoring filled the dormitory. The snitch was a hard, cool sphere in his hand under the pillow. His magic, tired from the flight and the struggle, was a quiet, deep tide. But his mind churned. Snape had tried to kill him. Publicly. Recklessly. It made no tactical sense unless the man was truly unhinged with hatred. Harry remembered the look on Snape's face as his robes smoldered. Fury, yes, but beneath it, a flash of something else. Frustration. As if Harry had ruined a carefully laid plan, not just a murder attempt. And Quirrell. The parasite had been watching too. Had it hoped Snape would succeed? Or had it hoped Harry would die revealing his power in self-defense? The cold, violet attention since the troll incident was a constant itch between his shoulder blades. He couldn't just go to Dumbledore. Sir, Professor Snape tried to murder me during the Quidditch match. With what proof? A feeling. A magical signature only he could see. They'd think he was paranoid, or seeking attention. And revealing his sensitivity to magic might lead to questions about Gringotts, about the unsealing. Ragnarok's warning echoed, guard this truth. No. He had to understand the game before he could change the rules. He needed information. Not library information. Secret information. He waited until the deep night hush was absolute. Then he slipped from his bed, pulled the invisibility cloak from his trunk, and pocketed the smooth goblin stone. Twig, sensing his movement, chirped sleepily from its nest. Harry offered it a crumb of comfort, then became a whisper in the sleeping tower. He didn't head for the third-floor corridor. That was a trap, watched by too many. Instead, he followed a different pull. The memory of the mirror. The Mirror of Erised, with its seductive, lying magic. It was a powerful object, left in an abandoned classroom. Why? Dumbledore didn't do things by accident. The mirror was a tool, or a test. Harry needed to know which. He found the room again, the tapestry covering the mirror undisturbed. He pulled it aside. The ornate mirror stood there, waiting. His reflection looked back, tired and pale. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the people materialized behind him. His parents. Their smiles were no less heartbreaking. The longing was a physical ache, a hollow in his chest the sea of magic couldn't fill. But this time, he was ready. He didn't fall into the vision. He observed it. He let the feeling wash over him, and then he pushed past it, focusing his magical senses on the mirror itself. Its enchantment was a masterwork. A complex, layered weave of illusion and desire magic. It didn't just show a fantasy, it pulled it from the deepest chambers of the heart and made it real to the senses. But as he probed, gently, with a thread of his own awareness, he felt something else. A second layer, newer, woven over the original enchantment. This magic was different. It was pedagogical. It had a fingerprint he was beginning to recognize, a vast, serene, sun-dappled forest. Dumbledore. Dumbledore had re-enchanted the mirror. For a purpose. Harry stepped closer, ignoring the beautiful, phantom hands on his shoulders. He looked not at the reflection of his family, but at the very top of the mirror's frame, where an inscription was carved in tiny, elegant letters. He hadn't noticed it before. Erised straw eru oytube kafru oyt on woshi. Nonsense. But his mind, used to parsing magical intent, shifted the letters. I show not your face but your heart's desire. A warning. And below, almost invisible, another line, newer, in a different script. The treasure lies with the seeker, but the gift is for the worthy. The stone. It had to be. The mirror wasn't just hiding it, it was guarding it with a riddle. To get the stone, you had to want it, but not to use it. You had to want to find it, but not for personal gain. A protection that tested desire itself. So Dumbledore had moved the stone here, into a test of character. And he'd left the mirror in an empty classroom, as if waiting for someone to find it. Bait, again, but subtler. A soft sound made him freeze. Not in the room. Outside, in the corridor. The careful, nearly silent tread of someone who did not wish to be heard. The magical signature was a controlled, dark simmer. Snape. Harry's heart leapt into his throat. He threw the cloak over himself and pressed into the shadows by the wall, pulling his magic in until he was a void. The door opened. Snape stood silhouetted in the doorway, his black robes blending with the darkness. He didn't enter. His head turned slowly, taking in the room, the uncovered mirror. His gaze swept over the spot where Harry stood, and for a terrifying second, Harry was sure those black eyes saw right through the cloak. Snape's magic probed the air, a cold, searching tendril. It brushed over Harry's shields, hesitated, and moved on. Snape's lips thinned. He was looking at the mirror. At Harry's reflection. No, the mirror showed the heart's desire of the viewer. What did Snape see? His face, in the dim light, was unreadable, but a complex storm of emotion roiled in his magical signature, a bitter brew of longing, regret, and self-loathing so intense it was almost a taste in the air. He stood there for a full minute, a statue of silence and shadow. Then, with a soft, disdainful sniff, he turned and left, closing the door behind him. His footsteps retreated. Harry didn't move for a long time. Snape hadn't come to hide the mirror. He'd come to check on it. To see if the bait had been taken. He was part of Dumbledore's plan. The Guardian, checking the trap. But if he was the Guardian, why jinx the broom? To push Harry out of the way. To keep him from stumbling into things he shouldn't. Or was there another player Harry hadn't seen? He left the room, his mind a whirlpool of new questions. He was closer to the truth of the stone's protection, but no closer to understanding the thieves and guardians surrounding it. The next day, he sought out Hermione. He found her in the library, buried behind a stack of books thicker than she was. Her amber magic was a focused laser of study. Hermione, I need your help. She looked up, surprised. Harry rarely asked for help outright. Of course. Is it the potions essay? Because I think Snape's expecting an analysis of the uses of Moonstone, not just a list, and I've found a fascinating footnote in magical mineralogy. It's not homework, Harry interrupted, sitting down. He lowered his voice. I need to know about Nicholas Flamel. Her eyes widened. Flamel, the alchemist. Harry, that's not on any syllabus. Why? He'd prepared for this. Something Hagrid said, when we were in Diagon Alley. He mentioned collecting a package for Dumbledore from a vault that belonged to Flamel. And now, with the break-in, I just have a feeling they're connected. Hermione's face lit with the thrill of a research challenge. Her magic buzzed excitedly. A feeling. That's not very logical, Harry. But, it is curious. A break-in at a famous alchemist's vault. And Dumbledore involved, she tapped her chin. He's the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. That's a substance that produces the elixir of life, and turns base metals into gold. He's over 600 years old. The Philosopher's Stone. The name landed between them with the weight of a fallen star. The screaming red rock from Gringotts. The ultimate prize. The answer to eternal life. Of course that's what the thief would want. A body. Power. Immortality. So that's what's hidden here, Harry said quietly. That's what's on the 3rd floor. Hermione gasped, clapping a hand over her mouth. The Philosopher's Stone. Harry, that's incredibly dangerous. If someone like you know who, she couldn't finish the sentence, her face pale. He's not dead, Harry said, the words leaving his lips before he could stop them. Not completely. Hermione stared at him, her logical world cracking. How could you possibly know that? He couldn't tell her about the leeching threads, the parasitic echo on Quirrell. A dream, he said lamely. Bad dreams. And, things just feel wrong. With Quirrell. With Snape. Hermione studied him, her intelligent eyes missing nothing. She knew he was hiding something. But she also trusted him. All right, she said slowly. Let's assume you're right. The stone is here. Someone is after it. What do? We find out everything we can about Flamel, about the stone, about how it might be protected. You're better at research than anyone. And, we watch. We be careful. It was a thin plan, but it was a start. He was sharing the burden, just a little. Hermione, after a moment's hesitation, nodded, her expression turning resolute. I'll start in the restricted section. I'll need a note from a teacher, but I can ask Professor McGonagall for extra credit on ancient alchemical texts. Over the next week, a fragile, secret alliance formed. Hermione delved into books, emerging with notes on the properties of the stone, famous theft attempts, and Flamel's known associates. Harry fed her crumbs, hints about 3-headed dogs and enchanted chess sets, things he'd sensed during his nocturnal exploration. Together, they pieced together a picture of the obstacles guarding the stone. Harry, meanwhile, practiced. Not just spells, but his unique senses. In empty classrooms, he would take out the goblin stone and try to see further, clearer. He learned to distinguish the magical flavors of different people, McGonagall's sharp silver, Flitwick's shimmering cord, even the gentle, earthy brown of Hagrid. He could now track a person's magical residue like a scent, if it was fresh enough. He used this to follow Quirrell one evening. The defense professor's trail was a thin, gray smear, overlaid with the faint, sticky violet residue. It led not to the 3rd floor, but to the edge of the forbidden forest. Harry watched from the shadows of the castle as Quirrell stood at the tree line, seemingly talking to himself, his body trembling. The violet aura flared, agitated. He was arguing with the parasite. About the stone. About Harry. About failure. Harry couldn't hear the words, but the emotions were clear. Desperation on Quirrell's part, cold, furious impatience from the other. Then, as Quirrell turned to slink back inside, something happened. The parasite's attention lashed out, not at Quirrell, but in a wide, searching arc. It passed over the grounds, a wave of cold, hateful scrutiny. It touched the edges of Harry's concealed signature. He clamped down, hardening his shields, picturing a stone at the bottom of a deep, still well. The search passed over him. But it had come close. Too close. Quirrell paused, looking directly towards Harry's hiding spot. For a moment, his face was not that of a stuttering fool, but of a man possessed by a chilling, intelligent malice. Then the mask slipped back on, and he scurried inside. The message was received. The thief knew someone was watching. It was tightening its security. The confrontation came sooner than he expected. 2 days later, after potions, Snape cornered him in the dungeon corridor, his body blocking the way to the stairs. The air grew cold and thick. Potter. A word. Ron, beside Harry, looked ready to protest, but a glare from Snape sent him stumbling back. Wait for me upstairs, Harry said quietly, his eyes never leaving Snape's. When they were alone, Snape leaned in. You have been asking questions, Potter. About things that do not concern you. I don't know what you mean, sir. Do not play the fool with me. It is a role that suits you ill. Snape's voice was a low, dangerous purr. The Philosopher's Stone. Nicholas Flamel. These are not topics for children's gossip. Your curiosity will get you killed. Or worse, it will get others killed. Are you threatening me, Professor? Harry asked, meeting that black gaze. He let a little of the sea's cold depth show in his eyes, not a surge of power, but a glimpse of the abyss beneath. Snape went very still. He had seen it. I am stating a fact, he said, but his voice had lost a fraction of its certainty. There are forces at play you cannot comprehend. Your father's arrogance led him to interfere in matters beyond his skill. It appears the trait is hereditary. Stay out of the third-floor corridor, Potter. For your own good. Is that why you tried to kill me during the Quidditch match? Harry asked bluntly. For my own good. A muscle twitched in Snape's jaw. The air crackled with his magic, a storm held in check. You think you understand what you saw, he hissed. You understand nothing. The world is not split into good people and Death Eaters, Potter. We are all capable of darkness. Even those who wear the guise of a teacher. He leaned even closer, his breath cold. Heed my warning, or your mother's sacrifice will have been for nothing. He swept away, leaving Harry standing alone in the gloomy corridor, the words hanging in the air like poison. Your mother's sacrifice. Snape had known Lily Potter. The hatred for James was personal. But the mention of his mother, that was different. That was a raw nerve, exposed and salted. Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower, his mind reeling. Snape's warning was genuine, he felt that much. But it was also a deflection. The man was hiding something, playing a double, or maybe triple, game. That night, the dream returned. Not of the green light, but of the leeching threads. This time, he saw them clearly, dark, sticky. Filaments leading from his own infant body, stretching into a terrible, shapeless darkness that laughed with a high, cold voice. And weaving around them, trying to sever them, was a silver light, his mother's protection. And beside it, a darker, more complex magic, trying not to sever, but to redirect the threads, to control the siphon. The magic tasted of potions and bitterness. Snape's magic. He woke with a gasp, drenched in cold sweat. Twig chittered anxiously from its nest. The pieces were there, hovering just out of reach. His mother. Snape. The binding. The theft. The stone. He got out of bed and went to the window. The moon was a slim sickle over the forbidden forest. He could feel the vast, sleeping magic of the castle, the dark pulse of the forest, the quiet desperation of the thing hiding in Quirrell's shadow. He was 11 years old. He had a sea of magic inside him that he was only beginning to sail. He had a thief to find, a guardian to decipher, and a weapon of immortality to protect. And he had a new, chilling suspicion. Snape hadn't placed the dark binding on him. But he might have known about it. He might have tried to alter it. For what purpose? To save him, or to control the power being stolen. Harry looked at his reflection in the dark window. The boy who looked back was pale, with shadows under his eyes that hadn't been there in September. But the eyes themselves were no longer just bright with curiosity. They were deep, old. They held the storm. He wasn't just Harry Potter, the boy who lived. He was the secret the goblins had unsealed. The variable Dumbledore hadn't planned for. The anomaly that made both the thief and the guardian nervous. He turned from the window. Sleep was gone. He had a book on advanced occlusion, the guarding of one's mind, that Hermione had found for him. He had a goblin stone to practice with. He had a bowtruckle to protect. The game was accelerating, and he was done just watching the pieces move. He would learn their rules. And then, he would write his own. The chapter ends with Harry, not as a passive victim or a reactive hero, but as a nascent strategist, realizing his unique perception makes him a wild card in a deadly game. The cliffhanger is the dawning, terrifying understanding of Snape's possible role in his past, and the resolve to actively shape his own destiny. December descended upon Hogwarts with a vengeance. It wasn't the gentle, festive snowfall of storybooks. It was a siege. Icy winds howled from the forbidden forest, hurling needles of frozen rain against the castle windows. The black lake grew a skin of iron-gray ice, and the towers stood like grim sentinels in the perpetual twilight. Inside, the castle fought back with roaring fires in every hearth and enchanted ever-burning candles, but a deep, stone-born chill seeped into the bones. For Harry, the cold was more than temperature. It was a sharpening of contrasts. The warm magical signatures of friends and fire glowed brighter against the pervasive gloom. But the dark, cold signatures, Snape's coiled knot, Quirrell's muffled gray with its violet rot, seemed to thrive in it, becoming more defined, more present. His scar ached more frequently, a dull, icy toothache in his skull that he learned to ignore through sheer force of will. His days settled into a new, purposeful rhythm. Mornings were for Quidditch practice in the biting dawn, where the sheer physicality of flight burned away the night's shadows. Classes were exercises in selective performance, showing enough competence to avoid suspicion, but sanding down any edges that might shine too brightly. He matched Hermione's results in charms, but with less flourish. He brewed potions to a hair's breadth of perfection, but never an ounce more. His nights, however, belonged to the secret war. He worked with Hermione's pilfered books on Occlumency. The theory was dry, building mental walls, clearing the mind, defending against magical intrusion. But for Harry, it wasn't about building walls. It was about managing the landscape. His mind wasn't an empty room to be guarded, it was a vast, stormy coastline. He couldn't stop the waves of emotion, of memory, of the magical awareness that constantly flowed in. Instead, he learned to let them wash through without pulling him under. He practiced focusing on a single, solid thing, the feel of the goblin stone in his hand, the steady rhythm of Twig's sleeping breaths, the carved grain of his bedpost, while the sea of his magic and senses churned around it. He was making the quiet inside him a choice. He also practiced seeing. With the goblin stone as a focus, he could now trace magical signatures over greater distances and with finer detail. He created a mental map of the castle's constant flows and the moving lights within it. He knew the patrol routes of Filch and Mrs. Norris by their dim, sour auras. He could tell when Peeves was near by the chaotic, poltergeist sparkle of his magic. He watched the comings and goings from the third-floor corridor like an astronomer tracking dangerous stars. Quirrell's pattern was one of mounting desperation. His forays to the forest edge grew more frequent, his arguments with the parasite more violent. The violet aura was eating the gray, consuming Quirrell's own magic like a cancer. The man was wasting away, his physical twitches becoming more pronounced, his eyes more hollow. Snape's pattern was one of vigilant tension. He was a black spider at the center of a web of watchful magic. His threads connected to Dumbledore's study, a steady, reporting line to the third-floor corridor, a vigilant tripwire, and, Harry now confirmed with a cold thrill of understanding, to Quirrell. A thin, almost invisible strand of obsidian dark magic, not friendly, but linked. A leash, or a monitor. Snape was keeping track of the threat. And then there was Dumbledore. The headmaster's sun-dappled forest magic was a constant, calming background presence, but it was rarely focused. Except sometimes, in the deep night, Harry would feel a gentle, vast awareness brush lightly over the castle, like a kindly giant checking on sleeping children. It always paused, just for a moment, on Gryffindor Tower. On him. It felt like a question, asked softly in the dark. The first Hogsmeade weekend arrived, a burst of promised freedom that only highlighted Harry's isolation. As a first year, he wasn't allowed to go. Ron and Hermione, full of apologetic excitement, left with the crowd, their signatures fading towards the village. The castle felt emptier, quieter. The chill seeped deeper. He used the opportunity. With the common room nearly deserted, he sat by the fire, the goblin stone in one hand, and deliberately cast his senses out, further than he ever had before. He wasn't looking for people. He was listening to the castle's bones. He sank into the hum of the ancient stones. Past the chatter of the common enchantments, past the pulse of the foundational wards, he sought older whispers. The magic of Hogwarts was a tapestry, and some threads were older and darker than others. And he found one. It was a cold, deep, silvery current, running far beneath the dungeons. It wasn't malevolent, but it was lonely, powerful, and sad. It felt like forgotten honor, like a promise made in blood and broken. It called to something in him, not to his magic, but to the solitude he'd carried since the cupboard. The Chamber of Secrets. The name surfaced from the whispers in the stone itself. A legend, a hidden place, a dormant danger. Its magic was sealed, silent, but the lock on it felt frayed. Not broken, but strained, as if something had recently pressed against it from the inside. Or the outside. A new piece on the board. An old one. He stored the knowledge away, a cold weight next to the secret of the stone. His solitude was broken by Neville Longbottom, who was also staying behind. Neville was in a state of panic, his magic a frantic, wobbling gray cloud. Harry. Thank goodness. It's Trevor. He's gone again, and I've looked everywhere, and if Professor Snape finds him in the dungeons. Harry, more to calm Neville than out of any hope, agreed to help. They searched the usual places, the greenhouses, the clock tower courtyard. As they passed the entrance to the staff room, Harry felt it. A familiar, tiny, woody signature. Trapped. And with it, the overpowering, bitter chemical and herbal smell of a potion storeroom. He's in there, Harry said, pointing to the staffroom door. We can't go in there. Neville squeaked. Wait here. Harry knocked. After a moment, the door was opened by none other than Professor Snape. He looked down his hooked nose at Harry, his black eyes immediately suspicious. The coiled, dark magic around him tightened. Potter. The village is that way, he said dryly, pointing vaguely. Sir, I'm sorry to bother you. It's Neville's toad, Trevor. We think he might have gotten inside. Snape's lip curled. Longbottom's amphibian has the survival instincts of its owner. It is not here. He began to shut the door. But Harry had already seen past him, into the room. It was a cozy, book-lined sitting room with a large fire. And there, on a high shelf beside a jar of dark, swirling beetles, was a small, glass terrarium. And inside the terrarium, peering out with bright, desperate eyes, was Twig. His bowtruckle. Captured. A bolt of pure, protective fury shot through Harry. His magic, usually a deep sea, flashed like a lightning strike beneath its surface. He barely kept it contained. Snape, sensing the sudden, violent shift in the air around Harry, paused. His eyes narrowed. Is there something else, Potter? Harry's gaze met Snape's. He forced his voice to be calm, flat. No, sir. My mistake. He took a step back, his mind racing. Snape had Twig. Why? As a potion ingredient. Bowtruckles were guardians, not components. As a curiosity. Or had he sensed the creature's connection to Harry, its tiny magic touched by his own? I suggest you return to your common room, Snape said softly, the threat implicit. Holidays are a time for rest, not for wandering. The door shut in his face. Harry stood there, fists clenched, his breath fogging in the cold corridor. The theft wasn't just of his past magic. It was of his present, his small, hard-won comforts. Snape had taken something that was his. He found Neville, sent him back to the tower with a promise to keep looking, then stalked away, a cold rage giving purpose to his steps. He didn't go to the common room. He went to the one place he knew held answers, and danger. The dungeons at night were a different world. The cheerful glow of the house elf kitchens was far away. Here, the torches guttered, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to cling to the damp walls. The magic was old, stagnant, and heavy with the residues of 1,000 dark brews and whispered secrets. He found Snape's private storeroom not by sight, but by following the strongest concentration of that bitter, chemical magic. The door was locked, of course, and warded with spells that tasted of acid and binding oaths. They were powerful, intricate. They would shred the magic of any normal witch or wizard who tried to force them. But Harry wasn't normal. And he wasn't trying to force. He placed his hand on the cold wood of the door. He closed his eyes. He thought of Twig, its twiggy fingers, its trusting chirps, the simple, green life of it. He poured that feeling into his magic, a clear, sharp note of righteous claim. This is mine. You have taken what is mine. He didn't attack the wards. He reasoned with them. He showed them the truth, as he felt it, an act of petty tyranny, a small life unjustly held. His magic, vast and deeply anchored in his own sense of justice, pressed against the wards not to break, but to convince. The complex spells shivered. They were designed against theft, against intrusion. They weren't designed to defend against a moral argument made manifest in raw power. With a soft click that echoed like a sigh in the silent corridor, the lock gave way. The wards didn't fall. They stepped aside, confused by this strange, compelling intruder who spoke the language of magical intent, not brute force. Harry slipped inside. The room was narrow and high-ceilinged, lined with shelves holding hundreds of jars, bottles, and drawers. The air was thick with 1,000 competing magical scents, the dizzying perfume of crushed moonflower, the acrid sting of dried dragon's blood, the mossy coolness of Boomslang's skin. In the center was a large, scarred worktable. And on a corner of it, beside a dissecting kit that made Harry's stomach lurch, was the glass terrarium. Twig saw him and went frantic, scratching at the glass. "I'm here," Harry whispered, his voice thick. He went to it, but the terrarium was sealed with a simple, physical clasp. As he reached for it, a wave of dizziness hit him. Not magical. Physical. The air in the room was potent, toxic. He felt lightheaded. He fumbled with the clasp, his fingers clumsy. Just as it sprang open, a cold voice spoke from the doorway. "I should have known." Snape stood there, silhouetted against the torchlight of the corridor. He hadn't been far. He'd felt his wards acquiesce. His face was a mask of cold fury, but beneath it, in his magic, was something else, a profound, shocked disbelief. Harry didn't cower. He stood straight, lifting Twig gently from the terrarium. The bowtruckle scrambled up his arm and buried itself in his hair, shivering. "You took him," Harry said, his voice quiet but steady in the poisonous air. "It is a magical creature, found loose in the castle. It is within my purview to secure it," Snape said, gliding into the room. The door shut behind him with a final click. "The greater question is how you, Potter, bypassed wards that would hold a fully trained Auror at bay." He took a step closer. The dark, coiled magic pressed in, a suffocating pressure. "What did you do? What, are you?" This was it. The moment of exposure. Harry could lie, stammer, play the frightened child. But the cold rage was still there, and a new, defiant certainty. He met Snape's gaze. "I'm the one it was stolen from," Harry said, the words leaving him like stones dropped into a well. "For 10 years. You know, don't you? You can feel it. Your magic, it's like the thing that did it. Not the same, but close." Snape froze. All the color drained from his sallow face, leaving him looking like a corpse in the torchlight. The fury in his magic didn't vanish, but it was eclipsed by a staggering wave of something else, horror, recognition, and a grief so deep and sudden it cracked the stone of his composure. "The binding," Snape breathed, the word barely audible. His black eyes were wide, fixed on Harry as if seeing him for the first time. "The parasitic siphon. It was on you." He knew. He knew of the dark binding. Not in theory. Intimately. "The goblins broke it," Harry said, holding his ground, Twig a tiny knot of fear in his hair. "When I collapsed in Diagon Alley. They unsealed what it was choking." Snape took an involuntary step back, as if physically struck. "Gringotts healers, Ragnarok." He said the name like a curse and a prayer combined. "Of course. That explains the resonance. The power around you isn't just talent. It's restitution." He ran a long-fingered hand over his face. "You have your mother's eyes. And now, it seems, you have a measure of her potential." Unshackled. The mention of his mother, in this context, in this place, was a shock. "What do you know about my mother?" Snape's expression closed off, the momentary vulnerability vanishing behind the familiar mask of disdain, but it was brittle now, cracked. "More than you can possibly comprehend. And less than I should." He stared at Harry, his mind visibly racing, recalculating everything. The Dark Lord, he must have cast it as he fell. A final piece of malice, to feed his remnants. "And you have been walking around Hogwarts, a lighthouse of raw, unbound magic, while a piece of him starves on the back of a fool." A grim, humorless smile touched his lips. "Dumbledore must be delighted. And terrified. Are you going to stop me?" Harry asked, his hand drifting toward his wand. Snape's gaze followed the movement. "Stop you? From what?" "From being a living anomaly that upends every plan. From being a target for a desperate, dying shadow." He let out a short, sharp breath. "I tried to unseat you from your broom to keep you out of the hospital wing, and away from prying eyes that might see what I only suspected. A clumsy, hateful act. It seems I underestimated the situation. Severely." He wanted Harry away. Not dead. To protect the secret. "You work for Dumbledore," Harry stated. "I work for myself," Snape snapped, but it was a reflex. "My allegiances are complex. But my current objective aligns with the headmaster's, to prevent the Dark Lord's return. You, Potter, in your current state, are both a formidable deterrent and the single greatest temptation for him. If he understands what you are, what you hold, he will come for you with everything he has left. Not to kill you, to devour you." The truth of it landed in the pit of Harry's stomach. The thief didn't just want the stone for a new body. It would want Harry's unsealed magic to fuel it. "So what do I do?" The question was out before he could stop it. Snape looked at him for a long, silent moment. The hatred was still there, a cold, permanent layer. But over it now was the stark, professional assessment of a spy, and something else, a reluctant, grim acknowledgement. "You learn," Snape said finally, his voice low. "You learn control. True control. Not the clumsy dampening the goblins gave you. The kind that makes a storm look like a breeze. You learn occlumency, not from books, but from someone who understands that the mind is not a fortress but a battlefield. And you stay away from Quirrell. His master is weak, but it is old, and it is cunning. It has already noticed you. Do not give it a closer look." He turned and walked to a shelf, pulling down a small, plain wooden box. He opened it, took out a single, dried leaf that smelled of mint and cold metal, and crushed it in his palm. He sprinkled the dust over the terrarium and the worktable. "Murtlap essence. It will confuse the magical signature of your intrusion. A basic precaution you failed to take." He was teaching him. In his bitter, begrudging way, he was offering guidance. "Why?" Harry asked, bewildered. Snape didn't look at him. "Because the enemy of my enemy is a dangerously unpredictable child who needs to survive long enough to be useful." He gestured to the door. "Get out. Take your pet. And if you value its life, or your own, you will not speak of this to anyone. Not to your loyal Weasley, not to the know-it-all Granger. This stays between us, and Dumbledore, who likely knows more than he lets on. Go." Harry went. He walked out of the storeroom, down the silent dungeon corridor, twig clutched to his chest. His mind was reeling. The conversation had upended everything. Snape was not a would-be murderer. He was a bitter, complicated guardian, one who knew the deepest secret of Harry's magic, and who had just tacitly agreed to help him hide it. He had an ally. A terrifying, hate-filled, unpredictable ally. And he had a new, crushing understanding of the danger he was in. He wasn't just a boy in the way. He was a prize. As he climbed the stairs back to the warmth and light, the last words Snape had muttered as he left echoed in his ears, a sour, prophetic whisper. "Welcome to the war, Potter. It began the night you lived. And you have just stepped onto the front lines." The Christmas holidays draped Hogwarts in a deceptive peace. The student population thinned to a scattering of souls, leaving the castle's vastness to yawn wider, its echoes longer. The great hall, decked with 12 towering, enchanted Christmas trees that sang soft, caroling harmonies, felt like a cathedral for a very small congregation. The magic in the air shifted, less chaotic, more focused on the gentle, nostalgic enchantments of the season, the scent of pine and baking, the warmth that seemed to radiate from the very stones. For Harry, the quiet was a relief and a prison. The absence of the daily chatter of hundreds meant the other presences in the castle grew louder, more distinct. He could feel Hagrid's earthy, lumbering magic as he tramped through the snow on the grounds, hear the ghostly, cold laughter of nearly headless Nick from 2 floors away. And he could feel the 2 dark stars in his universe with painful clarity, Quirrell's struggling, muffled gray, pulsing with its sickly violet core like a festering wound, and Snape's coiled, watchful darkness, now tinged with a new, sharp awareness that was forever turned in Harry's direction. The conversation in the storeroom had changed everything. It had given shape to the formless dread. The thief had a name, a motive, and a method. And Harry was not just an obstacle, but a potential feast. The knowledge was a cold stone in his gut, but it was also, perversely, a kind of compass. The confusion was gone. The enemy was clear. His dreams now were not of green light, but of dark, sticky threads re-knitting themselves, trying to burrow back into the silver lattice of his mother's protection. He would wake with his magic roiling in defensive fury, the anchor stone glowing hot against his skin. Twig would chitter soothingly from its nest, a tiny, living anchor to the present. He saw Snape only once before Christmas Eve, across the empty expanse of the Great Hall at breakfast. Their eyes met. No words passed. But Snape gave a minute, almost imperceptible nod towards the door. An instruction. Later, in the deserted corridor, Harry found a single, folded piece of parchment lying on a stone windowsill. No name. It contained 3 lines, in a spiky, precise script. The mind is a tree. Roots draw from the dark. The branches must not shake. Practice stillness at midnight. The 7th window from the left in the north tower faces the constellation of the serpent. Its light is cold and focused. Do not linger. Occlumency instructions. Cryptic, practical, and utterly Snape. The tree analogy made sense to Harry. His mind was deep-rooted now, drawing from the dark sea of his magic and his painful past. The branches, his thoughts, his reactions, had to stay steady. The North Tower, astronomy. Cold, distant starlight is a focus for mental discipline. That night, and every night after, Harry waited until the castle was utterly silent. He wrapped himself in the invisibility cloak, tucked Twig into an inner pocket for company, and stole up to the North Tower. The seventh window was a narrow, arched slit of thick, leaded glass. It did indeed frame a perfect view of the constellation Serpents, the stars like chips of ice in the black velvet sky. He sat on the cold stone floor, his back against the wall, and practiced. He didn't try to empty his mind. He let the thoughts come, the fear, the anger, the loneliness, the constant, magical noise of the world. He watched them like leaves floating on the surface of his internal sea. He focused past them, on the pinpoint of cold white light from the farthest star in the serpent's tail. He imagined his consciousness as a beam of that same cold light, focused, undiverted. It was harder than any spell. His magic, responsive and eager, wanted to reach out and touch the starlight, to play with it. His emotions wanted to pull him into memories of Christmases past in the cupboard, listening to Dudley's riot of presents. But slowly, in increments, he found a balance. The sea could be calm, even if it was deep. The branches could be still, even if the roots drank from dark water. He felt Snape, sometimes. A distant, observant presence, like a bat hanging in the shadows of the tower roof, ensuring he was alone, that he was practicing. There was no approval, only the absence of criticism. It was enough. On Christmas morning, Harry was woken not by dawn, but by a soft, insistent tapping. He opened his eyes to see a small, neat barn owl perched on his windowsill, a package tied to its leg. It wasn't Hogwarts Owl Post, this was a private delivery. His heart gave a foolish leap, the Dursleys, before he dismissed it. The package was wrapped in plain, brown paper. There was no card. He opened it cautiously. Inside, lying on a bed of black velvet, was a bracelet. It was a simple, elegant loop of what looked like polished, gray river stone, seamless and cool to the touch. As he picked it up, he felt it. A magic of profound quiet. It didn't suppress. It harmonized. It was like the anchor stone Ragnarok had given him, but subtler, more refined. A governor for an engine, not a dam for a flood. He knew who it was from. There was only one person who would give him such a tool, and not sign their name. A gift of control. An unwelcome necessity. He slipped it onto his wrist. The effect was immediate. The constant, low-level buzz of his magical senses, the awareness of every snoring portrait, every whispering pipe, dimmed to a soft background hum. The vast sea inside him didn't shrink, it simply became clearer, its surface calmer, reflecting the world without distorting it. He could still reach for his power, but the chaotic, reflexive surges were gentled. It was a leash, yes, but one made of silk. A way to walk among others without his magic shouting his presence. Along with the mysterious bracelet, a small pile of presents had appeared at the foot of his bed. A roughly knit, lumpy sweater in emerald green and a box of homemade fudge from Mrs. Weasley, their magic warm and cinnamon-scented. A sleek, wooden flute from Hagrid, which buzzed with a friendly, musical energy. And from an unnamed source, a book, Advanced Poetic Metaphors in Occlumency, by Anonymous. Inside the cover, a single line was underlined in dark ink. The strongest shield is woven from understood truth, not forced forgetting. Snape, again. A textbook to complement the practical lessons. And then, there was one more. A package so thin he'd almost missed it. Inside was a square of silvery fabric, lighter than air. A note, in a looping, elegant handwriting he didn't recognize. Read, "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." It was signed with a single, swirling, "A very Merry Christmas." The invisibility cloak. The one he already had. But this was the original. He held them both. The one from his trunk felt like a faithful copy. This new one felt ancient. Its magic was a deeper, more profound silence, a fold in reality itself. His father's cloak, given back by Dumbledore. It had to be. He now had two cloaks. One for use. One for something else. A spare. A reminder. He put on Mrs. Weasley's sweater, it smelled of home and kindness, and went down to the common room, the new bracelet a cool, quiet weight on his wrist. Ron was there, already wearing a maroon sweater, looking delighted with a handful of wizard crackers. "Happy Christmas, Harry. Look, this one's from George and Fred." It turned my eyebrows blue. He was grinning, his magic a cheerful, sputtering campfire. Hermione arrived from the girls' dormitories, dressed in neat robes, holding a new, leather-bound journal. "Happy Christmas. Did you get the book from my parents? They weren't sure what to send. They had a small, happy breakfast in the nearly empty Great Hall." The magical snow that drifted gently from the enchanted ceiling felt peaceful, not cold. For a few hours, Harry let himself be just a boy with friends, wearing a silly sweater, laughing as Ron's new chess set tried to advise him on his breakfast choices. But the peace was brittle. As they left the hall, Harry felt it, a sudden, violent spike of that cold, violet magic. It came from the direction of the third-floor corridor. A flare of desperate rage, followed by a wave of pain that wasn't his own, but echoed in his scar. Quirrell. Or the thing on Quirrell. It had tried something. And it had been hurt. He glanced at Snape's place at the staff table. The potion's master was gone. The planned Christmas feast that evening was a magnificent, surreal affair. Dumbledore had persuaded the staff to wear party crackers hats, and even Professor McGonagall sat primly in a spangled top hat that glittered with green stars. The magic in the hall was a joyful, booming symphony. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione, the bracelet keeping the sensory onslaught at a manageable level, allowing him to enjoy the soaring ghosts, the 12-branch candelabra that floated above each table, the sudden transformation of his mince pie into a live, singing canary that zoomed around his head. He was laughing, truly laughing, at a joke Fred Weasley made, when the world tilted. It wasn't a pain in his scar. It was a pull. A sudden, wrenching, gravitational tug from the core of his magic, as if a hook had been set deep in the sea inside him and was being yanked. It came from the staff table. From Quirrell. His head snapped up. Quirrell was looking directly at him. But the eyes weren't the usual watery, nervous ones. They were glazed, fixed, and burning with a cold, intelligent, ravenous hunger. The turban seemed to pulse. The violet aura wasn't leaking, it was blazing, a corona of dark light visible only to Harry. It was focused on him, on the bracelet on his wrist, as if seeing it for the first time and understanding its purpose. The parasite was looking straight through the cloak of normalcy the bracelet provided. It was seeing the ocean, not the calm surface. And it was hungry. A high, cold voice, a needle of sound that pierced through the festive noise, spoke directly into his mind. "You, Shine. What are you, little boy? What did they do to you?" Harry's breath froze. His occlumency walls, so carefully practiced, slammed up. The image of the cold, distant star. The still branches. The deep, unmoving roots. The invasive presence pushed, a slimy, cold pressure against his mental shields. It was vastly more skilled than any probe Snape had sent. It was ancient, patient, and utterly merciless. It sought the memory of the goblin healers, the feeling of the unsealing, the taste of his unbound power. "Let me see, let me taste." Harry held. He poured his will into the star, into the stillness. He felt the bracelet on his wrist grow warm, then hot, reinforcing his barriers with its quiet magic. He gave the thing nothing. Not a memory, not a flicker of fear. Only a wall of focused, cold silence. The pressure increased. The scar on his forehead burned with an agony he had never known, as if it were being reopened with a blade of ice. He gripped the edge of the table, his knuckles white. Ron was saying something, his voice muffled and far away. Then, as suddenly as it came, it vanished. The pull snapped. The cold voice hissed in frustration and pain. "Soon." Harry gasped, slumping forward. The scar's pain receded to a throbbing ache. He looked up, blinking sweat from his eyes. Quirrell was slumped in his chair, panting, a goblet of wine spilled across the table in front of him. He looked pale and genuinely ill. And standing behind him, one long-fingered hand resting lightly, almost casually, on the back of Quirrell's chair, was Severus Snape. Snape's face was expressionless, but his black eyes were fixed on Quirrell with a deadly intensity. His magic was a contained vortex of threat, a silent warning. He had intervened. Somehow, he had broken the connection. Snape's gaze flicked to Harry for a fraction of a second. A look that said, "You see. This is what you are to it. Dumbledore, at the head of the table, was chatting amiably with Professor Flitwick, apparently oblivious. But as Harry watched, the headmaster's twinkling eyes moved from Flitwick, passed over Quirrell and Snape, and settled on Harry. He gave a small, gentle smile and a nod, as if to say, "Well held, my boy." He knew. Of course he knew. He had likely felt the entire, silent, magical duel. The feast, the joy, the warmth, it was all a backdrop. The real event had just happened between a boy, a parasite, and two guardians. The rest of the feast passed in a blur for Harry. The food lost its taste. The singing canaries were just noise. He held his Occlumency focus like a lifeline, the cold star in his mind the only solid thing in a world that had suddenly become a hunting ground. Later, back in the quiet of Gryffindor Tower, Ron and Hermione excitedly discussing their gifts by the fire, Harry stood at the window, looking out at the snow-shrouded grounds. The bracelet was cool on his wrist again. The cloak, both cloaks, were in his trunk. The book on Occlumency lay on his bedside table. He had received gifts today. A tool for control, a weapon for hiding, a book for mental defense, and a stark, terrifying lesson. The war was not coming. It was here, and the first skirmish had just been fought over Christmas pudding. He looked at his reflection in the dark glass, the cheerful firelight of the common room at his back. The boy in the reflection looked back, his green eyes shadowed, his face too solemn for 11. The unwanted gift was not the bracelet, or the cloak, or the book. It was the certainty. The enemy had made contact. It had asked a question. "What are you?" Harry touched the cool glass. He didn't have the full answer yet. But he was beginning to understand. He was the trap the thief hadn't counted on. The storm hidden in a child's skin. And he was just starting to learn how to reign. The silence after Snape's warning hummed in Harry's ears through breakfast the next morning. The great hall's usual cacophony felt distant, muffled by the new understanding that had settled in his bones. He moved his scrambled eggs around his plate, not tasting them. The bracelet on his wrist, Snape's unwelcome Christmas gift, felt heavier than ever, a constant reminder of the calm he had to project while storms raged beneath. Ron, shoveling down sausages, was blissfully unaware of the subterranean currents. "Potions today," he groaned. "Double with Slytherin." Bet Snape's still fuming about the match. Hermione, peering over a giant tome titled Theories of Applied Transfiguration, sniffed. "If you'd reviewed the properties of Moonstone as I suggested, you wouldn't be so worried. It's quite logical once you understand the crystalline interaction with lunar magic." Harry just nodded. His senses were stretched thin, a delicate web cast over the hall. He could feel the distinctive signatures, the warm, tangled weave of the Weasley clan, the sharp, competitive silver of the Slytherin table where Malfoy held court. And at the staff table, the two dark stars, Quirrell's struggling, sickly gray, and Snape's coiled, watchful blackness. This morning, a thin, tense thread of magic connected them, a nearly invisible line of force. Snape was monitoring him, closely. The day passed in a blur of routine. In Transfiguration, McGonagall had them transforming mice into snuffboxes. Harry's mouse became a small, wooden box with a simple hinged lid, competent but deliberately plain. No intricate carvings, no silent song of perfection. He was learning to sand down the edges of his power, to make it ordinary. It required more focus than unleashing it ever had. It was in Charms, just before lunch, that the first ripple of wrongness touched his awareness. Professor Flitwick was demonstrating a simple color change charm, his voice a cheerful chirp. The classroom was bright, the air buzzing with harmless, youthful magic. And then, like a drop of ink in clear water, a stain spread. It wasn't a sound, or a smell. It was a pressure. A magical signature so dense, so mindlessly brute, it made the air thick and sour. It was primal magic, the magic of something huge, stupid, and violent. It was moving through the lower floors of the castle, a boulder rolling through a stream, disrupting the gentle flows of Hogwarts' enchantments. Harry's hand froze, his wand halfway through a swish. The blue feather on his desk remained stubbornly white. His scar gave a single, warning throb, not of the parasitic cold, but of pure, instinctual danger. "Everything all right, Mr. Potter?" Flitwick squeaked, peering up at him. "Fine, Professor," Harry managed, forcing his hand to complete the motion. The feather turned a patchy, unconvincing azure. "Just lost concentration." He spent the rest of the lesson with his magical senses pulled in tight, a tortoise in its shell. The oppressive, swampy signature faded, then returned, stronger, closer. It was searching, snuffling. It was in the dungeons now. And it was angry. By dinner, a rumor was slithering through the student body like a live thing. Whispers in the corridors, widened eyes, prefects looking unusually stern. Percy Weasley strutted past, puffing out his chest. All students are to return to their common rooms immediately after dinner. No exceptions. Headmaster's orders. The Great Hall, usually a scene of relaxed chaos, was tense. The floating candles seemed to burn lower. Dumbledore was absent from the staff table. So was Snape. Quirrell was there, shaking so badly he spilled his pumpkin juice, the violet aura around him flickering with what looked like panic. The troll. The word reached Harry's table in a hissed breath from a passing Hufflepuff. A mountain troll. In the dungeons, Peeves let it in somehow. A mountain troll. The brute force magical signature made sense now. But Peeves. No. This was too coordinated, too timely. Halloween. The one night when everyone would be distracted, in the Great Hall for the feast. The perfect diversion. His eyes locked with Hermione's across the table. She'd heard the rumor too. Her logical mind was whirring, her amber magic sparking with fear and deduction. Ron just looked nervously excited. A troll. Blimey. Do you think they'll let us see it? Don't be stupid, Ron, Hermione snapped, but her voice lacked its usual force. They're incredibly dangerous. It's why we have to go back to the towers. The stone. The thought was a cold dart in Harry's mind. With the staff scrambling to contain a troll, the path to the third-floor corridor would be clear. The parasite was making its move. Tonight. As they filed out of the hall with the other Gryffindors, Harry hung back. The tide of students carried Ron and Hermione towards the marble staircase. He saw his chance and slipped away, ducking behind a large suit of armor. Harry. Hermione's voice, sharp with alarm, cut through the babble. She and Ron had broken away from the group, searching for him. He stepped out of the shadows. We have to go to the third floor. Are you mad? Ron's voice rose to a squeak. There's a troll loose. That's the point. Harry insisted, keeping his voice low. It's a diversion. While everyone's running from the troll, someone's going to try for the stone. Right now. Hermione's face was pale. Harry, that's a serious accusation. We should tell a teacher. Which teacher? Harry challenged. McGonagall's rounding up students. Snape and Dumbledore are missing. Quirrell, he let the name hang. Hermione's eyes widened further. She was remembering Harry's quiet hints, his unease. A blood-curdling roar echoed through the corridor, far closer than the dungeons. It was a sound of pure, destructive rage, followed by the distinct, sickening crunch of stone breaking. The troll was out, and it was heading upwards. Panic, real and immediate, replaced theoretical danger. Students screamed and stampeded past them. From a side corridor, a ghost, the Grey Lady, streaked through a wall, her face etched with terror. It smashes. It destroys. It comes. The decision was made for them. They couldn't go up to Gryffindor Tower, the troll was between them and the staircase. They turned and ran in the only direction left open, down a deserted, torchlit passage. The smell hit them first, a choking miasma of stagnant water, dung, and unwashed hide. Then the sound, a slow, heavy thud, thud, thud of gigantic feet. They skidded to a halt at AT Junction. To the left, the corridor ended in a blank wall. To the right, the thudding was growing louder. And from a door just behind them, a girl's scream, high and piercing with pure terror. Hermione gasped. That's the girls' bathroom. Someone's in there. The troll, lumbering silhouette appeared at the end of the right-hand corridor. 12 feet of lumpy, gray-skinned muscle, a tree trunk of a club dragging on the ground behind it. Its tiny eyes glinted with stupid malice. It had heard the scream. It changed course, shouldering into the wall with a grating crunch, and lurched towards the bathroom door. It's going in there. Ron whimpered. There was no time for plans, for debating the stone. A girl was about to be pulverized. Harry's body moved before his mind could catch up. He sprinted forward, putting himself between the troll and the bathroom door. Hey! He yelled, his voice thin against the cavernous corridor. Over here. The troll paused, its head swiveling slowly. It saw the small, black-robed figure. It grunted, a low, wet sound, and raised its club. Harry, no! Hermione screamed. But Harry wasn't looking at the club. He was looking at the troll's magic. It was a visible aura to his senses now, a swirling, putrid green-brown fog of brute strength and animal rage. It had no finesse, no control. It was a hammer. And against a hammer, a wall of pure force would shatter. He needed something else. Something clever. As the club reached its apex, about to swing down and crush him to paste, Harry raised his wand. He didn't think of a spell. He thought of the stone floor beneath the troll's enormous, splayed feet. He thought of it becoming slick, frictionless, like the surface of the Black Lake on a freezing day. Glacius! He cried, jabbing his wand at the ground just in front of the troll. A wave of intense, focused cold shot from his wand tip. It didn't create a block of ice. It painted a wide, shimmering circle of sheer, magical ice on the flagstones. The troll's foot, coming forward for its crushing step, landed on it. The effect was instantaneous. The massive leg shot out from under it. The troll bellowed in surprise, its arms windmilling. The club fell from its grasp, clattering to the floor. With a ground-shaking crash, the troll landed flat on its back, the impact knocking the breath from it in a foul-smelling gust. It wasn't hurt, just stunned and confused. It roared again, thrashing, its limbs scrambling for purchase on the ice. The club! Harry shouted. Get the club! Ron, galvanized into action, dashed forward and grabbed the end of the enormous wooden club. He couldn't lift it, but he dragged it, grunting with effort, away from the troll's reach. The bathroom door flew open. Parvati Patil stood there, her face streaked with tears, frozen in horror. Hermione rushed past Harry and grabbed her arm, hauling her out into the corridor. Run! To the end and left. Parvati didn't need telling twice. She fled. The troll was starting to sit up, its rage boiling over into a frenzy. It slammed a fist down, shattering the enchanted ice, and began to heave itself to its feet. Stupefy! Ron yelled, pointing his wand. A feeble red spark shot out and fizzled against the troll's hide. It didn't even notice. Its skin's too thick. Hermione cried, her own wand held in a white-knuckled grip. We need to trap it, or knock it out. Knock it out. Harry's mind raced. Physical force was useless. Magic was the answer, but it had to be indirect. The troll's own strength, could that be used? His eyes fell on the low, vaulted ceiling of the corridor. Heavy stone arches. And in the troll's flailing, one massive fist was swinging wildly upward. An idea, desperate and clear, formed. He couldn't affect the troll directly. But he could affect the air around its fist. He could make it heavier. An anchor. He pointed his wand not at the troll, but at the space just around its rising knuckles. He poured his will into it, imagining the air thickening, condensing, becoming as dense as lead. Gravioso. The spell was a deep, violet pulse. The air around the troll's fist visibly darkened, warped. The upward swing, already powerful, became catastrophic. The fist, carrying the sudden, immense extra weight, continued its arc with terrible momentum and slammed into the keystone of a ceiling arch with a sound like a cannon going off. Stone shattered. Dust and debris rained down. The troll howled, this time in pain, as its own magnified strength drove its hand into solid rock. The ceiling groaned. A crack snaked across the arch. And then, with a final, grinding shriek, the entire section of the vaulted ceiling gave way. A cascade of stone blocks, mortar, and dust collapsed directly onto the troll's head and shoulders. The roar was cut off. The world was filled with the thunder of falling masonry and a great, rising cloud of dust. Harry, Ron, and Hermione threw their arms over their faces, coughing. Silence. Slowly, the dust settled. Where the troll had been was a pile of rubble. From beneath it, one massive, gray hand stuck out, unmoving. A low, pained groan emanated from the heap, then faded into nothingness. The troll was buried, unconscious or dead. The three of them stood in the ravaged corridor, covered in white dust, breathing in ragged gasps. The magical signature of the troll was a dim, fading ember under the stone. Footsteps, rapid and heavy, pounded towards them. Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell appeared, wands drawn, faces etched with alarm. They skidded to a halt, taking in the scene, the destroyed corridor, the buried troll, and 3 first-years standing shell-shocked in the middle of it. McGonagall's mouth opened and closed, no sound coming out. Her magic was a shocked, rigid spike. Snape's black eyes swept from the rubble to Harry, his gaze missing nothing. The dust on Harry's robes, the wand still clutched in his hand, the absolute lack of surprise on his face. His expression was unreadable, but his magic coiled tight, a spring of furious calculation. Quirrell took one look at the scene, let out a feeble whimper, and fainted dead away, crumpling to the dusty floor. The violet aura around him flared once, violently, with a spike of what felt like frustrated rage, before subsiding into its usual sickly thrum. "What?" McGonagall finally found her voice, a hoarse whisper. "What on earth? Explain yourselves." It was Hermione who spoke, her voice trembling but clear. "Please, Professor, it was my fault. I'd read about trolls and thought I could handle one, but I was wrong. Harry and Ron came to find me. The troll was going to kill Parvati. Harry saved us. He tricked it. He made it bring the ceiling down on itself. She was weaving a story, a cover. Taking the blame to shield them." Harry looked at her, a surge of fierce gratitude cutting through the adrenaline. McGonagall stared at them, her face moving through shades of disbelief, horror, and dawning, awestruck pride. She looked at the massive pile of stone. You felled a mountain troll, with a ceiling. It was mostly luck, Professor," Harry said quietly, lowering his wand. His hand was steady. The sea inside him was calm, the aftermath of the storm. He had used his magic, but indirectly. Cleverly. No lightning, no raw power. A precise application of force. He'd left no obvious trace of the depth he possessed. Snape's gaze was a physical weight. He stepped over to the rubble, examining it with a potion maker's cold scrutiny. He touched his wand to a stone, muttering a diagnostic charm. His eyes flicked back to Harry. A weight enhancement charm on the ambient air. Applied to the troll's limb at the peak of its swing. An inventive solution. And one requiring remarkably precise timing and power. His voice was silky. For a first year, the unspoken question hung in the dusty air. How? "We've been practicing," Hermione jumped in, her voice gaining strength. "In the library. I read about applied force multiplication in theoretical defensive applications." Harry must have remembered. Snape's lip curled, but he said nothing. He didn't believe her. But he had no proof. McGonagall seemed to decide. The evidence of heroism, and the saved student, outweighed the bizarre method. Her expression softened, then firmed with stern pride. "Miss Granger, your foolishness cost your house 50 points. Hermione flinched. "As for you two," she looked at Harry and Ron. "Sheer, dumb luck does not usually warrant awards, but in this case, 5 points each to Gryffindor. For saving a fellow student's life. It was a bizarre, upside-down justice. They'd lost points for the crime, gained points for the result." Ron looked dizzy with the contradiction. "Now, get back to your common room." Immediately, McGonagall ordered. "The rest of the staff and I will deal with this mess." As they turned to go, Harry glanced back. Snape was kneeling beside the unconscious Quirrell, his wand tracing patterns over the man's turbaned head. His face was grim, his magic a dark, focused probe, checking on the parasite, ensuring it hadn't been damaged in the chaos, or searching for signs it had acted tonight. Their eyes met over Quirrell's prone form. Snape's gaze was hard, warning, and, for the first time, held a flicker of something that might have been reassessment. The message was clear. The diversion had failed. The stone was safe. But the lines were now drawn in stone dust and blood. Harry had faced his first real magical threat and won, not with overwhelming power, but with a trick worthy of a goblin. He had also, irrevocably, stepped into the light. The quiet boy from the cupboard was gone. In his place stood someone who could bring a ceiling down on a monster. And everyone, friend and enemy alike, had seen it. The winter term began not with a bang, but with a deep, collective inhalation. The castle seemed to hold its breath under a thick blanket of snow that muffled footsteps and turned the world into a study in white and stone gray. The festive warmth of Christmas had evaporated, leaving behind a sharper, more purposeful chill. For Harry, the new year felt less like a beginning and more like the tightening of a coil. Snape's Occlumency lessons, if they could be called that, continued in their cryptic, brutal fashion. The notes appeared in obscure places, tucked into a potions textbook, left on a deserted windowsill. They were never signed, always brief. Emotion is a color. Let it wash over the lens, not stain it. The North Tower at 2 a.m. The constellation of the owl is a creature of silent observation. Emulate it. The mind's battlefield is won in the moments between thoughts. Find those silences. Harry went, night after freezing night. He sat before the arched window, the bracelet on his wrist a constant, cool companion, and sought the silence between the beats of his heart, between the waves of his magic. He practiced not against an attacker, but against the relentless, whispering noise of his own enhanced senses. He learned to hear the castle's hum without being deafened by it, to see the tapestry of magical light without being dazzled. He was making progress. The frantic, colorful chaos of his mind began to settle into patterns. He could now observe a strong emotion: Ron's anger over a lost chess game, Hermione's frustration with a difficult arithmancy equation, from a slight remove, as if watching a storm through thick glass. It didn't make the feelings less real, but it kept them from capsizing him. His magic, governed by the bracelet and his growing discipline, became less of a roaring presence and more of a deep, steady pulse. In class, his spells were consistently good, never extraordinary. He was becoming a ghost of potential, visible only to those who knew where to look. And two people, he knew, were looking very hard indeed. Snape's surveillance was a constant, low-grade pressure. In potions, the man's black eyes were on him more often than not, but the hatred had been refined into something colder and more professional: analysis. He was waiting for a slip, a flicker of the immense power he knew was there. Harry gave him nothing. Quirrell was another matter. Since the Christmas feast, the defense professor's attentions had changed. The furtive, nervous glances were gone. Now, when he looked at Harry, it was with a fixed, glassy intensity that made the scar on Harry's forehead prickle with icy warning. The parasite was no longer just curious. It was measuring. During lessons on vampires and hags, Harry could feel that cold, violet awareness brushing against his occlumency shields, testing for weaknesses, probing for the shape of the power beneath. It was patient. It was hungry. And it was growing stronger. Quirrell looked worse, thinner, paler, his hands trembling. Constantly. The gray of his own magic was almost entirely consumed by the pulsating violet rot. The tension needed an outlet, and it found one in the most unlikely of places: Hagrid's hut. It was a bitter Saturday afternoon in February. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were trudging through the knee-deep snow towards the gamekeeper's home for a promised cup of tea and rock cakes. The forbidden forest loomed at the edge of the white expanse, a wall of dark, skeletal trees holding secrets in its frozen heart. As they approached, a new sound cut through the crisp air, a strange, raspy, rhythmic crackling, like giant sheets of parchment being crumpled. And heat. A blast of dry, scorching air that melted the snow in a wide circle around the hut. Hagrid met them at the door, his face a mixture of enormous pride and acute anxiety. His magical signature, usually a steady, warm brown, was sparking with excitement. Come in, come in. Got a surprise for ye." The inside of the hut was unbearably hot. The fireplace was roaring, but that wasn't the source. In a large, makeshift pen of stacked crates and old furniture in the corner, something moved. It was a dragon. A baby dragon. It was small, about the size of a large dog, but all jagged edges and instinct. Its scales were a dull, blackish gray, and it had spiny wings folded against its back. Smoke curled from its nostrils, and as they watched, it sneezed, shooting a jet of flame that set the edge of a woolly blanket smoldering. Hagrid rushed over and patted it out with his enormous hands, cooing, "Norbert. That's not for Eden, that's me best blanket." "Hagrid." Hermione gasped, her voice a mix of horror and fascination. "That's a Norwegian ridgeback. They're class XXXXX. They're incredibly dangerous, even as hatchlings." "He's harmless," Hagrid said, beaming with paternal affection. "Just a little excited. Won him in a game o' cards off a stranger down at the Hog's Head. Always wanted a dragon." Harry stepped closer, ignoring Ron's nervous grab at his sleeve. The dragon's magic was fascinating. It wasn't like a wizard's core, or a magical creature like Twig. It was pure, elemental fire given form. A compact, raging furnace of primal energy. It felt ancient, wild, and utterly out of place in the cozy, wooden hut. Norbert turned his large, orange eyes on Harry. He snorted, a puff of smoke. And Harry, acting on an impulse he didn't fully understand, reached out, not with his hand, but with a thread of his magic. A gentle, curious probe, cool and deep like the ocean he carried within. The dragon's fiery magic recoiled for a second, then flared, curious. It wasn't hostile. It was, assessing. The creature tilted its head, making a soft, chuffing sound deep in its throat. "Blimey," Hagrid whispered, his eyes wide. "He likes yay, Harry. Dragons are particular, they are. He's been hissin' at everyone else. Harry, get back," Hermione pleaded. But Harry felt no fear. The dragon's magic was straightforward, a clean burn. It was nothing like the slimy, parasitic darkness of Quirrell. This was a force of nature. He pulled his magic back, offering a simple, respectful quietude. Norbert blinked, then lost interest, turning to snap at a crate. "See, harmless," Hagrid said, but his voice was uneasy. The reality was settling in. He had an illegal, rapidly growing incendiary device in his wooden home. "You can't keep him, Hagrid," Harry said quietly, looking at the char marks on the floor, the way Norbert was already testing the strength of his pen. "He'll be bigger than your hut in a month. And if anyone finds out..." Hagrid's face fell, a look of such profound sadness that it hurt to see. "I know," he mumbled, his shoulders slumping. "I know. But where can he go? Can't just turn him loose." A plan, reckless and dangerous, began to form in the overheated air of the hut. They would contact Ron's older brother, Charlie, who worked with dragons in Romania. They would arrange a smuggling operation. It was insane. It was the kind of plan that could get them all expelled, or worse. But as Harry looked at Norbert, at the innocent, destructive life force trapped in a hut, he knew they had no choice. It was the right thing to do. Another small, impossible creature to protect in a world full of large, dark threats. The logistics were a nightmare. Secret notes sent with school owls, coded conversations, coordinating with the Weasley twins for diversion tactics. The stress was a new flavor in the constant soup of anxiety Harry lived in. But it was a tangible problem, with a possible solution. It felt good to be doing something, even if it was foolish. The night of the planned removal arrived. A clear, moonless night in March, the stars like ice chips. Norbert was now the size of a small pony, restless and smoking constantly. Hagrid was a wreck of tears and whispered goodbyes. The plan was for Harry and Hermione to carry the crate under a disillusionment charm and aided by a feather light charm, to the highest astronomy tower, where Charlie's friends would swoop in on brooms and take the dragon away. Everything that could go wrong, did. The disillusionment charm, cast by Hermione, was shaky on the large, magically resistant crate. They looked like a wobbly, man-shaped shimmer carrying a very obvious, growling box. They had to avoid not just teachers, but Peeves, who was in a particularly destructive mood, and Filch, who seemed to have a sixth sense for student mischief. Halfway up a long, moving staircase, the feather light charm faltered. The crate crashed down onto a step with a thud that echoed through the silent castle. From inside, Norbert screeched in protest and blew a jet of flame that licked out from a crack in the wood, scorching the stone wall. "Merlin's beard," Hermione whispered, frantically recasting the charm. And then, from the shadows of a lower landing, a smooth, cold voice said, "Out for a late stroll, Potter." Granger. Snape. He materialized from the darkness, his black robes making him part of it. His eyes glinted in the faint starlight from a high window, moving from their panicked faces to the obviously magical, smoking crate. His magical signature was a whip of coiled, angry curiosity. We can explain," Hermione began, her voice trembling. "I am sure you have a fascinating fairy tale prepared," Snape said, gliding closer. "Involving perhaps, misplaced library books. Or a charitable mission to aid the house elves." He reached a long finger towards the crate. Norbert chose that moment to hiss violently, and another puff of smoke escaped. Snape's hand froze. His eyes widened a fraction. He knew that sound. That smell. "That is not a book," he said softly, dangerously. Panic seized Harry. If Snape found the dragon, Hagrid would be sacked, possibly arrested. Charlie's friends would be caught. It would be a disaster. And then, a miracle. Or a catastrophe. From the floor below, came the distinct, nervous stammer of Professor Quirrell. "S.S. Severus. Is that you? I thought I heard a disturbance." Quirrell appeared at the foot of the stairs, wringing his hands. His eyes darted from Snape to the crate to Harry. The violet aura around him flared, a sudden, intense spike of interest. The parasite had sensed the powerful, chaotic magic of the dragon. It was distracted. Snape's head snapped towards Quirrell, his expression turning from suspicion to outright hostility. The two threats faced each other on the staircase, the dragon momentarily forgotten. Quirrell, Snape said, his voice like silk over ice. Your timing is, as ever, impeccable. Perhaps you can explain what you are doing, wandering the castle at this hour. I was checking for PP Polyjuice potion smugglers. Quirrell blurted out, his eyes still fixed on the crate with a weird, hungry fascination. Dumbledore's orders. It was a transparent, ridiculous lie. But it created a diversion. Now, Harry hissed at Hermione. While the two professors were locked in a silent, magical standoff, Snape's dark power pressing against Quirrell's muffled, rotting aura, Hermione jabbed her wand at the crate, whispering the feather-light charm with desperate force. Harry grabbed one end, she the other, and they hauled it up the remaining stairs, their hearts hammering against their ribs. They didn't look back. They heard Snape's sharp, "Stay where you are, Quirrell," and the beginnings of a heated, hissed argument, but they didn't stop. Somehow, sweating and terrified, they made it to the astronomy tower. The wind was fierce, whipping their robes around them. Moments later, with a silent, professional efficiency, 3 shadowy figures on broomsticks descended from the night sky. They were Charlie's friends, tough, competent-looking wizards who didn't ask questions. They secured the crate to a harness between 2 brooms with practiced knots. Hagrid says thanks, one of them grunted, his voice rough. And sorry for the trouble. And then they were gone, soaring into the blackness, the crate dangling between them, a strange, fire-breathing secret carried away on the wind. Harry and Hermione stood on the tower, gasping for breath, the adrenaline leaching away to leave them shaking with cold and delayed fear. They had done it. They had saved Norbert. They had also very nearly been caught by Snape, and had drawn the direct, hungry attention of the thing on Quirrell's head. As they crept back through the now silent castle, the reality settled in. The dragon was safe, but the act had forced a confrontation between the 2 adults watching Harry. It had pulled the parasitic darkness closer, intrigued by a new, powerful magical creature. And it had shown Harry something crucial. In the face of a common, immediate problem, Snape's primary target hadn't been him. It had been Quirrell. The Guardian and the Thief were locked in their own dance, and Harry had just stumbled through the middle of it. He reached the Gryffindor common room, the password a numb mumble on his lips. He fell into bed, still dressed, twig chirping a worried greeting from its nest. He had helped save a dragon. He had outrun Snape. He had drawn the gaze of Voldemort. The world outside was dark and cold. But the storm inside him, for the first time, felt not like a curse, but like a potential ally. It was deep, yes. It was vast. But it was his. And he was starting to learn that in a castle of secrets, sometimes you had to create a little chaotic, fire-breathing noise of your own to find your way. The dragon's absence left a silence that was louder than its crackling fire. In the days that followed Norbert's midnight flight, Hagrid moved through the grounds like a ghost, his usual booming laughter replaced by a sorrow so profound it hung around him like a mist. His hut felt colder, emptier, the scorch marks on the floor the only evidence of the fantastic, illegal life that had briefly blazed there. Harry, Ron, and Hermione visited him often, bearing rock cakes they didn't eat and offering quiet company. They had shared a dangerous secret, and it bound them tighter, a trio forged in foolish, noble fire. The close call on the stairs had consequences. Snape's scrutiny became less of a distant analysis and more of a targeted investigation. He knew they had been moving something large, magical, and forbidden. He couldn't prove it was a dragon, but the suspicion hardened his already stony demeanor. In potions, his criticisms were sharper, his deductions more brutal. He seemed to be trying to fluster Harry, to push him into a mistake that would reveal the depth of his power or the nature of that night's cargo. Harry held his occlumency close, his mind a still pool, his magic a deep, quiet sea. He answered questions with careful, textbook precision. He brewed potions with methodical, uninspired competence. He was a gray stone in a river of Snape's black suspicion, and he gave no purchase. Quirrell, on the other hand, became bolder. The dragon's potent, wild magic had been a beacon, and the parasite had felt it. Now, the defense professor's lessons took a darker, more practical turn. He began lecturing, in his stammering way, on the magics of possession, on psychic parasites and soul anchors. His eyes would linger on Harry as he described the symptoms: magical depletion, coldness, a craving for powerful sources of life. It was a lecture tailored for an audience of one, a veiled confession and a threat. The violet aura around him burned brighter, more assured. Quirrell's body was a shell growing thinner, his own magic a guttering candle next to the dark star feeding on it. Harry took his nightly vigils in the North Tower more seriously than ever. The bracelet helped, but true control, he was learning, had to come from within. He sat before the star-flecked window and practiced not just stillness, but listening. He learned to separate the symphony of Hogwarts into its individual instruments, the deep, patient cello of the castle foundations, the cheerful flute of the house elf magic from the kitchens, the mournful violin of the ghosts. And he listened for the two discordant notes, Snape's low, threatening bassoon, and Quirrell's sickly, off-key viola. One such night, he wasn't alone. He felt the approach first, a subtle darkening of the magical ambiance on the staircase below, a presence that moved with silent, predatory grace. He didn't move, didn't turn. He kept his eyes on the constellation of the serpent, his breathing even. Severus Snape stepped into the tower room, his black robes making him a piece of the night-given form. He didn't speak for a long moment, standing just inside the doorway, observing Harry's back. "You are improving," Snape said finally, his voice a dry rustle in the quiet. "Your magical signature is contained. For now." Harry remained silent, waiting. "The dragon," Snape stated, not a question. "A Norwegian ridgeback, if the scorch patterns and the vocalizations were correct." Hagrid's sentimentality knows no bounds, nor does his stupidity. "And you three decided to play at being reptile smugglers." Still, Harry said nothing. Admission was vulnerability. "Your loyalty to the oath is commendably idiotic," Snape continued, gliding closer. The air grew colder. "It also nearly exposed you at a critical moment. Quirrell was there. He felt it. His passenger is now aware that you involve yourself with powerful, dangerous magical beings. It will make you more interesting to them." "What should I have done?" Harry asked, his voice calm, still facing the window. "Let Hagrid get sacked. Let the dragon be killed. There are always choices, Potter. Rarely are there good ones. You chose the path of maximum drama and risk. A trait you inherited from your father. The old venom was there, but it was diluted, almost habitual. The point is not the morality. The point is the consequence. You have drawn a sharper gaze. You must be prepared." Harry turned then, looking at his professor. In the starlight, Snape's face was all harsh angles and deep shadows. "Prepared for what?" "For the moment when hiding is no longer an option," Snape said, his black eyes holding Harry's. "The protections around the stone are a labyrinth. Quirrell is a weak vessel, but the mind riding him is a master of such puzzles. He will solve them. It is only a matter of time. Dumbledore believes the final protection is foolproof, but he underestimates the fool's cunning." "The mirror," Harry said softly. Snape's eyes narrowed. "Indeed. You have been exploring. A dangerous hobby. The mirror is the final safeguard. It requires a desire not to use the stone, but to find it and yet not use it. A philosophical trap. But the thing on Quirrell's head does not desire in the human sense. It hungers. It wills. The mirror may read that as a form of desire. It is a gamble. And you?" Harry asked, the question he had carried for months finally breaking free. "Where do you stand in this gamble?" Snape's expression did not change, but a flicker of something ancient and pained crossed his eyes, there and gone in an instant. "I stand where I have always stood. In the shadows between the light and the dark. Ensuring the right side wins, for reasons of my own." He took a step closer, and his voice dropped to a whisper that seemed to suck the warmth from the very starlight. "Listen to me, Potter. When the time comes, and it will come soon, you must remember this: the Dark Lord is a parasite. He feeds on life, on power, on fear. Your magic, now unbound, is a feast. But a fire can burn a parasite as easily as it can warm a host. Do you understand?" Harry held his gaze. He understood. His magic was a weapon, not just a secret. "I understand." "Good." Snape turned to leave, then paused. "Your occlumency. The star is a good focus. But you are not a distant observer. You are the center. Do not watch the storm from afar. Be the eye of it. Still, unmoving. And let everything else rage around you." With that, he was gone, melting back into the darkness of the stairwell. Harry turned back to the window, Snape's words echoing. "Be the eye of the storm." He closed his eyes and tried. Instead of imagining himself separate from his magic, he placed his consciousness at the very center of the vast, calm sea within. The power was all around him, infinite and deep, but here, at the heart, there was silence. A perfect, untouchable quiet. It felt right. As April bled into May, the castle's focus turned, with relentless inevitability, towards end-of-year exams. The library was packed, the air thick with the smell of parchment, ink, and panic. Hermione was in her element, a general marshalling her troops of facts and figures, her magic a humming engine of revision. Ron was a mess of anxiety, convinced he was going to fail everything and be sent home in disgrace. Harry tried to care. He made flashcards for charms, memorized ingredients for potions, practiced his transfigurations. But it all felt like painting scenes on the surface of a volcano. His real studies were happening in the silent hours, occlumency, magical sensitivity, and the constant, watchful tracking of 2 dark signatures in the castle. He knew the crisis was approaching. He could feel it in the worsening tremors in his scar, in the way Quirrell's violet aura now pulsed like an infected heart, visible to Harry even from across the Great Hall. The parasite was growing stronger, feeding on Quirrell's dwindling life force and on the proximity of the stone. The Wraith was getting ready for its final attempt. One evening, in the common room, Hermione slammed a book shut with such force that several first-years jumped. "I can't stand it," she burst out, her voice tight. "You're both going to fail. Harry, you haven't even started your history of magic essay. And Ron, you can't even remember the 12 uses of dragon's blood." Ron scowled. "Who cares? It's not like we're going to need it." "We might," Hermione argued, but her heart wasn't in it. She looked at Harry, her eyes serious. "Something's wrong, isn't it? It's not just exams." Harry hesitated, then nodded slowly. He couldn't tell them everything, but he could give them a piece. "It's about the stone. I think someone's going to try for it. Soon." Ron's eyes widened. "You know who? Or Quirrell? Or both?" Harry took a deep breath. "We need to be ready." "Ready for what?" Hermione asked, her voice a whisper. "We're first years, Harry. We should tell a teacher. Professor McGonagall. Or Dumbledore." "And say what?" Harry asked, a touch of Snape's dryness in his tone. "That I have a bad feeling. That my scar hurts. They'd pat me on the head and send me back to my revision." "So what do we do?" Ron asked, his fear masked by bravado. "We watch," Harry said. "And we wait. And when it happens, we don't let them get it." It was a thin plan, but it was a purpose. It united them more firmly than any exam ever could. The final straw came on a warm, breezy night in early June. Harry was in the North Tower, deep in his occlumency practice, his mind the still eye of his own magical storm. Suddenly, a violent, discordant shriek tore through the harmonious magic of the castle. It wasn't a sound, but a sensation, a ward, snapping. His eyes flew open. He cast his senses out, searching. The breach came from the third-floor corridor. One of the protections had just fallen. The musical, devilish snare of the potion's logic puzzle was gone, silenced. Someone was moving through the obstacles, and they were getting closer to the mirror. He stood, his heart hammering against his ribs. It was time. He raced back to Gryffindor Tower, taking shortcuts he'd learned in his nocturnal wanderings. He burst into the common room, which was still dotted with students cramming by the dying fire. "Ron, Hermione. Now," he said, his voice leaving no room for argument. They followed him to a deserted corner. His face told them everything. "It's happening, isn't it?" Hermione breathed, her face pale. Harry nodded. "They're past the potions. They're at the mirror. We have to go. Now." "But the teachers," Ron began. "Are where?" Harry interrupted. "Where's Dumbledore?" They all looked at each other. The headmaster had been conspicuously absent from dinner. A cold certainty settled over Harry. Dumbledore had been drawn away. It was part of the plan. "We're on our own," Harry said, and the words felt both terrifying and right. They didn't hesitate. They moved as one, slipping out of the portrait hole, through the deserted corridors, their footsteps echoing in the silent castle. They avoided the main staircases, using a secret passage behind a tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy that Harry had discovered weeks ago. It led them to a hallway just one floor below the forbidden corridor. As they climbed the last set of stairs, a smell reached them, a familiar, acrid, chemical stench mixed with something else, something cold and ancient. The door to the third-floor corridor was already open, hanging slightly off its hinges. From within, they heard a voice, high, cold, and triumphant. At last, after so long, the final obstacle. A mirror. How poetic. It was the voice from his dreams, from the Christmas feast. It was the thief. Harry drew his wand. Ron and Hermione did the same, their faces set in masks of determination and fear. The sea inside him was no longer still. It was rising, a great, powerful tide, ready to crash upon the shore. He looked at his friends, these two people who had followed him into this darkness. He gave them a single, grim nod. Then, Harry Potter stepped through the broken door, into the heart of the labyrinth, to face the thing that had been stealing from him since the night he lived. The chapter ends with Harry crossing the threshold, the final confrontation beginning. The calm is over. The storm is here. The air in the third-floor corridor was dead. The usual magical currents of the castle were severed here, replaced by a stifling, static chill that smelled of dust, ozone, and a deeper, rotten sweetness. The door to the final chamber stood open, a rectangle of dancing, firelit shadow. The high, cold voice from within spoke again, laced with a terrible, eager patience. "Look into it, you fool. Tell me what you see." Quirrell's trembling reply followed. I see myself, Master. Presenting you with the S-stone. I see your approval. Liar. The word was a whip crack. It does not work that way. Step aside. Harry edged forward, Ron and Hermione pressed close behind him, their breath loud in the silent hall. He peered around the doorframe. The chamber was circular and high-ceilinged, lit by a ghostly, blue-flamed fire that crackled in a ring around the walls but gave no warmth. In the center, on a raised dais, stood the Mirror of Erised, its ornate frame glowing in the eerie light. Before it stood Quirrell, his back to them. And standing beside the mirror, one hand resting almost casually on its frame, was Severus Snape. Harry's heart stuttered. Snape. Had he been wrong? Was Snape here to help the thief? But no. As he watched, Snape's head turned slightly, his profile sharp in the blue firelight. His expression was not triumphant. It was grim, watchful. His black eyes were fixed on Quirrell with deadly intensity. His magic, a tightly controlled vortex of darkness, was not aligned with the foul, violet aura pouring from Quirrell. It was opposed. A knife poised at its throat. Snape was already here. He had beaten them. He was guarding the mirror. Quirrell was staring into the glass, his body rigid. I see the stone, Master. I am handing it to you. Again, you lie. The parasite's voice was a sibilant hiss of frustration. Let me. Quirrell's hands rose, not to the mirror, but to the back of his own head. With fingers that shook violently, he began to unwrap his turban. The purple silk fell away, coil after coil, revealing not the back of Quirrell's head, but something else. A face. It was a chalk-white, blurred, monstrous visage, like a melted wax mask pressed against Quirrell's scalp. It had slits for a nose and gleaming, crimson eyes that held a terrible, ancient intelligence. It was the most horrifying thing Harry had ever seen. Ron let out a choked gasp behind him. Hermione stifled a scream. Voldemort. The face's lipless mouth moved. Severus, you are persistent. I am vigilant, my lord, Snape said, his voice low and smooth as silk, but his wand was now pointed directly at the face on Quirrell's head. A useful trait in a servant. Or an enemy. You dare point your wand at me. The crimson eyes blazed. I point it at a parasite clinging to a weak-minded fool, Snape corrected coolly. You are not my lord. You are a remnant, a shadow. And this castle is no place for shadows. Quirrell's body twitched, a marionette with two masters. The face of Voldemort contorted in rage. The stone will change that. And you, Snape, your betrayal will be remembered. Crucio. But the curse was not aimed at Snape. Quirrell's hand jerked up, and a jet of sickly yellow light shot towards the doorway, towards Harry. Snape moved, impossibly fast. His own wand slashed through the air. Protega. A shimmering, silver shield erupted between the curse and the door. The yellow light shattered against it, but the force of the blow sent Snape skidding back a step, his jaw clenched. The face on Quirrell's head turned, and those crimson eyes found Harry, standing frozen in the doorway. A horrible, hungry smile stretched the lipless mouth. And the boy, the prize I did not expect. You shine so brightly now, Harry Potter. I can taste it from here. The leash they put on you is silk, but I can see the beast it holds. Come, let us look together. Don't move, Potter, Snape snarled, without taking his eyes off Voldemort. It cannot touch you while you are with me. But Harry was already moving. Not in fear, but in a cold, clear fury that rose from the depths of the sea inside him. This thing had fed on him. Had stolen from him for 10 years. Had made him a stranger in his own skin. He stepped past Snape's protective stance, into the center of the room. "Harry, no!" Hermione cried. The face of Voldemort watched him approach, its hunger a palpable force. Quirrell's body turned fully, a grotesque, two-faced creature. "You are brave. Like your father. And like him, you are foolish. Look into the mirror, Harry. Tell me what you see." Harry's eyes went to the Mirror of Erised. He saw his reflection, pale and determined. And then, as before, his parents appeared behind him, their smiles warm, their hands reaching. The longing was a physical ache. But this time, he saw more. In the reflection, his own image winked, then reached into its pocket and pulled out a blood-red stone. The Philosopher's Stone. His mirror self held it up, then placed it back into his pocket. And as it did, the reflections of his parents glowed with a soft, silver light, the same light as the protective lattice around his magic. The message was clear. The stone would go to one who wanted to find it, but not to use it. To one who wanted it for protection, not power. To one who was protected by love. He understood. He knew what he had to do. "Well, boy." Voldemort's voice was eager. "What do you see?" Harry looked away from the mirror and directly into those crimson eyes. "I see my parents," he said, his voice steady. "And I see you for what you are. A thief. A parasite. You've been stealing from me my whole life. I'm here to collect the debt." A flicker of uncertainty crossed the monstrous face. "You know nothing. I know enough." Harry took another step forward. He could feel Snape tense beside him, ready to strike. He could feel Ron and Hermione's terror behind him. But his focus was on the dark, leeching hunger that emanated from Voldemort. It called to the memory of the binding, to the scars on his magical core. And the sea within him answered not with fear, but with a rising, righteous tide. "Kill him," Voldemort whispered. Quirrell lunged, his hands outstretched, fingers hooked into claws. But it wasn't a physical attack. Harry felt a violent, sucking pull at his magic, an attempt to rip the power from him just as the binding had done for years. The violet aura flared, a vortex of desperate hunger. Harry didn't raise his wand. He didn't need to. He dropped his Occlumency shields. He stopped trying to be the eye of the storm. He became the storm. The magic within him didn't just surge, it unleashed. A wave of raw, gold-green power erupted from him, not as a spell, but as a pure, defensive emission. It wasn't aimed. It was a declaration. A denial. The wave hit Quirrell's sucking pull head-on. There was a sound like a thunderclap in silence. Quirrell screamed, a raw, human sound of agony. Where the wave of Harry's magic touched him, his skin began to smoke. The violet aura recoiled, shrieking in a voice only Harry could hear. The parasitic connection, the leeching force, met a power that was now whole, protected, and violently unwilling to be taken. "Master! It burns! It burns!" Quirrell cried, staggering back, clutching his hands. They were blistering, red and raw. "Fool! He is protected by the old magic. You cannot touch him, you must kill him. Use your wand." But Quirrell was writhing in pain, the backlash of his own stolen magic and the rejection of Harry's protection coursing through him. Snape saw his chance. Expelliarmus. He barked. Quirrell's wand shot from his grasp. Incarcerus. Thick ropes sprang from Snape's wand and bound Quirrell tightly. He collapsed to the floor, trussed and moaning, the face of Voldemort twisting in fury above him. "This is not over, Snape. Boy, I will have you. I will have what is mine." A wisp of dark, violet smoke began to seep from Quirrell's mouth, from his nostrils, coalescing above his body, trying to form a shapeless, wraith-like figure. "No, you won't," said a new, calm voice. Albus Dumbledore stood in the doorway. He had arrived as silently as a thought. His blue eyes took in the scene, the bound Quirrell, the enraged wraith, Snape standing guard, and Harry, surrounded by a fading corona of his own immense power, facing the shadow of the Dark Lord. Dumbledore didn't raise his wand. He simply looked at the coalescing vapor, and his own magic, a vast, gentle, and utterly immovable force, filled the room. It was like sunlight hitting a foul mist. The violet wraith shrieked, a sound of pure hatred and impotent rage, and dissolved, scattered into nothingness by the sheer, benign power of the headmaster's presence. Silence fell, broken only by Quirrell's weak sobs. Dumbledore's eyes moved to Harry. They held no surprise, only a deep, fathomless sadness and a spark of profound pride. "Well done, Harry," he said softly. "Very well done indeed." His gaze then shifted to Snape. "Severus, your vigilance, as ever, was timely." Snape gave a curt nod, his face an unreadable mask. He looked at Harry once more, a complex, unspoken message in his black eyes, something between warning, acknowledgement, and a reluctant respect, before turning on his heel and sweeping from the room, presumably to alert the other teachers. Dumbledore approached the mirror. He waved a hand, and the mirror's surface shimmered. He reached into the glass as if dipping his hand into a pool of mercury and withdrew the blood-red Philosopher's Stone. He pocketed it with a sigh. A dangerous toy to leave lying about. He then walked to Quirrell, looking down at the bound, broken man with pity. Such a waste, Quirinus. Such a terrible waste. It was over. The stone was safe. Voldemort's fragment was banished, for now. Quirrell was defeated. The adrenaline drained from Harry, leaving him trembling and hollow. The vast power he'd unleashed recoiled back inside him, leaving him feeling both immense and terribly small. He swayed on his feet. Hermione and Ron were at his side in an instant, supporting him. "Harry, your hands." Hermione gasped. Harry looked down. His own hands were unharmed, but they tingled with residual energy. It was Quirrell who had been burned. By touching him. By trying to steal from the magic protected by his mother's sacrifice. "Come, all of you," Dumbledore said gently. "I think some explanations are in order, and perhaps a cup of hot chocolate. The hospital wing, I believe, for Quirinus. And for you three, my office." As they left the chamber, Harry glanced back once. The mirror stood empty, showing only the cold, blue flames in the empty room. The test was passed. The thief was vanquished. But as he walked between his friends, following Dumbledore's sweeping robes, Harry knew with a cold certainty that this was not an end. It was a beginning. The parasite had seen him. Had tasted his power. It knew what he was now. The secret was out. The war was no longer a silent game of spies and guardians. He had stepped onto the battlefield, and he had drawn blood. And somewhere in the darkness, hungry and hateful, the thief was remembering his face. The walk from the third-floor corridor to the hospital wing was a journey through a world gone soft at the edges. Sounds were muffled, colors bled into one another, and the solid stone of the castle walls seemed to pulse gently, as if breathing in time with Harry's own ragged heartbeat. The great, silent tide of magic he had unleashed was receding, but it left a strange, hollowed-out wake inside him. He wasn't weak, it was more that a part of him had expanded so violently that its return to normal bounds felt like a loss. Madame Pomfrey, a woman whose magic was a crisp, no-nonsense silver green, took one look at the three of them, Harry swaying, Ron covered in dust, Hermione white-faced and clutching her books like a shield, and clucked her tongue. "The headmaster's office can wait," she declared, overriding Dumbledore's mild suggestion. "You're all in shock. Potter, on that bed. Weasley, Granger, the two beside him. Pepper up potions all round, and dreamless sleep for tonight. No arguments." Harry didn't have the energy to argue. He sank onto the crisp white sheets of the hospital bed. The potions tasted of fiery cinnamon and cold mint, sending warmth spreading through his limbs and clearing the fog from his mind. The dreamless sleep draught, a small vial of indigo liquid, sat on his bedside table, waiting. Ron and Hermione were given the same, though Hermione tried to protest that she needed to review for herbology. Madame Pomfrey silenced her with a look. Dumbledore lingered for a moment, his sun-dappled magic a calming presence in the sterile room. "All will be well," he said, his eyes twinkling behind his spectacles, though the usual merriment was tempered with gravity. "Rest. We will speak in the morning. You have done more than enough for one night." He left, his robes whispering against the floor. The heavy door clicked shut, leaving them in the quiet, lamplit space of the hospital wing. In a curtained-off bed nearby, they could hear Quirrell's faint, pained whimpers, and the lower murmur of Professor McGonagall's voice. "Blimey," Ron breathed into the silence, staring at the ceiling. "We really did it. You really did it, Harry. You glowed. Like a bloody Christmas tree made of lightning." "It wasn't me," Harry said, his voice hoarse. He was looking at his own hands, turning them over. They were ordinary. No marks. It was my mum. When he tried to touch me, to take the magic, it burned him." Hermione, ever the analyst even in shock, pushed herself up on one elbow. The sacrificial protection. It must have a reflexive, defensive component against parasitic magic. A magical autoimmune response, triggered by hostile intent coupled with a history of theft. It's theoretically fascinating. It hurt, Harry said simply, the memory of Quirrell's blistering skin and his own surging, defiant power washing over him. It hadn't felt like someone else's magic. It had felt like his own, rising from a deep, silver-lined well within him. His mother's love was the well, the water was his. They fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts. The pepper-up potion did its work, and soon Ron's shocked mutterings gave way to soft snores. Hermione eventually succumbed, her breathing evening out. But Harry lay awake. The indigo vial of dreamless sleep sat untouched. His mind was a jumble of images, the horrible face on Quirrell's head, Snape's dark silhouette against the blue fire, Dumbledore's serene dispersal of the wraith. And beneath it all, the feeling of that power, his power, roaring free. It had been terrifying. It had been glorious. It had been a door swinging open that could never be fully closed again. He must have dozed, because the next thing he knew, soft gray light was filtering through the high windows. Madame Pomfrey was moving between the beds, her wand flicking to straighten sheets and check temperatures. Ron and Hermione were still asleep. "Awake, Mr. Potter," she said, her tone softer than the night before. "The headmaster would like to see you." "Feel up to it." Harry nodded. He felt drained, but clear. The hollow feeling was still there, but it was quieter, a settled emptiness. He was led not to the familiar gargoyle-protected staircase, but to a small, comfortable antechamber near the hospital wing. It was a room he'd never seen, lined with books and containing two deep, squashy armchairs by a low fire. Dumbledore sat in one, stirring a cup of tea. In the other, to Harry's surprise, sat Severus Snape. Both men looked up as he entered. Dumbledore smiled. Snape's expression was, as ever, unreadable, but the usual simmering hatred was absent, replaced by a watchful, exhausted stillness. "Come in, Harry, come in," Dumbledore said, gesturing to a third chair that had not been there a moment before. "Tea. Lemon drop." Harry shook his head, sitting gingerly on the edge of the offered chair. The silence stretched, comfortable from Dumbledore, tense from Snape. "First," Dumbledore began, setting his teacup aside, "I must thank you. Your actions last night were extraordinarily brave. You faced a terrible enemy, not with brute force alone, but with understanding, and with a power that is uniquely and rightfully yours." "You knew," Harry said, not as an accusation, but a statement. "You knew about my magic. The unsealing. I knew that something profound had occurred at Gringotts," Dumbledore corrected gently. "The goblins of the Silver Needle clan are masters of their art, and fiercely secretive. Ragnarok sent me a message, of course. It said, 'The vessel you entrusted to us has been repaired.' The crack was not in the pottery, but in the space allowed for the wine. We have expanded the vessel. The wine is potent." It was a typically cryptic goblin communique. "I knew you had undergone a healing of great significance. I did not know the full extent until I felt the reverberations last night." He looked at Harry over his half-moon spectacles. "You have your mother's protective magic woven into your very being, Harry. It saved you as a baby, and it has saved you again. But what the goblins did, they did not alter that protection. They altered you. They returned to you what was always yours. A magical potential that was meant to grow with you, but was stolen and stunted. By Voldemort." Harry said the name, and neither man flinched. "Yes," Dumbledore said. A final, spiteful act as his body was destroyed. A dark binding, designed to siphon your developing power to feed his shattered spirit, wherever it hid. It was a slow poison, and a deep violation. Harry's eyes flicked to Snape. The potion's master was staring into the fire, his face a mask, but a muscle jumped in his jaw. "Professor Snape," Harry said, addressing him directly. "You knew about the binding. You recognized it." Snape's black eyes shifted to him. "I was aware of the theory," he said, his voice flat. "It is a branch of the darkest arithmancy, a soul anchor siphon. The Dark Lord was adept at such creations. I suspected its presence when your magical signature upon arriving at Hogwarts displayed a dissonance, a vast, quiet depth at odds with the surface flickers of accidental magic. The incident with the troll confirmed it. The power you displayed was not that of a child. It was the power of a dam breaking. And you didn't tell me." Again, it was a statement. What would you have done with the knowledge, Potter? Snape asked, a trace of his old sneer returning. Raged. Feared. You were an untrained boy, already a target. The knowledge would have been a weapon for your enemies, not a tool for you. My role was to observe, and to ensure the parasite did not succeed in its larger goal. Your role, Harry repeated. He thought of the broom jinx, the warnings, the occlumency notes. You tried to keep me out of the way. To make me seem insignificant. To make you survive, Snape corrected sharply, a flash of something raw in his eyes. The Dark Lord's greatest weakness has always been his arrogance. He overlooks what he deems unimportant. My antagonism was a cloak. One of many I wear. The pieces shifted again in Harry's mind. The hatred was real, born of his father. But the protection, that was something else. A debt. A promise. My mother, Harry said quietly. Snape went perfectly still. The air in the room grew cold. Dumbledore watched them both, his expression sad. You and she were friends, Harry pressed, the intuition solidifying into certainty. A long, tortured silence. Snape's gaze was locked on the fire, but he was seeing something else. Something far away and long ago. When he spoke, his voice was stripped of all its usual silken venom, reduced to a bare, rough thread of sound. She was the only good thing in a world of grime and darkness. And I was the fool who told the darkness where to find her. The confession hung in the air, awful and final. Harry understood then. The hatred for James Potter. The loathing for Harry's face, so like his father's. But the protection, that was for Lily. A lifelong penance. The past is a complex tapestry, Harry, Dumbledore said softly, breaking the heavy quiet. Severus has walked a path of great danger and greater remorse for many years. His loyalties, while hard-won, are absolute. You should know that he has been your protector from the shadows since the night your parents died. Harry looked at the gaunt, bitter man in the chair. He felt no warmth, no sudden forgiveness. But he felt a grim understanding. Snape was not a friend. He was an ally. A dangerous, complicated one. What happens now? Harry asked, turning back to Dumbledore. Voldemort's fragment is gone. Quirrell is caught. The stone is safe. For now, Dumbledore nodded. The stone will be returned to Nicholas Flamel, who agrees with me that it has caused enough trouble. He and his wife will put their affairs in order. They have lived long enough. He said it with a gentle finality. As for Tom Riddle, he was banished, not destroyed. He is out there still, less than a ghost, but still possessing a terrible will to live. And now, he knows something new. He knows that the power he sought to steal from you is not only intact, but flourishing. You are no longer just the boy who escaped him. You are a symbol of his failure, and a source of power he will covet more than any stone. The weight of it settled back onto Harry's shoulders. The respite was over. He will return, Dumbledore continued. And when he does, he will come for you. Not just to kill you. To possess what you have. Your task, Harry, is to grow. To learn. To master the gift the goblins returned to you. To turn that potent wine into a fine vintage, not a wild, flooding river. His eyes twinkled again, but the message was serious. You have powerful friends. And you have powerful guides, in their own ways. He glanced at Snape. What about everyone else? Harry asked. Ron and Hermione. The school. What do we tell them? The official story will be that Professor Quirrell, obsessed with dark magic and immortality, attempted to steal the Philosopher's Stone for himself, Dumbledore said. He was overcome by the protective enchantments and is now gravely ill, awaiting ministry treatment. You three, in a fit of misguided bravery, stumbled upon the scene and witnessed his defeat. A story that contains enough truth to be believable, and enough omission to keep your particular secrets safe. He leaned forward. This is of utmost importance, Harry. The world is not ready to know the full truth of what you are. There are those who would fear you, and those who would seek to use you. Your power must remain your own secret, and that of this room. Harry nodded. He was used to secrets. He was dismissed soon after. As he reached the door, Snape's voice stopped him, cold and clear. Potter. Harry turned. Snape was looking at him, and in that look was all the old bitterness, but also a stark, professional assessment. The Occlumency. Do not stop. The mind is the first battlefield. You have won a skirmish. The war for your mind has just begun. Harry met his gaze, and gave a single, firm nod. Then he left, closing the door on the two most powerful and mysterious wizards he knew, united in their concern for him and divided by everything else. The hospital wing was bustling when he returned. Ron and Hermione were awake, eating a large breakfast and talking excitedly. They fell silent as he approached. "All right, Harry," Ron asked, his mouth full of toast. "What did Dumbledore say?" Hermione whispered, her eyes wide. Harry sat on the edge of his bed. He gave them the official story, watching relief and a tinge of disappointment cross their faces. They were heroes, but not the kind who knew the deepest truths. "So it was just Quirrell, all along," Ron said, frowning. "But the voice, the face." "Dark magic," Harry said, repeating Dumbledore's explanation. "He'd messed with things he shouldn't have. It corrupted him. It was close enough to the truth to satisfy." Hermione looked like she wanted to dissect it further, but she saw the look in Harry's eyes, a request for silence, and reluctantly let it go. Later that day, they were released. The castle was abuzz with the news. Quirrell was gone, spirited away to St. Mungo's. The third-floor corridor was just a corridor again. Exams, postponed by the drama, loomed once more with dreadful inevitability. As they walked back to Gryffindor Tower, surrounded by the normal, end-of-year chaos, Harry felt the bracelet cool on his wrist. The sea within him was calm, but he could feel its new depth, its potential. He had faced a shadow of the Dark Lord and won. He had unlocked a truth about his past and his power. He looked at his friends, laughing and shoving each other, alive and normal. He looked at the sun-drenched castle, so peaceful in the June light. But in the quiet of his own mind, he heard Snape's warning and Dumbledore's prophecy. "He will come for you." The thief had been thwarted. But he was still out there. And now, he knew exactly what he was looking for. Harry Potter climbed the stairs to his common room, the weight of his future settling onto his young shoulders, not as a burden, but as a purpose. The first year was ending. The training was just beginning. The leaving feast was a symphony of emerald and silver. Slytherin's victory in the House Cup, sealed by Dumbledore's last-minute awards, hung over the Great Hall like a smug, perfumed fog. Harry pushed his treacle tart around his plate, the sweetness turning to ash in his mouth. It wasn't the loss that chafed, it was the theatricality of it all. The beaming Slytherins, Dumbledore's twinkling eyes as he awarded points for cool logic and pure nerve, it felt like a pantomime performed over a gaping grave. His magic, that vast internal sea, was restless. It pressed against the silver lattice of his mother's protection in the cooler, more recent governor of Snape's bracelet, sensing the end of term like a caged creature senses an opening door. Around him, the castle's magic thrummed with the bittersweet frequency of departure, packed trunks, farewells scribbled on parchment, the ghostly sigh of unused classrooms being sealed for the summer. He caught Snape's eye. Across the hall, the potions master was not celebrating. He sat like a black pillar amidst the emerald revelry, his gaze fixed not on his triumphant snakes, but on Harry. It was a look devoid of its usual scorching contempt. Instead, it was a silent, weighty transfer of responsibility. "Remember. Watch. Be ready." Harry gave an almost imperceptible nod. The connection, forged in fire and dark secrets, thrummed between them. Later, in the dormitory, packing felt like an archaeologist burying evidence of a vanished self. He folded his robes, now familiar and comfortable, and placed them atop his textbooks. His holly and phoenix feather wand went into a holster he'd charmed to his forearm, hidden under his sleeve. The invisibility cloak, both the old one and his father's, were folded at the very bottom of his trunk, wrapped in mundane jumpers. The goblin stone and Snape's bracelet were on his person, secrets against his skin. He saved the last object, a small, carved wooden snitch, a parting gift from Fred and George that buzzed faintly with mischievous magic. He held it, feeling the hum, a tiny echo of the freedom he'd felt on a broom. Then he packed it away. The freedom was over. Now came the containment. The morning of departure was a chaos of lost shoes and forgotten pets. The Hogwarts Express waited, a scarlet caterpillar on the tracks, steam mingling with the Scottish mist. On the platform, goodbyes were a messy tapestry of tears and promises. Hagrid engulfed Harry in a bone-crushing hug, his earthy magic smelling of peat and Fang's wet fur. "Yay right now, here. And, don't let the muggles get ye down. A wizard, Harry." His eyes were suspiciously bright. Hermione's goodbye was a tightly wound bundle of anxiety and affection. She thrust a meticulously organized summer study schedule into his hands, her amber magic buzzing with plans. Just because we're not at school doesn't mean we should stop learning, Harry. I've included sections on basic ward theory and magical Britain's political structure, it's really quite fascinating. Ron thumped him on the back, his warmth a steady comfort. Don't let Hermione's schedule kill you. Just send word if, you know. If it gets bad. Dad's got a car. We'll come and get you. It was a reckless, wonderful promise, and Harry held onto it. He was turning towards the train when a voice, cold and smooth, slithered through the chatter. Potter. A moment. Snape stood apart from the throng, a stain of black in the colorful crowd. Students gave him a wide berth. Harry walked over, the noise fading into a distant buzz. Snape didn't look at him, his eyes tracked a group of departing Hufflepuffs as if assessing them for future incompetence. Your summer accommodations, he began, his voice barely above a whisper. They are protected by more than your mother's sacrifice. Dumbledore's magic is woven into the very foundations of that house. It is a cage, but it is a fortified one. Do not leave it. I know, Harry said. Knowing is not the same as understanding. Snape's black eyes finally flicked to him. The bracelet will dampen your emissions. Use the time, not for childish pursuits, for discipline. The mind, the magic. The parasite is wounded, not dead. It will be dreaming of the light it tasted in you. Do not give it a beacon to follow. He reached into his robes and withdrew not a potion, but a single, slim, black-bound book. It had no title. Do not show this. Do not speak of it. It contains nothing illegal, merely, alternative perspectives on foundational control. Consider it a critique of the standard first-year curriculum. Harry took the book. It was cool and heavy. A secret textbook. It felt like being handed a loaded weapon and being told to practice. Thank you, Professor, he said, and meant it. Snape's lip curled, as if the gratitude was a mildly offensive smell. Do not thank me. Survive. That is all. With a final, sweeping glance that seemed to take in the whole platform, the train, and the precarious future, he turned and melted away into the mist. The train ride back was a journey in reverse, a slow leaching of color from the world. As the Scottish Highlands gave way to rolling English countryside, Harry felt it, the gradual thinning of magic in the air. The constant, vibrant hum of Hogwarts faded to a distant memory, replaced by the flat, dull vibration of the non-magical world. It was like going deaf in one ear. Ron and Hermione tried to keep spirits high, playing Exploding Snap, debating Quidditch tactics. But Harry was quiet, looking out the window. He practiced his occlumency, not with the cold starlight, but with the rhythm of the tracks. Click-clack, click-clack, a steady, mundane beat to focus on. The sea inside him grew quieter, responding to the deadened environment, but it was a sullen, restless quiet. He told them about the book from Snape, showing them the plain cover. Hermione immediately wanted to analyze it. Ron looked suspicious. Why's Snape being helpful? It's probably cursed to make your ears fall off. It's not cursed, Harry said, though he'd checked with a subtle pulse of magic. It was just knowledge. Hard, clear, and demanding. A path to strength Snape felt compelled to provide, for reasons Harry now understood. When the snack trolley came, he bought a pile of sweets, but the chocolate tasted waxy, the pumpkin pasties oddly bland without the background magic of the castle to elevate them. It was just food. The world was becoming just a world. King's Cross was a shock. The noise was louder, harsher, a metallic clatter devoid of musicality. The air was thick with exhaust and the stale breath of thousands of muggles. His senses, so attuned to magical signatures, were suddenly bombarded with a cacophony of nothing, blank spots where magic should be. It was disorienting, nauseating. And then, there they were. The Dursleys. Vernon, his mustache bristling with impatience, his magic a shriveled, angry root. Petunia, horse-faced and pinched, her aura a bitter, sterile gray. Dudley, a looming mass of sulky pink flesh and violent, acquisitive energy. They looked at Harry's trunk, at Hedwig's cage, with identical expressions of profound distaste. The fragile normalcy of the platform seemed to curdle around them. About time, Vernon boomed, grabbing the trunk as if it were contaminated. Get a move on. I want to be home before the traffic. No hello. No inquiry about his year. He was a piece of problematic luggage that had returned. Harry turned to Ron and Hermione. The goodbye here was different. It was a severing. Hermione hugged him tightly, whispering, "Remember the schedule." Ron punched his arm, his eyes serious. "Send a message with Hedwig if you need anything. Anything." Then he was following the Dursleys, leaving the magical world behind with every step. Passing through the barrier was like being plunged into lukewarm water. The last whispers of magic vanished. He was back. The car ride was a silent, suffocating vacuum. Vernon drove with aggressive precision, ranting about the price of petrol. Petunia stared straight ahead. Dudley plugged headphones into his Walkman, the tinny thump of bass the only sound. Harry looked out at the streets of London, then the suburbs, then the identical, neat houses of Little Whinging. Each mile was a layer of himself being sealed away. The boy who lived, the wizard, the student, the storm bringer, folded and packed into a small, dark space behind his ribs. Number 4, Privet Drive, was exactly as he had left it, and utterly changed. It was smaller, meaner. The magic here was not absent. He could feel the deep, powerful thrum of Dumbledore's protective wards, ancient and complex, woven into the brick and mortar. But they were a cold magic, a barrier. They didn't welcome him, they imprisoned him. His room was the same. Bare, dusty, the second-hand furniture exactly as he'd left it. But it was not the room he'd slept in before Hogwarts. That boy was gone. This room was a cell for someone else. Vernon deposited his trunk with a grunt. "No funny business. No owls. No, stick. You're back under my roof, and you'll live by my rules. Is that clear?" "Yes," Harry said, his voice flat. He was left alone. He opened the window, but no magical breeze greeted him. Just the smell of cut grass and distant traffic. Hedwig, in her cage, gave a soft, unhappy hoot. He let her out, and she flew to the wilted branch of the apple tree in the garden, a spot of brilliant white in the mundane green. He opened his trunk. He didn't unpack his robes. He took out his wand, holding it for a moment, feeling its sleeping song, a faint, lonely melody in the silent house. He placed it under his pillow. He took out Snape's black book and hid it beneath a loose floorboard. Then he sat on the bed, in the silence of his prison, and did what he had been trained to do. He closed his eyes. He found the center of the storm. The deep, still place where the ocean of his magic met the silver lattice of his mother's love and the cool, governing influence of the bracelet. Here, in the deadness of Privet Drive, his magic had nowhere to go. So he turned it inward. He began to read the book, not with his eyes, but with his magical senses, tracing the shapes of the theories Snape had laid out. It was about compression, about density, about taking the vast, shallow sea and deepening the channel, making the current stronger, more focused, more powerful in its silence. He practiced for hours, until the light faded from the sky and the room was dark. The Dursleys called him for dinner, a sparse, silent affair where he was ignored. He answered in monosyllables, his mind still working on a problem of magical torque described in the book. That night, he dreamed. Not of green light, or leeching threads. He dreamed of a deep, dark place beneath a castle. Of stone walls weeping with damp, and a great, sleeping power behind a carved, serpentine door. The magic there was old, proud, and full of a terrible, waiting malice. It was not Voldemort's magic. This was something else. Something buried. He woke with a start, his scar quiet, but a new, cold certainty in his gut. The Chamber of Secrets. The magical pull he'd felt before Christmas. It wasn't just a story. It was waiting, and something had stirred it. He went to the window. Hedwig was a white smudge in the moonlight. In the distance, the lights of Little Whinging twinkled, orderly and blind. He was trapped. He was hidden. He was 11 years old and alone in a house that hated him. But he was also Harry Potter. His core was unsealed. His mind was learning its own defenses. He had allies, however distant and complicated. And he had a thief to outrun, and a buried monster to understand. The summer stretched before him, long and empty. A prison sentence. But as he stood there, feeling the deep, slow pulse of his own powerful magic practicing its new, disciplined shapes in the dark, he knew something with absolute clarity. This was not an ending. It was an intermission, a time to gather strength, to forge the weapon of himself. He looked out at the sleeping, Muggle world, and for the first time, he did not feel small. He felt like a secret, ticking quietly in the heart of the enemy's domain, waiting for the clock to strike. The silence of Privet Drive was not peaceful. It was a thick, woolly blanket that smothered sound and thought and magic. After the constant, singing hum of Hogwarts. The emptiness was a physical pressure on Harry's eardrums, a hollow ache in his magical core. The first week of summer stretched before him, an endless desert of identical, sun-drenched days. The Dursleys had settled into their preferred pattern of pretending he did not exist. He was a ghost in their perfectly ordered world, appearing only to perform chores, mowing the lawn with a rusty push mower that fought him every inch of the way, weeding flower beds under Petunia's hawk-like gaze, scrubbing pans with a Brillo pad until his fingers were raw. They spoke to him only to issue commands, their voices sharp with a disdain that was now like water off a dragon's back. Their hatred couldn't touch the deep, still center he was cultivating. His refuge was the night. When the house was dark and still, save for Dudley's electronic snores, Harry would slide the loose floorboard aside and take out Snape's black book. He didn't need light. He would run his fingers over the embossed, non-magical leather, then close his eyes and feel the knowledge within. It was a technique the book itself suggested, reading magic with magic. The book was not a grimoire of spells. It was a treatise on control. Magical Atrophy and Potential Kinetics, by an anonymous author. Its core philosophy was brutal in its simplicity: power was not strength. Strength was the efficient application of power. A tsunami was powerful, but unfocused. A laser, cutting through steel, was strong. The book taught him to be a laser. He began with the most basic exercise, condensation. Sitting cross-legged on his thin mattress, he would will the vast, placid sea of his magic to shrink. Not to diminish, but to intensify. To take the same amount of water and press it into a smaller, denser vessel. At first, it felt like trying to compress a cloud. The magic would resist, slipping through his mental fingers like mist. But slowly, with the stubborn focus honed in the North Tower, he began to succeed. The sea would contract, from a wide, shimmering expanse to a deep, still well. The pressure inside him would build, a thrilling, terrifying potential. He would hold it there, feeling the thrum of concentrated power, until sweat broke out on his brow and his muscles trembled with the strain. Then he would release, letting it expand back to its natural state with a soft, internal sigh. Each time, the well became a little deeper, the magic a little denser, a little more his. During the day, he practiced micro-manipulations. While polishing Vernon's collection of Boring Company awards, he would use a whisper of magic to seek out tarnish at a molecular level, persuading it to release its grip on the silver. The result was a shine so deep it looked wet, achieved with an expenditure of energy so slight it was barely a breath. Petunia, inspecting his work with a sour expression, could find no fault, though her suspicion grew. While Dudley and his friend Piers Polkiss played violent video games in the next room, their shouts and electronic explosions a wall of noise, Harry would sit at his desk and practice separating sensory streams. He would focus on the ticking of the cheap alarm clock on his bedside table, making it the steady beat of his occlumency, while allowing the raucous noise to become a distant, meaningless sea. Then he would switch, tuning into the frantic, greedy pulse of Dudley's magic, a bloated, spoiled thing, while the ticking faded away. He was learning to choose what he perceived. Hedwig was his only solace. She would return from hunting at dawn, her white feathers cool against his hand, her magic a clean, sharp signature of loyalty and wildness. He sent letters to Ron and Hermione, but they felt like messages in bottles tossed into a vast, non-magical ocean. He kept them light, full of lies about boring, peaceful days. He didn't mention the crushing silence, or the slow, meticulous work of self-forging he was undertaking. The dreams, however, he could not control. They were not nightmares of Voldemort. These were older, colder. He was walking through stone corridors that dripped with perpetual damp. The air was thick with the smell of stagnant water and something else, a dry, scale-like scent, a whisper of ancient malice. He could hear a rhythmic, slithering sound, vast and slow, just beyond the edge of sight. And he could feel a pull, a sympathetic vibration from the scar on his forehead, not the icy burn of the parasite, but a darker, more primal call. A language of hisses and cold intent. Parseltongue. The word surfaced from the depths of his own magic, a piece of knowledge he shouldn't possess. He would wake with the sound of hissing echoes in his mind, and a new, chilling understanding. The thing in the chamber wasn't just a monster. It was a legacy. And it was calling to the piece of Voldemort that lived in his scar, and by extension, to him. One blisteringly hot afternoon, about 2 weeks into the holiday, the fragile ceasefire with the Dursleys shattered. Vernon had invited a particularly important business client, a Mr. and Mrs. Mason, for dinner. The house was in a frenzy of unnatural polish and forced cheer. Petunia had prepared a complicated, wobbling souffle. Dudley had been bribed into a suit and warned to behave. And Harry had been given strict, snarling instructions, to stay in his room, make no noise, and pretend he did not exist. He was fine with that. He was in the middle of a particularly complex exercise from the Black Book, creating a sustained, self-contained sphere of magical silence within his own mind, a bubble where not even his own thoughts could make a ripple. It was advanced occlumency, and it was consuming all his focus. He didn't hear the first call. Or the second. His door was thrown open with such force it hit the wall. Vernon stood there, his face a puce moon of rage, his magic a starburst of violent, petty fury. "Boy, when I call you, you come." Harry surfaced from his practice slowly, the bubble of silence popping. The real-world noise crashed in, Vernon's bellows, the clatter of pans from the kitchen, the tinny laugh track from the television downstairs. He blinked. "I didn't hear you. Don't lie to me," Vernon roared, spraying spittle. He stomped into the room, his bulk filling the small space. "You were doing it, weren't you? Your freaky little mind tricks. Well, no more. The Masons will be here in 1 hour. You will go to Mrs. Figg's. And you will not utter a single, strange word. Do you understand? Arabella Figg, the batty old cat lady who lived 2 streets over. The one who made him look at photographs of her cats and fed him stale cake. A miserable alternative, but better than the stifling tension of the house full of strangers." "Yes," Harry said, standing up. He kept his movements calm, his magic pulled in so tight it was a smooth, dark pearl at his center. Vernon's eyes bulged, unsatisfied by the lack of fear. He took a step closer, his meaty finger jabbing the air. "I'm warning you, boy. One wrong move, one hint of abnormality, and it's back to the cupboard. No meals. For a week. We are this close to a major order from Mason. I will not have you ruin it with your condition." The word hung in the air. Condition. Like a disease. The sea within Harry stirred, a single, deep, angry roll. The lamp on his desk flickered. Vernon's eyes darted to it, then back to Harry, a flicker of fear beneath the rage. He took an involuntary step back. "Just get out. Now. And don't come back until 10. Harry walked past him, down the stairs, out the front door into the heavy evening air. He didn't look back. He could feel Vernon's furious gaze on his back until he turned the corner. Mrs. Figg's house smelled, as always, of cabbage, cats, and thick dust. She fluttered around him, her magic a faint, fuzzy, and peculiarly masked gray. He'd never noticed it before, but now, with his senses honed, it felt deliberate. Like a glamour. She sat him down in her overstuffed, doily-covered living room and thrust an album of cat pictures into his hands. "My dear Mr. Pause, just look at his magnificent whiskers in this one, taken after the unfortunate incident with the vacuum." Harry pretended to look, his mind elsewhere. He extended his senses gently through the house. 4 cats, each a small, warm, purring spark of life. The dust, thick and old. And Mrs. Figg, beneath the fuzzy gray, there was a hint of something else. Something watchful. And a very, very faint whisper of the same protective magic that enveloped Privet Drive. Not as strong, but similar. A secondary ward. She wasn't just a batty old woman. She was a watchman. Dumbledore's, probably. Placed here to keep an eye on him. The realization should have been comforting. Instead, it felt like another layer of the cage. He was surrounded by guards, even the kindly-seeming ones. The evening dragged on. Mrs. Figg brought out a dry, crumbling fruitcake that tasted of sawdust and regret. The television played a boring program about pottery. Harry sat, the black book's lessons running through his mind, practicing holding his magical core in that deep, dense well, making himself as magically inert as the sofa he sat on. At precisely 5 minutes to 10, he stood. "I should be getting back, Mrs. Figg. Thank you for having me." "Oh, of course, dear, of course," she said, peering out the net curtains. "All quiet out there. You run along straight home, now." He walked back through the quiet suburban streets. The night was warm, the air still. The stars were faint, washed out by the orange glow of streetlights. His mind was calm, the well of his magic deep and placid. He turned onto Privet Drive. And stopped. There was a car parked outside number 4. A large, shiny, unfamiliar car. The Masons were still here. Dinner had run late. He couldn't go in. Vernon's threat echoed in his head. He couldn't risk it. He would wait out here until they left. He slipped into the shadow of the large hedge between number 4 and number 6, sinking down onto the dry, prickly grass. He pulled his knees to his chest, making himself small. He could hear the faint sound of laughter and clinking glass from the open living room window. Vernon's booming, false laugh. Petunia's tinkling, nervous one. Time stretched. The moon rose, a pale sliver. The noise from the house gradually diminished. A car door slammed. Pleasant, parting goodbyes were exchanged. The unfamiliar car purred to life and drove away. Silence. Harry waited another 10 minutes, then stood, brushing grass from his trousers. He was about to step out of the shadows when he felt it. A ripple in the night. A magical signature, approaching from the west. It was not familiar. It was not the fuzzy gray of Mrs. Fig, or the deep, complex wards of the house. This was something new. Something desperate. And moving fast. He shrank back into the hedge, pulling his magic in until he was virtually non-existent to any but the most sensitive searcher. He peered out. A figure was loping down the middle of the deserted street, silhouetted against the distant streetlight. It was tall, awkward, and moving with a strange, disjointed grace. As it drew closer, Harry's breath caught. It was a house elf. But unlike any house elf he had ever imagined, this one was not dressed in a neat pillowcase. It wore a grimy, ragged tea towel fastened with a crude knot. Its large, bat-like ears were ragged. And its eyes, huge and luminous in the dark, were wide with a panic that bordered on madness. Its magic was a frantic, sparking, off-kilter thing, pulsing with anxiety and a terrible purpose. The elf stopped right in front of number 4, Privet Drive. It stared up at the dark house, its chest heaving. Then it began to bang its head rhythmically, terrifyingly, against the brick wall of the garden fence. Thud, thud, thud. Bad Dobby. It whimpered in a high, squeaky voice. Bad, bad elf. Must not be here. Must not warn the Harry Potter. But Dobby must. Dobby must. Harry froze, disbelief rooting him to the spot. A house elf. Here. Warning him. The elf, Dobby, stopped beating his head and clutched it instead, large tears welling in his bulbous eyes. He looked directly at the hedge where Harry was hiding, as if he could sense him despite all his occlumency. His voice dropped to a desperate, piercing whisper that carried through the still night. Harry Potter must not go back to Hogwarts. He must stay where he is safe. There is a plot. A terrible plot. He will be in mortal danger if he returns. The words hung in the air, a chilling prophecy. Before Harry could move, could speak, Dobby's eyes widened further in terror. He seemed to hear something Harry could not. Dobby is summoned. Dobby is a bad elf. With a loud crack that shattered the suburban silence, the house elf vanished, leaving behind only a faint smell of ozone and a single, torn piece of tea towel fluttering to the ground. Harry stood, unmoving, in the shadows. The well of his magic was no longer still. It churned, reflecting the new, chaotic threat that had just landed on his doorstep. A plot. At Hogwarts. Mortal danger. The thief was gone. The stone was safe. But according to a frantic, self-harming house elf, the castle was no longer a sanctuary. He looked up at the dark, silent bulk of number 4. His prison. His protected cage. For the first time, the idea of returning to it, of waiting out the summer in disciplined silence, felt impossible. The world outside was moving. Danger was coiling, not in the past, but in the future. He had been training for a war he thought was on hold. But the battlefield, it seemed, had just been redecorated. And someone, or something, had just slipped him a note about the new traps. The torn scrap of tea towel lay on the pristine pavement like a stain of another world. Harry stared at it, the elf's desperate warning echoing in the silent street. Mortal danger. A plot. The words were stones dropped into the deep, still well of his magic, sending ripples through his hard-won discipline. For a long minute, he didn't move. The night was warm, but a chill had settled in his bones. He looked from the scrap of fabric to the dark, silent house, his fortress and his prison, and felt the walls of both closing in. Then, instinct took over. He couldn't leave evidence. He darted forward, snatched up the rag, and stuffed it into his pocket. It was coarse and smelled faintly of laundry soap and something else, a peppery, magical scent that was uniquely elf. He slid back into the shadows, his heart hammering against his ribs, not from fear of the Dursleys but from the implications. A house elf, bound to a magical family. Warning him. Why? Who did Dobby serve? And what plot could be so terrible that an elf would risk whatever punishment had driven him to beat his head against a wall? The questions were a torrent, threatening to overwhelm the careful channels of his occlumency. He forced himself to breathe, to find the center. The well of his magic was disturbed, but it was still deep. He pictured the ripples calming, the surface becoming a perfect mirror once more. He waited another 15 minutes in the hedge, until every light in number 4 was extinguished and the house emitted only the dull, sleeping signatures of its inhabitants. Then, silent as the shadow he was, he crept to the back door. It was locked, but a whisper of magic, directed not at the lock but at the alignment of the tumblers, a delicate, persuasive nudge he'd been practicing from Snape's book, had it clicking open. He slipped inside, up the stairs, and into his room without a sound. He did not sleep. He sat on his bed, the piece of tea towel on his lap, and thought. Hogwarts was supposed to be safe. It was his sanctuary. But Dobby's warning painted a different picture. The thief, Voldemort, was banished but not gone. The Chamber of Secrets whispered in his dreams. And now this. A plot. Who could be plotting? The obvious answer was Voldemort's remaining followers, Death Eaters. But they were scattered, imprisoned, or pretending to be reformed. Could one of them have a house elf? Possibly. But to send it to warn him. That made no sense. Unless Dobby was acting against his master's wishes. The self-punishment suggested that. He thought of the staff at Hogwarts. Snape, with his bitter allegiance. Quirrell, broken and insane. Mungos. The others seemed normal. But normalcy, he was learning, was a mask. He needed information. But he was cut off. Hedwig could only carry letters to Ron and Hermione, and he couldn't burden them with this, not yet. Not without proof. They'd think he was paranoid, influenced by the trauma of the stone. No, he had to handle this himself. He had to prepare. The next day, the Dursleys' suspicious glares felt like a distant problem. Harry moved through his chores mechanically, his mind working. Dobby's warning changed his summer's purpose. It was no longer just about discipline and control. It was about application. He needed to turn the laser he was forging into something that could cut through uncertainty, that could defend against an unknown plot. He focused his studies. From Snape's book, he moved beyond condensation to projection. Not of raw power, that would be like turning on a lighthouse in the middle of Privet Drive, but of intent. He practiced in the suffocating silence of his room, aiming his wand at a fly that buzzed against the windowpane. Not to kill it, to persuade it to land on a specific spot on the sill. It was a battle of minuscule wills. His magic, vast and deep, had to be threaded down to a single, silken strand of command. The fly, its tiny brain a knot of instinct, resisted. He failed, again and again. The fly would buzz frantically or drop as if stunned. But on the 7th attempt, it shuddered in midair, turned, and landed precisely on the chipped paint spot he'd visualized. It sat there for 3 seconds before flying away. A small, ridiculous victory. But it proved he could be precise. He practiced sensing through barriers. Sitting in his room, he would extend his awareness through the floorboards, down into the living room where the Dursleys watched television. He learned to distinguish the magical flavors of their emotions. Vernon's blustering anger was a spiky, sour red, Petunia's pinched anxiety a brittle, beige vibration, Dudley's contentment was a sluggish, pink glow. He could tell when Vernon was about to shout by a sudden spike in the red, giving him time to school his expression into blankness before the man stormed in. He was turning his prison into a training ground. The very deadness of the magical environment forced a clarity he might not have achieved at Hogwarts. There were no distractions, no buzzing signatures of other witches and wizards. Just him, his magic, and the silent, pressing need to master it. A week after Dobby's visit, the dream of the chamber returned, stronger. This time, he wasn't just walking. He was standing before a monumental stone wall, carved with entwined serpents. The hissing was no longer distant, it was a sibilant chorus coming from the other side of the wall. And a voice, cold and smooth and young, spoke in English that overlay the hisses. "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four." He woke with the words on his lips, his scar cold but not painful. The voice hadn't been Voldemort's high, cruel tone. This was different, younger, arrogant, a memory, an echo. He got out of bed and went to the window. The sky was lightening to gray. He pulled the piece of elf cloth from its hiding place. The two mysteries felt connected, the chambers stirring and a plot at Hogwarts. But how? The answer, or the next piece of it, arrived by mundane post. A letter for Harry, mixed in with Vernon's business circulars and Petunia's gardening catalogs. The envelope was cheap and yellow, the address written in a loopy, untidy hand he didn't recognize. Petunia snatched it up, her eyes narrowing. "Who is writing to you?" she demanded, her voice like a knife on glass. "I don't know," Harry said truthfully, holding out his hand. She hesitated, her suspicion warring with her desire to have no oddities in her house. With a sniff, she thrust it at him. "No funny business. I'll be watching." He took it upstairs. The letter inside was brief and baffling. "Harry, hope you're having a decent summer. Listen, something odd's happened. Dad's Fort Anglia, the one he's been enchanting, went funny last night. All the magic drained out of it, like something sucked it dry. He's furious. Mum says it's a sign of unstable enchantment, but I heard him whispering to Bill about magical siphons and dark signatures. Probably nothing, but with everything last year, thought you should know. Don't let the muggles get you down. See you on the train. Ron. P.S. Hermione says to tell you she's made a revised schedule including practical defensive theory. She's bonkers." Harry read it twice. A car's magic, drained dry. A dark signature. It could be unrelated. A faulty charm. But Ron's father worked for the Ministry in the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office. He'd know about magical drains. And the timing, so close to Dobby's warning. A cold knot formed in his stomach. What if the plot wasn't just at Hogwarts? What if it was against it? Against magic itself. A siphon. The word resonated with the old, violated feeling of the dark binding. Could someone be creating a larger version? Something that could drain enchantments? The thought was too big, too terrifying. He had no proof. Only fragments. A frantic elf, a drained car, a whispering chamber in his dreams. That afternoon, tasked with washing Vernon's company car, Harry found his focus shattered. The soapy water, the smell of wax, the mindless circular motions, they couldn't quiet the ticking clock in his mind. Danger was coming. He could feel it, a pressure building in the magical atmosphere even through the wards of Privet Drive. As he rinsed the suds away, he saw his reflection in the dark, wet paint of the car door. A thin, pale face with two bright green eyes stared back. The eyes of a boy who had faced a dark lord. The eyes of a secret. "You have to be ready," the reflection seemed to say. He finished the car. He put away the bucket and sponge. He went up to his room. He took out his wand. Not to practice. To check. He held it in both hands and closed his eyes, sinking his awareness into the holly and phoenix feather. He sought the connection, the song it shared with its brother wand, the U-wand that had given him his scar. The connection was there, a faint, cold, silvery thread. Stretching off into the unknown, a thread of shared phoenix and shared fate. He touched it with his mind, lightly, like plucking a single string on a vast, silent harp. A discordant note vibrated back. A sense of awakening, of focus. The brother wand was no longer dormant. It was in a hand. And that hand was thinking of him. He dropped the connection as if burned. His own wand hummed, a note of warning. So, Voldemort's wand was active. The thief had found a new instrument. The plot was moving. He had 5 weeks until September 1st. 5 weeks in this silent, magic dead house. It wasn't enough time, but it was all he had. He began a new regimen. In the mornings, physical conditioning, push-ups, sit-ups, running on the spot, to strengthen the vessel that held the storm. Afternoons, magical precision, moving dust motes in sunbeams, changing the color of a single thread in his blanket, practicing silent, wandless summoning of small objects from across the room. The bracelet helped, governing the flow, but he learned to work with it, to channel the deep well of power through its narrow aperture with increasing force and control. Evenings, he studied, not just Snape's book, but his standard textbooks, seeing them with new eyes. In the dark forces, a guide to self-protection. He looked for mentions of large-scale siphons, of rituals that could drain magical places. He found hints, shadows of dark theories. He read Hogwarts, a history again, searching for vulnerabilities in the castle's wards, for mentions of the chamber's location, for stories of past plots. He was an army of one, preparing for a war whose shape he could only guess at. The pressure built. A week later, Hedwig returned from hunting with a small, dead garden snake in her talons. As Harry went to dispose of it, the limp body seemed to twitch. A sibilant whisper, faint and dying, brushed his mind. Cold stone, master calls. He recoiled. Parseltongue. Not in a dream. In his hands. The gift, or curse, was waking up, responding to the stirrings in the chamber. He told no one. He couldn't. The summer wore on. The Dursleys, baffled and irritated by his quiet intensity, left him increasingly alone. He was no longer a sulky burden, he was a silent, focused machine they didn't understand and feared to provoke. The night before Dudley's birthday, Harry lay awake, listening to the distant grumble of a thunderstorm. His magical senses, stretched thin from a day of intense practice, were hyper-alert. He felt the static in the air, the charge of the lightning. And then, he felt something else. A tremor in the wards around Privet Drive. Not an attack. A probe. A cold, subtle, intelligent touch, slithering over the protective magic like a snake testing a glass pane. It was searching for a weakness. It tasted of damp stone and ancient hatred. It was the magic of the chamber. It found nothing. The wards held. The probe withdrew, frustrated. But it had been there. It had come looking. For him. Harry sat up in the dark, his heart pounding. The plot, the chamber, the Brother Wand's awakening, it was all converging. And it was all pointing back to Hogwarts. Dobby was right. Mortal danger waited there. But as he sat in the dark, feeling the deep, disciplined power thrumming within him, Harry Potter felt not dread, but a cold, sharp resolve. Let it come. Let the plot unfold. Let the chamber open. He was no longer the boy who lived by luck. He was the wizard who had unsealed his own power. He had spent the summer forging himself in silence and discipline. He was ready to make some noise. The storm that had growled on the horizon the night before Dudley's birthday broke as the Dursley car sped towards London. Rain lashed the windows in great, diagonal sheets, turning the world outside into a gray-green smear. Inside, the silence was a different kind of deluge. Vernon drove with a white-knuckled grip, hunched over the wheel as if physically pushing against the weather's hostility. Petunia sat ramrod straight, her lips a thin, colorless line. Dudley, crammed next to Harry in the back, was uncharacteristically quiet, cradling his new video camera and looking queasy from the motion and the tension. Harry watched the rain stream down the glass. His trunk and Hedwig's cage were in the boot. His wand was a familiar weight in its forearm holster. The bracelet was cool on his wrist. The deep, disciplined well of his magic was calm, but alert. It felt different today. Not restless, but oriented. Like a compass needle finally finding north after spinning in a void. The north was Hogwarts, and the magnetic pull it exerted was now laced with a warning tremor. The probe against the wards 2 nights ago had been a declaration. The thing in the chamber knew he was here. It knew he was coming. The summer's silent training had been for this. He was a soldier returning to a front line only he could fully see. King's Cross was a cathedral of noise and damp, steam mingling with the smell of wet wool and diesel. The usual magical buzz of the place was muted, dampened by the weather and the press of miserable muggles. Harry felt it as a low, frustrated hum beneath the station's bones. Vernon dumped his trunk onto a trolley with a grunt. Right, there's your platform. Don't expect a farewell. He turned away without another word, shepherding his family back towards the car and the mundane world, clearly relieved to be rid of his burden. Harry didn't watch them go. He was already scanning the crowd, not with his eyes, but with his other sense. He sought the specific, warm frequencies of wizard kind, the telltale shimmer in the air around a concealed wand, the particular energy of an owl in a cage. He found the current and followed it, a salmon swimming upstream, until he stood before the solid barrier between platforms 9 and 10. This time, there was no hesitation. He didn't need to run. He simply walked forward, his magic a gentle, persuasive force ahead of him, and the wall parted like a curtain. The sudden explosion of sound and color on the other side was almost violent after the gray gloom of the Muggle world. The scarlet Hogwarts Express stood gleaming under the enchanted ceiling, which today showed a dramatic, swirling tableau of storm clouds and occasional flashes of magical lightning, matching the weather outside. The air was thick with the smells of the magical world, ozone, pumpkin pasties, owl droppings, and the unique scent of hundreds of magical signatures colliding. And there, he felt them. Two familiar points of light in the magical cacophony. Harry. Ron's voice cut through the din. He and Hermione were pushing their way towards him, their magics flaring with relief and excitement. Ron's was a steady, welcoming campfire, a little taller and brighter than last year. Hermione's was a fiercer, more focused beam of amber, vibrating with intellectual energy and what felt like anxiety. "You're here. We were starting to think you'd missed it," Ron said, grabbing one end of Harry's trunk to help him heave it onto the train. "How was your summer?" Hermione asked, but her eyes were searching his face, missing nothing. She'd always been perceptive, but now, with Harry's own senses heightened, he could feel her scrutiny like a gentle, persistent pressure. "Quiet," Harry said, which was true in a way. "Yours. Brilliant. I convinced my parents to get me subscriptions to the Practical Potioneer and Arithmancy today," Hermione said, her words tumbling out. "And I've already finished the reading for the first month. But Harry, some things, have you felt?" She trailed off, looking uncertain. Ron rolled his eyes. "She's been going on about atmospheric magical discordance all morning." "It's the storm, Hermione. Even muggles get grumpy when it rains." But it wasn't just the storm. Harry could feel it too. Beneath the usual cheerful chaos of departure, there was a discordant note. A faint, sickly vibration that made the back of his teeth ache. It was similar to the probe at Privet Drive, but diffuse, bleeding into the very fabric of the station's magic. It felt like a stain. "Let's find a compartment," Harry said, avoiding Hermione's question. They found one near the back, mercifully empty. As the train gave a jolt and began to pull out of the station, London's sooty roofs gave way to rain-lashed fields. Harry sat by the window, his senses stretched out, trying to pinpoint the source of the discord. It wasn't on the train. It was everywhere. In the air. In the land rushing past. As if the magical ecology of Britain itself had developed a low-grade infection. "So," Ron said, rummaging in a bag of his mum's sandwiches. "Guess who's been made Gryffindor keeper?" "That's great, Ron," Harry said, forcing his attention back to his friend. "Yeah, Wood's mental about training already. Thinks we've got a real shot at the cup this year." Ron's chest puffed out a little. Then he frowned. "Dad's still fuming about the car, by the way. Total write-off, magically speaking. The ministry had to send a team to extract the leftover enchantment cores. They looked right grim about it. Mum says it's all hush-hush. The drained car. Another piece." Harry exchanged a glance with Hermione. She'd made the connection too. The compartment door slid open. A small, round-faced boy with tear-filled eyes stood there. It was Colin Creevey, a first year, his magic a bright, eager, but currently wobbly yellow. He was clutching a camera. Harry Potter," he squeaked. "See, could I have your picture? I'm Colin Creevey, I'm in Gryffindor too, my brother's told me all about you. He says I should get your autograph too, if it's not too much trouble." It was a burst of normal, ridiculous fanfare. But as Colin raised his camera, Harry felt a sudden, sharp spike of the discordant magic. It came from the camera. Not from Colin, but from the device itself. A tiny, complex, mechanical object, humming with a wrongness that mirrored the larger stain outside. The camera's flash went off with a blinding pop. Colin beamed. "Thanks ever so much." As he scampered away, Harry looked at Ron and Hermione. "Did you feel that?" "Feel what?" Ron asked, blinking spots from his eyes. "The camera. The magic around it was off." Hermione leaned forward, her brow furrowed. "Off how?" "It's just a magical camera. They're common." "It felt sick," Harry said, struggling to put the sensation into words. "Like the car your dad described. Not dead, but infected." The train rattled on, the weather growing wilder. The enchanted ceiling of their compartment darkened to match the external gloom, showing flashes of lightning that seemed too sharp, too green. The cheerful witch with the snack trolley came and went, but her usual bright magic seemed dimmed, frayed at the edges. Then, about an hour into the journey, the train gave a violent shudder and began to slow. Not a scheduled stop. The lights flickered and died, plunging the corridor into a gloom broken only by the sickly green flashes from the ceiling. The steady, comforting hum of the train's enchantments sputtered and faded, replaced by an eerie, wind-whipped silence. "What's going on?" Ron whispered, his hand going to his wand. Harry stood up, his every sense screaming. The discordant vibration wasn't diffuse anymore. It was concentrated, and it was right outside the train. He moved to the corridor window, wiping away the condensation. Through the sheeting rain, he could see they had stopped in the middle of nowhere. Dark, skeletal trees pressed close to the tracks, branches clawing at the sky. And standing on the track ahead, visible as a deeper blackness against the storm, was a figure. It was tall, shrouded in a tattered, floating cloak that seemed to drink the light. The air around it warped and froze. Where the rain touched it, it turned to needles of ice that shattered on the ground. The magical signature it emitted was like nothing Harry had ever felt. It wasn't evil, like Voldemort's possessive hunger. This was despair. This was a sucking, hollow cold that promised the absence of all warmth, all joy, all memory. It was the feeling of the Dementor's presence, but he didn't yet know the name. A wave of penetrating cold washed through the carriage walls. Harry's breath fogged instantly. He heard Hermione gasp, and Ron let out a small, choked sound. But for Harry, the effect was different, and far worse. The cold didn't just chill his skin. It reached for the deep, still well of his magic. And it found, not the magic itself, but the silver lattice woven around it, his mother's protection, the source of his happiest memory. The Dementor's power latched onto that memory, that love, and tried to pull. A woman's scream filled his ears, his mother's scream. Not a memory, but a raw, psychic echo. The green light flared behind his eyes. And beneath it, he heard the high, cold laugh of the thief, and felt the insidious pull of the dark binding, the years of theft. The Dementor was amplifying every shadow, every loss, every violation. The well of his magic didn't surge in defense. It cowered. It flinched. The disciplined control he'd built all summer shattered under the assault of pure, distilled misery. He was back in the cupboard, small and alone. He was watching Quirrell burn, feeling the parasite's hunger. He was staring into the mirror, aching for a family he'd never know. He staggered, his vision graying at the edges. The world was reduced to the scream, the green light, and the unbearable, icy emptiness advancing towards the train. Then, a new light. A soft, silver glow blossomed at the far end of the corridor. It pulsed with a warmth that was the direct opposite of the creature's cold. It was a magic of peace, of protection, of patronage. The figure of a teacher, Professor Lupin, though Harry didn't know him yet, stood there, wand aloft, a shimmering, shapeless silver cloud emanating from its tip. The Dementor's focus shifted. The pressure on Harry's mind lessened slightly. He gasped, dragging in a lungful of frozen air. "None of us is hiding Sirius Black under our cloaks." Professor Lupin's voice was calm but carried an undeniable authority. "Now, you will leave. This is a Hogwarts train." The silver light flared. The Dementor seemed to fold in on itself with a soundless shriek of frustration, then streamed away into the storm. The greenish darkness lightened. The train's lamps flickered back on with a soft pop. The familiar hum of its engines returned. In the compartment, Ron was pale, Hermione was shaking. But they were whole. They'd felt the cold, the fear, but not the personal, agonizing dredging Harry had endured. He slumped against the window frame, trembling violently. The well of his magic was in turmoil, the silver lattice feeling bruised, tender. The disciplined soldier had been blindsided by a weapon he didn't understand. The compartment door slid open. The man who had driven the Dementor away stood there. He looked tired and worn, his robes shabby, but his eyes were kind and alert. His magical signature was complex, a weary, gentle brown overlaid with a sharp, metallic resilience. And the lingering, beautiful echo of the silver light he'd conjured. "Are you all right?" he asked, his gaze moving over them and settling on Harry, who was clearly the worst affected. What was that?" Hermione whispered. "A Dementor," the man said. "One of the guards of Azkaban. They're searching the train for Sirius Black." He looked at Harry with deeper concern. "You fainted." Harry shook his head, though he felt close to it. "No, I just heard things." The man's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "Dementors affect people differently. They feed on happy memories, leave you with the worst experiences of your life. For some, with dark memories, the effect is severe." He hesitated. I have some chocolate. It helps. He broke off a few squares of a large bar and handed them to each of them. The chocolate was unlike any Harry had tasted. As it melted on his tongue, a genuine, gentle warmth spread through him, not magical, but psychological, soothing the raw edges the Dementor had scraped. His magic settled, the well calming, the silver lattice glowing softly in reassurance. I'm Professor Lupin, the man said. Your new defense against the dark arts teacher. I think it best if I stay here until we reach Hogsmeade. He sat down, a quiet, steadying presence. The train began to move again. The storm outside began to abate. But as Harry looked out at the passing darkness, the taste of chocolate and despair mingling in his mouth, he knew the encounter was more than a frightening interruption. The Dementor was a guard, searching for a fugitive, Sirius Black. But its presence, its effect on him, was a terrifying revelation. His deepest protections were vulnerable to a specific kind of attack. His worst memories were a weapon that could be used against him. And as he felt the train carry him closer to the castle, the diffuse, sickly stain of magic in the air grew stronger. The Dementor was one threat. The plot Dobby had warned of was another. And the chamber, with its ancient, whispering malice, was a third. He had trained to face a thief. He had just been shown he was defenseless against despair. The Hogwarts Express steamed into the night, carrying him towards a castle that was no longer just a school. It was a maze of converging dangers. And the weapon he'd spent all summer sharpening had just been shown to have a critical, heartbreaking flaw. The chocolate worked its mundane, miraculous magic. The terrible, echoing screams in Harry's head faded to a dull, haunted ringing. The icy numbness in his bones retreated, replaced by a shaky, post-adrenaline warmth. But the deep, still well of his magic remained troubled, its surface ruffled as if by a foul wind. The silver lattice of his mother's protection, which had always felt like an immutable part of his foundation, now felt examined. Violated. Professor Lupin remained in their compartment, a quiet, watchful presence. His magic, that weary brown overlaid with resilient steel, was a calming anchor in the aftermath of the Dementor's soul-scraping chill. He asked no prying questions, for which Harry was grateful. Ron and Hermione were full of shaken curiosity, their voices overlapping. What are they doing on the train? Who's Sirius Black? Why would they think he was here? Lupin answered with a patient, grave clarity. Black is a dangerous fugitive. He escaped from Azkaban, the wizarding prison, this summer. The first ever to do so. The Dementors are his guards. They are, agitated by his absence. Desperate to retrieve him. The Ministry has allowed them to search places they would not normally go. He glanced out the window at the retreating storm. They are not creatures of reason. Only of hunger. But why search a train full of children? Hermione's voice was tight with indignation. Because Black is believed to be obsessed, Lupin said, and now his eyes, almost inadvertently, flicked to Harry. With Harry. The silence in the compartment was sudden and absolute. Ron's mouth hung open. Hermione's hand flew to her lips. Harry felt the words land like physical blows. Obsessed. With Harry. Another predator. Another target on his back. First the thief who wanted his magic. Now a madman escaped from a fortress of despair, fixated on him. The walls of the world were closing in, painted with his name. Why? Harry's voice sounded distant to his own ears. Lupin's expression was deeply troubled. The official story is that Black was a devoted follower of He Who Must Not Be Named. That he betrayed your parents' hiding place to him. That he killed another wizard in cold blood the night the Dark Lord fell. And now, they say, he has escaped to finish the job. Betrayed your parents. The words twisted in Harry's gut, a fresh poison alongside the old grief. He had grown up with the abstract concept of his parents being murdered. Now, a name was attached to the betrayal. A face, presumably. A motive. It made the loss sharper, more personal. But that makes no sense. Hermione argued, her logical mind seizing on the inconsistency. If he was a Death Eater, why wait 12 years? And why come now, when you know who is gone? The minds of those who served the Dark Lord are not always rational, Miss Granger, Lupin said gently, but his own gaze was distant, clouded with some private, painful thought. Grief and guilt can fester into madness. Azkaban, it does not improve one's sanity. The train journey resumed, the landscape slowly brightening as they left the storm behind. But a new, darker storm had settled inside their compartment. Lupin eventually excused himself, saying he needed to check on the rest of the train, leaving them with a final bar of chocolate and a heavy silence. "Blimey, Harry," Ron breathed after he'd gone. "First you know who, now a nutter escaped from Azkaban. Can't you just have a normal admirer? Maybe a fan club that sends biscuits?" The joke fell flat. Hermione was chewing her lip, thinking hard. Professor Lupin. He knew how to fight that thing. The Dementor. That silver light, I've read about it. A Patronus charm. It's immensely difficult, advanced magic. And he conjured it so easily. New defense teacher, Ron said with a shrug. Suppose he's got to be good at something. Can't be worse than Quirrell or Lockhart. But Harry was thinking about the feel of Lupin's magic. The weary gentleness over the core of steel. The beautiful, protective silver light. This was not a man like Snape, forged in bitterness and double allegiances. This felt like someone who had been broken and had carefully, painfully, put himself back together with strength and compassion. A different kind of guardian. As the train chugged into the highlands, the familiar, towering silhouette of Hogwarts appeared against a slate-gray sky. The sight, which usually filled Harry with a sense of homecoming, now sent a complex thrill through him, part relief, part dread. The castle's immense, layered magic reached out to greet the train, a symphony of protection and ancient power. But now, with his refined senses, Harry could hear the discordant note within it more clearly. The faint, sickly stain was woven into the edges of the castle's aura, like a mildew creeping up a sunlit wall. The carriages awaited them, pulled not by invisible creatures as he'd always assumed, but by skeletal, winged horses with leathery skin and mournful, white eyes. Thestrals. He could see them. Their magic was a quiet, sad gray, the magic of death accepted and understood. Ron and Hermione climbed into a carriage, arguing about whether it was moving by itself. Harry stared at the creature harnessed to it, a cold understanding settling in his stomach. You could only see Thestrals if you had seen death. He had seen Quirrell's life extinguished, had felt the parasitic wraith torn away. He had witnessed an ending. He climbed in silently, his new perception another weight added to the load. The great hall was a blaze of light and noise, a frantic attempt at normalcy. The ceiling shone with a perfect, starry night, but to Harry, the stars seemed slightly dimmer, their magical twinkle muted. The Sorting Hat sang its annual song, but its magic, usually a vibrant, wise murmur, felt strained, its tune holding a new, warning verse about unity in dark times. The whispers about Sirius Black and the Dementor attack on the train snaked through the student body, adding a layer of nervous energy to the usual start-of-term buzz. Harry's eyes were drawn to the staff table. Dumbledore sat, serene as ever, his sun-dappled magic a comforting constant. Next to him, Snape was a pool of ink-black intensity, his gaze sweeping the hall, lingering on Harry with a look that was no longer just analytical, but sharply concerned. He had heard about the train, then. And he knew what a Dementor's attention might mean for someone with Harry's history. And there was Lupin, in shabby but clean robes, looking oddly right amongst the other teachers. He was listening politely to Professor Sprout, but his eyes, like Snape's, found Harry. He gave a small, reassuring nod. The feast appeared, but Harry's appetite was gone. The flavors were dull, as if the magical essence of the food was subdued. He forced himself to eat, knowing he needed strength. As the plates cleared, Dumbledore rose to give his start-of-term notices. The usual warnings about the Forbidden Forest and rule-breaking were delivered. Then his tone deepened. A more sober note. As some of you may already be aware, Hogwarts currently plays host to the Dementors of Azkaban, who are stationed at every entrance to the grounds. A wave of unease rippled through the hall. They are here on Ministry of Magic business, in the search for Sirius Black. Let me be perfectly clear, they will not harm you. But they are not creatures to be trifled with. Do not give them reason to notice you. The happiness they drain does not return. His eyes, bright and serious, scanned the students. Hogwarts has always been a haven. It remains so. But vigilance, and a little extra kindness, would not go amiss this year. The feast ended on a subdued note. The prefects led the houses away. The Gryffindor common room was full of chatter about Black and Dementors, but Harry couldn't bear it. He pleaded a headache and climbed the stairs to the dormitory. His trunk had been brought up. The room was the same. 5 four-poster beds, the window looking out over the dark grounds. But it felt different. The stone walls, which usually hummed with Gryffindor's protective, fiery magic, now seemed to whisper with other, older things. He could feel the deep, cold pulse of the chamber, far below, stronger now that he was within the castle's heart. And he could feel the distant, static chill of the Dementors at the gates, a constant, low-grade ache at the edge of his awareness. He unpacked mechanically. His wand, the black book, the goblin stone, the bracelet. The tools of his secret war. He changed into his pajamas and got into bed, but sleep was a distant country. The dream came quickly. He was in the chamber again, but not wandering. He was standing before the great stone wall with the serpent carvings. The hissing was a deafening chorus now. The wall was vibrating, and the young, arrogant voice was clear, speaking the Parseltongue command directly into his mind, "Open." He woke with the word on his lips, a hiss that sounded alien and terrifying in the dark dormitory. His scar was icy cold. He sat up, panting. It's stirring. It's trying to open. He got out of bed and went to the window. The grounds were silvered by a half moon. In the distance, near the main gates, he could see a shivering patch of deeper darkness, a void in the magical landscape. A Dementor. And from the forest's edge, a different kind of movement caught his eye. A large, shaggy black dog, its magic a wild, flickering shadow, stood staring up at the castle. At his tower. It held his gaze for a long moment, then turned and melted into the trees. Sirius black. In dog form. An animagus. The pieces clicked, the escape, the obsession, the ability to evade Dementors who sensed human despair. A cold finger traced Harry's spine. He was trapped in a castle with a whispering monster beneath its floors, guarded by creatures that fed on his worst memories, while a madman who had betrayed his parents prowled the edges. He looked down at his hands. The summer's discipline felt like a child's game now. He had learned to condense his magic, to focus his will. But against a despair that attacked his very soul. Against a hatred that had already taken everything from him once. The well of his magic churned, not with power, but with a desperate, frustrated fear. He had the strength of an ocean. But he was standing in a hurricane, and the wind was trying to tear the water from the sea itself. He needed to learn. Fast. Not just control. Defense. A specific kind of defense. As he stood at the window, a plan formed, born of sheer necessity. Professor Lupin knew how to fight Dementors. He had a kind magic. He had looked at Harry with understanding, not suspicion. Tomorrow, he would go to him. He would ask for help. He would reveal just enough, the severity of his reaction, the memories it stirred, to get what he needed. It was a risk, but staying defenseless was a greater one. The first day of term dawned, cold and clear. At breakfast, Harry sought out Lupin's gaze and gave a small, determined nod. After the meal, as the students milled about, he approached the staff table. "Professor Lupin, could I have a word?" Lupin looked up from his tea, his gentle eyes alert. "Of course, Harry. My office is on the second floor, by the charmed window with the view of the Whomping Willow. Come by after your last lesson." The day was a blur. Every subject felt trivial compared to the lessons he needed. In charms, Flitwick cheerfully demonstrated the cheering charm. Harry performed it perfectly, producing a weak, fluttering golden light that failed to touch the cold pit inside him. In Transfiguration, McGonagall praised his precise switching of a tortoise into a teapot. The teapot was fine china with a perfect, leafy pattern. It felt hollow. He felt Snape's eyes on him in potions, a relentless, probing stare. When Snape swept past his desk, he paused, his voice a silken whisper. "The taste of chocolate fades quickly, Potter. The memory of despair does not. Do not linger in dark corners." It was as close to advice, and a warning, as Snape would ever give. Finally, the last lesson ended. Harry made his way to the second floor. He found the office, the door was slightly ajar. He knocked. "Come in, Harry." The office was small and shabby but comfortable. Books were stacked haphazardly, interesting magical artifacts cluttered shelves, and a large, rattling cage held a mischievous-looking hinkypunk. Lupin was grading papers at his desk. He gestured to a chair. "Sit down. How was your first day back?" "Fine," Harry said automatically, then shook his head. "No, it wasn't." He took a deep breath, meeting Lupin's kind, patient gaze. "On the train, what I felt. It wasn't just cold. It was, my mum screaming. The green light. And other things. It felt like it was pulling me apart from the inside." Lupin's expression softened with deep sympathy. For those who have known great loss, a Dementor's kiss is not an abstraction. It is a reliving. That is why your reaction was so strong. I can't let that happen again, Harry said, his voice firming with the force of his need. I need to learn to fight it. The Patronus charm. Can you teach me? Lupin studied him for a long moment. He saw not just a famous boy making a request, but a young wizard with shadows in his eyes that were too old for his face, and a determination that burned with a fierce, desperate light. It is a very advanced spell, Harry, Lupin said slowly. Far beyond NEWT level. It requires not just power, but a force of joyful memory so strong it can become a physical shield. Many skilled witches and wizards never master it. I have to try, Harry insisted. If Black is after me, and the Dementors are here, I can't be that vulnerable. Lupin leaned back, steepling his fingers. He seemed to be weighing something. Albus mentioned you might have unique needs this year. A need for specialized defense. He sighed. Very well. I will teach you. But it will be hard. It will require you to delve into memories you may wish to avoid. And it must be done in secret. Such private magic, it's not for a classroom. Relief, sharp and sweet, flooded Harry. Thank you, Professor. When can we start? This Saturday evening. I will find a suitable place. It must be somewhere we will not be disturbed, and where a powerful, failed charm will not cause damage. He gave a small, wry smile. Now, you should get to dinner. And Harry, chocolate. Keep a supply with you. It is a small shield, but a real one. Harry left the office, a fragile hope kindling in his chest. A path forward. A way to fight back against one of the shadows hunting him. But as he walked the corridors back to the common room, the castle's ancient stones seemed to whisper other secrets. From a suit of armor, he heard a faint, metallic hiss. From a damp patch on the wall, a sibilant echo. The words were just on the edge of understanding, a language of cold stone and older hate. He had found a teacher for one enemy. But the monster beneath the floor was stirring, speaking in a tongue only he could hear. And its voice was growing louder. The week unspooled in a tense, dual rhythm. By day, Hogwarts presented its familiar facade. Lessons, homework, the buzz of the common room, the giant pendulum of mealtimes in the Great Hall. By night, in the silence of the Gryffindor dormitory, Harry waged his private war. The dreams of the chamber were no longer just dreams. They were visitations. He would wake with the taste of damp stone and snake scale on his tongue, hissing syllables echoing in his skull. Once, he woke Ron by muttering, "Open," in a low, sibilant whisper that made his friend stare at him in sleepy alarm. "You having a nightmare about Malfoy again?" Ron had mumbled. Something like that, Harry had lied, his heart pounding. His magical sensitivity, sharpened by the summer's discipline, was now a curse as much as a gift. He could feel the Dementors at the edges of the grounds like a perpetual toothache of the soul, a cold, sucking void that never fully faded. He could feel the faint, sickly stain in the castle's magic, a subtle corruption that seemed to pulse in time with his own scar's occasional, icy throbs. And he could feel the chamber. A deep, dormant, yet increasingly attentive presence, like a great serpent uncoiling in the bedrock beneath his feet. His occlumency, practiced with desperate rigor each night, was his only bulwark. He would sit in his four-poster, curtains drawn, and build his mental fortress. The star in the North Tower was no longer a distant focus, he brought it inside himself, a cold, brilliant point of light at the center of the storm of whispers and dread. He visualized the silver lattice of his mother's protection, reinforcing it with threads of his own will, weaving a psychic armor against the invasive memories the Dementors provoked and the ancient calls from below. But the Patronus charm, that required something entirely different. It demanded not defense, but a radiant offensive joy. And joy felt like a country he had visited only in stolen glimpses, now under siege. Saturday evening arrived, heavy with autumn mist. Harry told Ron and Hermione he was going to the library for extra potions work, a lie Hermione approved of and Ron pitied. He made his way through the increasingly dark and empty corridors to the charms classroom, where Lupin had said to meet. The classroom was dark, the desks pushed back against the walls. Lupin stood in the center, lit by a single, floating globe of soft white light. He looked even more tired than usual, but his smile was genuine. "Right on time, Harry. Now, before we begin, theory. The Patronus charm is conjured by incantation, expecto patronum, and by focusing on a single, incredibly powerful happy memory. The happier the memory, the more potent the Patronus. It is a guardian, a shield against creatures that feed on despair. It is, in many ways, the opposite of the magic you have been practicing to contain your power. This requires not containment, but a focused, selfless expulsion of positive feeling. Harry nodded, his mouth dry. A single, powerful happy memory. His mind, traitorously, skittered away from the mirror's lie of his parents, past the Dursleys, disdain, and landed on fragile, recent things, his first broom flight, the warmth of Mrs. Weasley's hug, Hermione's fierce loyalty, Ron's unwavering friendship. But were they strong enough? They felt like small candles against the vast, howling dark the Dementor had shown him. "We'll start simple," Lupin said gently. "No Dementors present, of course. Just you, the memory, and the incantation. Think of your memory. Hold it in your mind. Feel the happiness, the safety of it. Then, channel that feeling through your wand. Ready?" Harry raised his wand. He closed his eyes. He chose the moment on the Quidditch pitch, last year, when he had caught the snitch, the roar of the crowd, a wave of sound, Ron and Hermione rushing towards him, the sheer, uncomplicated triumph of it. He held the feeling, bright and golden. Expecto Patronum. A thin, wispy silver vapor issued from his wand tip. It hovered for a second, shapeless and feeble, before dissipating like mist in sunlight. He tried again, and again. The memories felt thin, papery. The well of his magic, so deep and potent, remained unmoved. It was a sea of power, but the Patronus needed a specific kind of fuel, emotional fuel, and he couldn't find the valve. Frustration began to burn in his chest. "It's not working," he said, lowering his wand, his shoulders slumping. "It's your first attempt," Lupin said calmly. "Many produce nothing at all for weeks. The memory must be more than a thought, Harry. It must be a feeling you can step into. It must be so vivid it pushes everything else aside. Don't force it. Let it rise. Let it rise." Harry thought of his occlumency. Of the deep, still center. Maybe he was approaching this wrong. He wasn't good at letting emotions rise, he was good at managing them, controlling them. The Patronus required surrender to a feeling. He took a deep breath. He stopped trying to choose a memory. He let his mind go quiet, to the still place. And from that stillness, an image surfaced, not of victory or friendship, but of a simpler, purer moment. It was in the hospital wing, after the stone. Dumbledore had left. He was eating the chocolate, the real, magical warmth of it spreading through him. Ron was snoring softly in the next bed. Hermione was asleep, a book open on her chest. For the first time in his life, he was hurt, but he was safe. He was surrounded by people who had fought for him. He was not alone. The feeling was not explosive joy, but a deep, profound, and utterly solid gratitude. A belonging. The feeling swelled in his chest, warm and real. He didn't think. He just felt it, and let it flow into his wand. Expecto Patronum. This time, the silver light that burst forth was not vapor. It was a brilliant, concentrated beam. It shot across the room, and for a moment, held the shape of something massive, nebulous, a great, four-legged creature with a majestic head. But the shape was unstable, flickering. It wavered between solidity and light, then collapsed, not into mist, but into a shower of fading silver sparks that lit up the whole classroom before winking out. Harry stood panting, astonished. The well of his magic had answered. It had taken that deep, warm feeling and magnified it 100-fold. Lupin was staring, his gentle eyes wide with shock. "Merlin's beard, Harry," he breathed. That was extraordinary. The power behind that, the shape trying to form. No first year, no wizard of any age, manages that on a first real attempt. "What memory did you use?" "Being safe," Harry said simply, the warmth of the memory still lingering. "After last year, knowing I wasn't alone." Lupin's expression softened into something that looked like pride and profound sadness. "That," he said quietly, "is a memory more powerful than any trophy or triumph. That is a memory that can save your life. You have the foundation, Harry. A remarkably strong one. The shape will come with practice. The control will come. You have done in one evening what takes most wizards months." They practiced for another hour. Harry couldn't replicate the near success, but he could now consistently produce a strong, silvery shield of light that pushed back the chill of the room Lupin had conjured for atmosphere. His magic cooperated, eager and responsive once he'd found the right emotional key. It was a strange, new dialogue between his power and his heart. Exhausted but buzzing with a fragile hope, Harry left the classroom. The castle was deep in its nighttime silence. As he passed a particularly old, damp stretch of wall near the library, he felt it, a strong, sudden pull. A hiss, not in his mind, but seemingly from the stone itself. "Air, come, the way is being prepared." He froze, his blood turning to ice. The voice was the young, arrogant one from his dreams. It was clear, intelligible. It was outside his head now. He looked around. The corridor was empty. But from a large, ornate tapestry depicting the defeat of a troll, a pair of gleaming, yellow eyes watched him. Not painted eyes. Real ones. They blinked, and were gone, leaving only the woven scene. Something was moving in the castle. Something that could speak through stones and watch from tapestries. The chamber wasn't just whispering to him. It was acting. He hurried back to Gryffindor Tower, his mind racing. The Patronus was a weapon against one darkness. But this other darkness, it spoke his secret language. It called him, Air. What did that mean? He was a Parselmouth because of the piece of Voldemort in his scar. Was the chamber calling to Voldemort within him? Or was it calling to something else? The next day, the aftermath of his successful practice and the chilling encounter left him strained and distracted. In defense against the dark arts, Lupin gave a fascinating lesson on hinky punks, his practical, calm style a world away from Quirrell's terror or Lockhart's vanity. Harry tried to focus, but his senses were stretched taut. He could feel the faint, sickly stain in the magic here too, seeping into even this classroom of protection. It was in potions, however, that the fragile balance shattered. They were brewing a confusing concoction, a potion that required absolute precision in the order of ingredients. The dungeon was its usual cauldron of simmering tension. Malfoy, across the room, was making loud, pointed remarks about mad dogs and escaped convicts, his eyes fixed on Harry. Snape prowled, a specter of silent malice. Harry was adding the powdered moonstone, his mind still half on the stone's whisper and the silver light of his Patronus. His magical awareness, usually tightly controlled, was frayed. As he stirred, he felt a sudden, violent spike of the sickly, staining magic. It came from Malfoy's direction. Not from Malfoy himself, but from something on him. His eyes flicked up. Malfoy was pretending to measure his own moonstone, but his other hand was in his pocket. And from that pocket, Harry saw a tiny, calculated movement. A flick of a wand, not Malfoy's own, but a small, dark, twisted thing. A knotted root of wood that hummed with a familiar, awful wrongness. It was a tool, a focus for the staining magic. Malfoy muttered something under his breath, aiming the dark little wand not at his own cauldron, but at the floor beneath Harry's stool. Harry felt the magic lash out, a thin, corrosive thread designed to weaken, to destabilize. It wasn't aimed at him, but at the potion's delicate equilibrium. It hit the leg of his stool. The reaction was instant and catastrophic. Harry's cauldron, which had been emitting a perfectly spiraling coil of orange smoke, gave a violent shudder. The liquid inside erupted, not in an explosion, but in a great, gushing geyser of putrid yellow foam that shot towards the ceiling. It splattered across Snape's desk, over several nearby Slytherins, and drenched Harry from head to toe. The dungeon descended into chaos. Slytherins shrieked. Ron and Hermione ducked for cover. The putrid foam hardened almost instantly where it landed, sticking books together, gluing Goyle's hand to his cauldron, and encasing Harry in a brittle, stinking, yellow shell. Through a small hole near his eye, Harry saw Snape stride through the mess, his face a mask of cold fury. He pointed his wand at Harry. Scourgify. The yellow shell cracked and fell away, leaving Harry dripping and reeking. Potter, Snape hissed, his voice trembling with rage. A display of staggering incompetence, even for you. Or was it something more? A deliberate sabotage. 50 points from Gryffindor. And you will report to me every evening this week for detention, where you will scrub the bedpans in the hospital wing without magic to teach you the value of precision you so clearly lack. It was unfair. It was a setup. Harry knew it. He could still feel the echo of the dark, staining magic from Malfoy's pocket tool. But to accuse Malfoy would sound insane. He had no proof anyone else could see. He looked at Malfoy, who was wiping a tiny speck of foam from his sleeve with an expression of smug innocence. Their eyes met, and in Malfoy's pale gray gaze, Harry saw not just malice, but a flicker of something else, fear, and a dawning, horrible understanding. Malfoy knew what he had used. And he was scared of it, even as he wielded it. "Well, Potter," Snape snarled, "have you nothing to say for yourself?" Harry wiped the foul-smelling liquid from his glasses. He looked from Snape's furious face to Malfoy's smug, frightened one. He felt the deep well of his magic, stirred by injustice and the proximity of the dark tool. He felt the silver lattice of his protection, humming in warning. He felt the distant, cold ache of the Dementors, and the deep, whispering pull of the chamber. He was surrounded by enemies seen and unseen. A plot was unfolding, and he had just been publicly humiliated and punished, pushed further into the shadows. He met Snape's gaze, and for the first time, did not look away. He let the professor see a fraction of the storm, not the child's frustration, but the wizard's cold, controlled anger. "No, Professor," Harry said, his voice clear and quiet in the stunned silence of the dungeon. "I have nothing to say." But inside, the words echoed. "The way is being prepared." And he knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that he had just been handed a piece of the puzzle. Malfoy was involved, and the tool in his pocket was a key. A key to the sickness in the castle's magic. He had a week of detentions with Snape ahead. A week of scrubbing bedpans in the hospital wing, under the watchful eye of the most suspicious wizard in Hogwarts. It wasn't a punishment. It was an opportunity. The hospital wing at night was a world of quiet suffering and antiseptic magic. The air held the gentle, silver-green hum of healing spells and the softer, ragged rhythms of sleeping patients. For Harry, sentenced to a week of nightly detentions, it became a laboratory of a different kind. Each evening after dinner, he would report to Snape, who would wordlessly hand him a bucket of foul-smelling, soapy water, a bristle brush, and a stack of enchanted bedpans that resisted cleaning with a stubborn, magical grime. "Scrub. Until I return. No magic. The old ways teach humility, the new ones cannot," Snape would intone before sweeping away into his private storeroom, the door clicking shut with finality. The first night, Harry seethed. The injustice of it burned, a hot coal in his chest next to the cold well of his magic. He scrubbed, his knuckles raw, the mundane labor a grating insult. But as the silence stretched, broken only by Madame Pomfrey's soft footsteps and the occasional moan from a student with a vanished bone, his anger cooled into a sharp, clear focus. This was not just punishment. It was isolation. And in isolation, he could listen. He let his occlumency barriers lower slightly, not enough to be vulnerable, but enough to extend his senses. He tuned into the hospital wing's magic. He felt the gentle pulse of the healing charms on the beds, the clean, sharp signature of the potions in the cabinet. He felt the weary, kind magic of Madame Pomfrey as she moved between curtains. And he felt, from behind the closed door of Snape's storeroom, the dense, complex, and intently focused aura of the potion's master himself. Snape wasn't just hiding in there. He was working. Harry could feel the precise, controlled flares of heat, the subtle shifts in magical pressure that indicated brewing, testing, analyzing. "He's examining something," Harry thought, scrubbing a particularly stubborn stain from a bedpan. The thing from Malfoy. On the second night, he tried a different tactic. As he scrubbed, he focused his magical hearing, aiming it like a parabolic dish at the storeroom door. He caught fragments, the clink of glass, the hiss of a simmering cauldron, and once, Snape's voice, low and tense, muttering to himself, "Not a simple hex, imbued, a carrier, the stain is the message." A carrier. A message. The words resonated with what Harry had felt. The sickly magic wasn't an attack in itself, it was a delivery system for something else. A corruption. On the third night, opportunity presented itself. Madame Pomfrey was called away to a Quidditch injury, the Slytherin beater had taken a bludger to the head. The wing was empty save for a sleeping first year with a mild case of transfiguration-induced fur. Snape, as usual, was sequestered. Harry finished his last bedpan. He looked at the storeroom door. Then, making his decision, he approached it. He didn't try to open it. He placed his palm flat against the wood, as he had in the dungeons months before. He closed his eyes and sent out the gentlest, most respectful thread of his magic, not to bypass the wards, but to listen to them, to feel what they were protecting. The wards were formidable, layers of protective and obfuscating spells. But they were designed to keep people out, not to hide the magical signature of what was inside from a sensitive who was already on the permitted side. Through the filter of the wards, Harry felt it clearly. The twisted, dark little wand-like object. It sat on a work table, pulsating slowly, emitting the now familiar stain of wrongness. And around it, woven like a cage of black light, was Snape's own magic, containing it, analyzing it, drawing out its secrets in thin, obsidian threads. He also felt something else. A connection. A faint, sticky filament of the same staining magic, leading out of the storeroom, through the castle walls, heading deep, deep down. Towards the chamber. The object was a beacon. A homing device. And it was calling something up from the depths. He pulled back just as the storeroom door opened. Snape stood there, his sleeves rolled up, his hands stained with something that shimmered a poisonous green. His black eyes bored into Harry's. "Curiosity is a luxury your enemies cannot afford, Potter," Snape said, his voice dangerously soft. "You are here to scrub, not to snoop." "I was finished," Harry said, holding his gaze. "The object Malfoy had. It's connected to the chamber, isn't it?" Snape's expression didn't change, but a muscle in his jaw tightened. He stepped out, closing the door behind him, sealing the dark object away. "You speak of things you do not understand." "I understand it's making the castle sick," Harry pressed, his own voice low. "I can feel it. And it's calling something. The air it talks about in the walls, is it calling you know who?" Snape stared at him for a long, silent moment. The hospital wing seemed to hold its breath. "The Dark Lord is not here," Snape said finally. "But his legacy is. His gifts. Parseltongue is one. The ability to command certain ancient, dark magics is another. The chamber was his playground as a student. He left toys. This is one. Activated, perhaps, by his distant presence, or by another who shares his affinity." His eyes were piercing. "You heard it speak. What did it say?" Harry didn't hesitate. "Air. Come. The way is being prepared." Snape's face went a shade paler. "The way," he repeated softly. "Not open. Prepared." He looked at Harry with a new, grim intensity. "It is not trying to open the chamber yet. It is laying the groundwork. Spreading the stain. Weakening the castle's natural resistance to that particular flavor of dark magic. The object young Malfoy so foolishly wielded is a seed. There will be others." "Malfoy's working for you know who?" Harry asked, aghast. "Malfoy is a child playing with his father's tools," Snape sneered. "Lucius Malfoy has always had a fondness for collecting dark artifacts. It seems he has gifted his son a dangerous one, likely without fully understanding its current purpose. Or perhaps he does." He looked at Harry. "This changes nothing about your detentions. You will continue to come here. You will scrub. And you will keep your senses to yourself. The less you actively seek this stain, the less it will seek you. It is drawn to attention, to powerful magical signatures. Yours, now unsealed, is a bonfire in the night. Do not wave a flag beside it." It was a warning, but also an acknowledgement. Snape was sharing information, treating him as an asset. However reluctant, the lines of their uneasy alliance were being redrawn in the quiet, antiseptic dark of the hospital wing. The detentions ended. Harry returned to the flow of school life, but he carried the new knowledge like a hidden knife. He watched Malfoy more closely. The Slytherin boy was often pale and nervous now, jumping at shadows, his usual arrogance frayed. He'd lost the dark object, and he was terrified of both its loss and what it might have done. Harry saw him sometimes, late in the library, not studying, but frantically searching through books on ancient artifacts and curses, his magic a frantic, sour yellow. Meanwhile, Harry's Patronus lessons with Lupin progressed. They moved from the charms classroom to an empty, echoing disused classroom on the third floor. Lupin produced a captured, weakened boggart for him to practice against, a shapeshifter that turned into a faceless, shrouded Dementor when Harry approached it. The fear was real, the cold palpable, but it was a controlled environment. Harry learned to hold the memory of safety, of belonging, and channel it. The silvery shield became stronger, brighter. And one evening, as the boggart Dementor swept towards him, he shouted the incantation with all his heart, and the silver light erupted not as a shield, but in a blinding, magnificent surge. From the tip of his wand burst a great, gleaming stag. It was made of condensed moonlight and mist, its antlers a crown of shimmering silver power. It charged the boggart Dementor, which shrieked and melted back into the ragged wardrobe from which it had come. The Patronus stag trotted back to Harry, nuzzled his hand with its cool, light-filled muzzle, and dissolved into a shower of sparks. Lupin was speechless for a moment, then he let out a shaky laugh. A stag. Of course. A guardian. A protector. Harry, that is truly remarkable. Harry looked at his wand, awed. The well of his magic had sung in harmony with the happy memory, producing this beautiful, powerful guardian. It felt right. For the first time, his power had created something purely good, purely protective, without struggle or restraint. But the victory was bittersweet. The Patronus was a defense against despair. It could not fight stone, or whispers, or a spreading stain of ancient hate. One crisp Saturday afternoon in late October, needing to escape the castle's increasingly oppressive atmosphere, Harry went for a walk around the grounds. The sky was a hard, clear blue, the mountains sharp against it. The black lake lay like a sheet of polished lead, reflecting the towering castle. He walked to the water's edge, away from the usual paths, seeking solitude. He sat on a cold, flat rock, watching the giant squid's tentacles break the surface in a lazy wave. He let his occlumency relax fully, just for a moment, and opened his senses to the natural world. The magic here was cleaner than in the castle. The earth was a deep, steady hum. The trees at the forest's edge thrummed with slow, green life. The lake held a vast, cool, mysterious magic of its own, deep and old and indifferent. And then he felt it. A presence. Not from the castle, or the forest. From across the lake. He stood up, squinting. On the far shore, partially hidden by a rocky outcrop, was a figure. It was too far to make out details, but the magical signature was unmistakable, a wild, flickering, desperate shadow. The same signature he'd seen from the dog on the night of his return. Sirius Black. He was just standing there, staring at the castle. At Harry. A cold that had nothing to do with the autumn air seeped into Harry's bones. This was the man who had betrayed his parents. The madman the Dementors hunted. And he was here, close enough to see. Harry's hand went to his wand. But what would he do? Shoot a spell across a lake? He was powerful, but he wasn't that precise. He thought of his Patronus, but the memory of safety felt distant, fake, with those haunted eyes upon him. Then, Black did something unexpected. He raised a hand, not in a threat, in a kind of agonized greeting. A plea. The gesture was stark against the gray landscape. Before Harry could react, a chorus of cold swept around him. The Dementors, gliding from their posts near the gates, had sensed the fugitive's presence. They streamed over the lake like a bank of filthy fog, their despair preceding them in a wave. Black saw them. He dropped his hand, and his form seemed to shiver and collapse in on itself. In the space of a heartbeat, the man was gone, and the large, shaggy black dog stood in his place. It gave one last, longing look towards Harry, then turned and bounded away into the rugged hills on the far shore, vanishing from sight just as the Dementors reached the spot where he'd been. They hovered, frustrated, their cold casting a gray film over the lake's surface. Then they turned, as one, and their blank, hooded faces seemed to fix on Harry, standing alone on the near shore. The cold intensified. The happy memories, so carefully curated for the Patronus, fled. He heard his mother's scream, not as an echo, but as a fresh wound. He saw the green light. He felt the leeching pull of the dark binding, a ghost pain in his core. He was going to fall. He was going to drown in it. No. The word was not a thought, but a command from the deepest part of him. He was Harry Potter. He had faced a dark lord. He had unsealed his magic. He would not be taken by despair. He didn't try for a happy memory. He reached for the core of himself, the deep, still well, the silver lattice, the disciplined strength he had forged in silence. He focused not on joy, but on will. On survival. On the fierce, protective anger that this thing dared try to take him. He raised his wand, not with hope, but with defiance. Expecto Patronum. The magic that erupted was not the pure, joyful silver of the stag. It was brighter, whiter, fiercer. A blast of brilliant, blinding light shot from his wand, not taking a shape, but forming a raging, incandescent wall between him and the advancing Dementors. It was a Patronus of pure, unyielding no. The Dementors recoiled as if scalded. The light burned their essence. They let out silent shrieks and retreated, flowing back towards the castle gates, leaving a trail of melted frost on the grass. The light faded. Harry stood, panting, his wand arm trembling. The alternative Patronus had drawn deeply from his well, leaving him drained but fiercely, cleanly alive. He had not conjured a guardian of happiness. He had forged a shield of sheer, stubborn self. He looked back across the lake. The far shore was empty. But he had seen the look in the dog's eyes. Not madness. A terrible, desperate sadness. And a plea. He turned and walked back to the castle, the cold autumn sun at his back. He had two mysteries now, pulling at him from opposite sides of a dark lake. The air of the chamber, preparing the way with whispers and sickness. And the betrayer, Sirius Black, who looked at him not with murderous intent, but with a grief as deep as the water between them. The reflection in the black lake was not just of the castle. It was of a boy caught between two legacies of darkness, learning that not all shields are made of light, and not all enemies look the same. The defiant, white-hot shield Harry had conjured at the lake's edge left a strange, hollow resonance in his magical core. It wasn't the satisfying depletion of a spell well cast, but a faint, echoing ache, as if he'd used a muscle in a way it wasn't designed for. The memory of the Dementors. Retreat was a cold victory, overshadowed by the lingering image of Sirius Black's desperate, outstretched hand and the haunting sorrow in the dog's eyes. He didn't tell Ron and Hermione about seeing Black. The knowledge felt too heavy, too personal. How could he explain that the man who had supposedly betrayed his parents to death had looked at him not with hatred, but with a grief that mirrored his own? They would only worry, or worse, dismiss it as a trick. He carried the secret alone, a fresh stone in the growing cairn of his private burdens. He did, however, seek out Lupin. He found the defense professor in his office, grading essays on red caps. Harry told him about the Dementors at the lake, and the alternative Patronus he'd produced, not a guardian of memory, but a wall of pure will. Lupin listened intently, his tired face grave. When Harry finished, he leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. A Patronus fueled by defiance, by sheer will to survive, it's unusual, Harry. The charm is predicated on positive emotion. Joy, hope, love. What you describe is more akin to a shield charm powered by righteous anger. It worked because your will is exceptionally strong, and because the intent, to protect yourself, was pure. But it is not sustainable. The charm draws on a renewable wellspring of happiness. Willpower is a finite resource, especially against creatures that feed on despair. They will drain it, and you will have nothing left to give. He looked at Harry with deep concern. The fact that you could produce it at all is a testament to your strength. But it is a warning. Your happy memories, the ones we've been cultivating, they must be your first resort, not a forgotten tool. When the darkness comes, it is light that drives it back, not a louder darkness. Harry nodded, absorbing the lesson. He understood, intellectually. But the memory of safety in the hospital wing felt fragile compared to the raw, galvanizing power of his refusal to fall. Sirius Black was there, he said quietly, watching Lupin's face. All color drained from the professor's face. His hands, which had been calmly folded, clenched into fists on the desk. The weary brown of his magic spiked with a sharp, painful silver, a flash of anguish so acute Harry could almost taste it. You saw him. Lupin's voice was hoarse. Across the lake. He waved. Then he turned into a dog and ran. The Dementors came, and Harry gestured vaguely with his wand hand. Lupin closed his eyes for a moment, as if in pain. When he opened them, they were full of a complexity Harry couldn't unravel, grief, fury, and a desperate, haunting hope. You must stay away from him, Harry, Lupin said, his voice firm but strained. No matter what he seems to be doing, or what gestures he makes. He is not in his right mind. Azkaban, it breaks people. It twists their thoughts, their memories. What you saw may have been a fragment of the man he was, but it is buried under layers of madness and guilt. He is dangerous. Guilt. The word hung in the air. Lupin had said it with a certainty that went beyond the official story. Harry wanted to ask more, but the raw pain in Lupin's magic was a wall. This was not a topic for a student, even this student. The encounter left Harry more unsettled than before. Everyone spoke of Black's madness, his evil. But the man by the lake had looked like someone drowning, not a predator. Life at Hogwarts, meanwhile, continued to fray at the edges. The faint, sickly stain in the castle's magic was no longer just a sensation for Harry. It was manifesting. It started in the plumbing. Prefects reported that the sinks in the second-floor girls' bathroom, Moaning Myrtle's domain, were backing up with a foul, dark sludge that smelled of brine and decay, not ordinary. Blockage. Argus Filch, his magic a perpetual cloud of sour resentment, was seen muttering about ancient pipes and structural rot, but the castle's house elves, when asked, shivered and refused to go near that bathroom, their large eyes wide with fear. Then, the portraits began to complain. Not of boredom or gossip, but of a creeping, inexplicable sadness. The subjects of paintings along the damp, lower corridors reported feeling a chill in the canvas, and hearing whispers in the mortar that they couldn't make out. The fat lady, guarding Gryffindor Tower, started requesting extra sherry to ward off the gloom. Harry heard the whispers clearly now, even when awake. Passing a particular stretch of wall on the way to History of Magic, he would catch a sibilant phrase, "So hungry, the old power stirs." In the quiet of the library, the rustle of pages sometimes sounded like scales sliding over stone. The voice was not always the arrogant, young one. Sometimes it was older, hungrier, a basso hiss of pure malice. The monster, waking up. His scar began to act as a barometer for the stain. It didn't burn with the icy pain of Voldemort's presence, but it would throb dully, in time with the distant, slithering pulse he felt from the chamber. It was a connection, an open channel to that ancient, Slytherin magic, and it was becoming a liability. He redoubled his Occlumency efforts. He built his mental fortress higher, with colder stones. He made the star at its center burn with a fierce, impersonal light. He could not shut out the whispers entirely, they were in the castle itself, but he could stop them from getting into the heart of him. He practiced until he could walk past a hissing tapestry with a face of blank indifference, his magic pulled in so tight he was nearly invisible to the searching hate. One evening, after a particularly grueling double potions, Snape caught him as he was leaving the dungeons. "A moment, Potter." Harry stayed back while the other students filed out. Snape led him not to his office, but to a small, dark alcove off the dungeon corridor. He cast a swift Muffaliato charm, the air around them growing silent and blurred. "The object," Snape said without preamble, his black eyes gleaming in the torchlight. "It is a basilisk scale focus. Carved from a shed scale of the creature in the chamber and imbued with a fragment of the heir's will, Tom Riddle's will. It acts as a sympathic resonator. Where it is active, it weakens the magical barriers that have kept the chamber sealed for centuries. It does not open the door. It makes the door less solid." "Malfoy had it," Harry said. "Are there more?" "Undoubtedly. Lucius Malfoy was one of the last to handle several artifacts from the chamber before it was sealed after the last opening 50 years ago. He would have had access to such trinkets. It is likely he has distributed them, perhaps unknowingly of their awakened purpose, to his son and others of his ilk. They are carriers. They spread the stain." Snape's lip curled. The irony is that young Malfoy, by using it in a petty act of sabotage, may have accelerated the very thing his father presumably wishes to avoid, the exposure of his past as a Death Eater and his connection to the Dark Lord's schoolboy horrors. So it's not Malfoy plotting. It's the objects themselves, acting on Riddle's old magic. Harry asked, trying to piece it together. "It is both. The objects have a dormant command. But they require a catalyst to fully awaken. That catalyst is the presence of a Parselmouth with a connection to the air. Your scar, Potter. It is a lightning rod for this particular storm. Your proximity, your very blood, is stirring the remnants of Riddle's power in this castle. The objects are responding. The chamber is responding." The weight of it crushed down on Harry. It wasn't just that he was a target. He was the trigger. "So I'm making it worse just by being here." Snape's gaze was pitiless. "Your existence has always made things worse, Potter. For yourself, and for those around you. The question is what you choose to do with that fact. You can be a passive victim, a catalyst for disaster. Or you can learn to be a surgeon. To cut out the infection. The first step is control. The second is understanding. The third will be action." He handed Harry a small, sealed vial containing a drop of viscous, silver liquid that swirled with its own light. "A modified essence of insight. 1 drop on your tongue before sleep. It will not stop the dreams, but it may allow you to direct them. To see the connections more clearly. Do not use it lightly. And do not tell anyone you have it." Harry took the vial, its magic cool and sharp against his palm. Another tool. Another secret. That night, in the dormitory, he hesitated. Trusting Snape's potions was a leap of faith over a chasm of mutual loathing. But the need to understand, to do something, outweighed the fear. He uncorked the vial and let a single, mercury-like drop fall onto his tongue. It tasted of cold starlight and bitter mint. He felt it slide down his throat, a line of icy clarity. He lay back, and sleep took him not as a gentle descent, but as a plunge into a deep, dark pool. The dream was vivid, lucid. He was in the chamber, but he was not a passive observer. He was a ghost moving through it. He saw the vast, pillared expanse, the statue of Slytherin looming at the far end. And there, coiled before the statue, was the basilisk. It was enormous, a creature of living, patterned stone and venom, its eyes lidless but sealed shut by a milky film. It slept, but its magic radiated outwards in deep, green-black waves, pushing against the walls of its prison. And Harry could see the walls. They were not just stone. They were woven with 1,000 threads of golden light, Hogwarts' foundational wards, centuries of protective magic. But threaded through that gold, like wrought in an apple, were thin, dark filaments. The stain. They led from the chamber, out through the stone, branching through the castle's plumbing, its walls, its very bones. And at the end of each filament, he could see a pulse of dark energy, a basilisk-scale focus, humming with malignant life. One was in the Slytherin dormitories. Another was hidden in a trophy in the office of a teacher he couldn't quite see. A third was in the hands of a small, mousy-haired girl who looked terrified of it. He followed the filaments upward, through the castle. He saw the second-floor bathroom, where the stain was thickest, pooling around a particular sink. He saw the pipes, dark with magical corrosion. And he saw, standing before that sink, a ghostly, translucent figure, a young girl with pigtails and glasses, crying endlessly. Moaning Myrtle. And beside her, invisible to her but clear to Harry's dream sight, was the outline of a door. A door within the plumbing. The entrance. He woke with a gasp, the image seared into his mind. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Behind a sink. A door in the pipes. It was a Saturday. The gray dawn light filtered through the tower window. Ron was snoring. Neville murmured about toads in his sleep. Harry lay still, his heart hammering. He had a location. He had a map of the infection in his head. He had to tell someone. Dumbledore. But how to explain the source of his knowledge? Snape. The man had given him the potion, perhaps expecting this. But as he sat up, a new, more immediate horror struck him. The dream had shown him the small, mousy-haired girl holding a focus. He knew that girl. It was second-year Ravenclaw, a quiet girl named Penelope Clearwater's friend, Maisie Creevey. Colin's younger sister, who had just started at Hogwarts this year. She had been on the train, looking overwhelmed. She must have found or been given one of the dark objects, likely by another Slytherin, as a pretty trinket. If the objects were active, and she was holding one. He dressed quickly and silently, slipping out of the dormitory. He had to find her. He had to get that focus away from her before it did something worse than stain the magic around her. He raced through the quiet castle, his senses extended, searching for the specific, sickly pulse he'd felt from Colin's camera and from Malfoy's tool. He tracked it towards the Ravenclaw common room, but it wasn't inside. It was moving, weakly, near the library. He found her in a secluded corner of the library, sitting alone, looking pale and ill. Maisie Creevey was clutching a small, ornate hairbrush, its back carved with what looked like abstract patterns but which Harry's senses screamed was a stylized serpent. The stain around her was a visible aura of greasy green to his sight. She looked up as he approached, her eyes wide with fear. "It whispers," she said, her voice trembling. "It keeps telling me to go to the bathroom on the second floor. That I'll find something pretty there. But I'm scared. It feels bad. Give it to me, Maisie," Harry said, holding out his hand, keeping his voice calm. "It's cursed. It's making you sick." Tears welled in her eyes. "I can't. My hand won't let go." Harry reached for the brush. The moment his fingers touched it, a shock of vile, intelligent malice shot up his arm. The hairbrush pulsed with dark light. A hiss, audible in the physical world, emanated from it. "Air, you come. Good, bring the sacrifice." Maisie screamed, a short, sharp sound of terror. Her eyes rolled back in her head, and she went rigid, then slumped in her chair, unconscious. The hairbrush clattered to the floor. But it was too late. The connection had been made. The focus had used her magical signature, weak and young, as a final burst of energy. Across the castle, Harry felt a deep, grinding click, as of a great, ancient lock sliding open, not all the way, but just enough. And from the direction of the second-floor girls' bathroom, a new sound echoed through the stone corridors, a sound of rushing, torrential water and shifting, grinding stone. Followed by a single, petrified scream that was abruptly cut off. The way was no longer being prepared. The door was now ajar. The scream died, swallowed by the stone. The sound of grinding rock ceased, leaving a silence that was heavier, more profound than before. In the library corner, Maisie Creevy lay unconscious, her breathing shallow, a faint, sickly green pallor to her skin. The hairbrush lay on the floor between them, inert now, its dark magic spent in that final, catalytic surge. Harry stood frozen, the echo of the scream and the psychic click of the opening door vibrating in his bones. He had felt it, a seal breaking, not fully, but enough. A crack in the ancient wards. The Chamber of Secrets was no longer just whispering. It was breathing. Merlin's beard. Madame Pants, the librarian, materialized from between the stacks, her hawk-like face etched with alarm. Her magic, usually a stern, papery brown, spiked with panic. She saw Maisie, saw Harry standing over her, and her eyes widened. "What have you done, Potter?" "Nothing. She's sick, it's this." Harry gestured to the hairbrush, but to Madame Pants, it would look like a normal, if ugly, hairbrush. The librarian's suspicion was a tangible force. "You there. Fetch Professor Flitwick. And you, run to the hospital wing. Now." She barked at two terrified first-years who had been peering around a bookshelf. They scampered away. Harry knew he couldn't stay. Explanations would be impossible. He had to see. He had to know what that scream was. "I have to find Professor Snape," he blurted out, and before Madame Pants could stop him, he turned and sprinted from the library. Not towards the dungeons, but towards the source of the sound and the now palpable wave of ancient, waking malice. He took shortcuts, his heart a frantic drum against his ribs. The castle's magic was in turmoil. The usual harmonious flows were jagged, disrupted by a deep, pulsing wound emanating from the second floor. The whispers were a chorus now, hissing from every crack, every shadow. Free, at last, the air returns, hungry. He skidded around a corner and collided with a solid, black-robed figure. Severus Snape gripped his arms, his fingers like iron, his black eyes blazing with fury and something else, urgent understanding. "Fool. Running towards it. Have you learned nothing? It's open," Harry gasped, trying to pull free. "The bathroom, Myrtle's bathroom, something's happened." Snape's gaze swept over him, taking in his panic, the residual tremor in his magic from touching the focus. "The potion. You saw. I saw the door. In the pipes. And I felt it open." There was a scream. Snape released him and turned, his robes whipping around him as he strode down the corridor, Harry stumbling after him. "Then we are already too late for prevention. Now we contain. You will stay behind me. You will not speak. You will shield your mind as if your life depends on it." "It does." They reached the corridor outside the second-floor girls' bathroom. A small crowd had already gathered, students whispering, their faces pale. Professor McGonagall was there, her mouth a thin, grim line, her magic a rod of controlled alarm. Argus Filch was wringing his hands, Mrs. Norris twining around his ankles, her yellow eyes reflecting the fear in the air. And floating halfway through the closed bathroom door was moaning Myrtle, but she wasn't moaning. She was wailing, a high, desolate sound of pure terror. She saw its eyes. She looked right at it and then she. McGonagall pushed the door open. The bathroom was a scene of surreal disaster. Water gushed from every shattered sink and pipe, flooding the tiled floor. The air was thick with mist and the smell of damp stone and something else, a dry, musky, reptilian odor that made the hair on Harry's neck stand up. And in the center of the flooded floor, lying perfectly still, was a student. It was Penelope Clearwater, the Ravenclaw prefect. She was not dead. Her eyes were wide open, staring unseeingly at the ceiling, her face frozen in an expression of utter terror. Her skin had a gray, stony quality. She was rigid, as if turned to statue. Petrified. Harry's breath caught. The basilisk. Its gaze. But the eyes were supposed to be deadly. This was, stopped. Frozen. A failed kill. A weaker glance. "Merlin, help us," McGonagall whispered, her hand flying to her chest. Snape moved past her, his wand drawn, his senses probing the room. He went to the particular sink Harry had seen in his dream, the one with the tiny snake carved on its copper tap, now almost invisible under calcified grime. He traced the pipes with his wand, his lips moving silently. Harry, standing in the doorway, could feel it too. The stain here was a thick, clotting wound in the castle's magic. And from the mouth of that pipe, a dark, cold draught flowed upward, carrying the scent of deep earth and serpent. "The Chamber of Secrets," McGonagall said, the words a horrified sigh. "It is true. It has been opened." "Not fully," Snape said, rising, his voice cold and precise. "The seal is cracked, not broken. Something triggered a partial opening. Just enough." His eyes found Harry's for a fraction of a second, a look of furious accusation and shared knowledge. "You're doing. We must move Miss Clearwater to the hospital wing at once," McGonagall said, rallying. "Argus, fetch Madame Pomfrey in a stretcher. And someone find the headmaster." As Filch scurried off, Snape turned to the gawking students. "All of you, return to your common rooms immediately. This area is off limits. Anyone found lingering will answer to me." The threat in his voice sent them scattering. Harry didn't move. He was staring at Penelope's petrified form, guilt a cold, hard knot in his stomach. The focus, Maisie, the open door, it was a chain reaction, and he was a link in the chain. His scar throbbed in time with the dark pulse from the pipe. Dumbledore arrived, his calm presence a buffer against the panic. He took in the scene with a sweep of his piercing blue eyes that missed nothing: the shattered sinks, the flooding, the petrified girl, the specific sink Snape had examined, and Harry, standing guiltily in the doorway. "Minerva, see to Miss Clearwater. Severus, with me. Harry," Dumbledore's gaze settled on him. "You will come to my office. Now." There was no refusing. Harry followed the two wizards through the castle, up the moving staircases, to the gargoyle guarding the headmaster's study. The password was a soft, lemon drop, and the spiral staircase carried them upward. The office was as Harry remembered: the whirring silver instruments, the sleeping portraits, the magnificent phoenix, Fawkes, who gave a soft, mournful cry as they entered. The usual comforting magic of the place was strained, stretched thin over the new, looming threat. "Sit, Harry," Dumbledore said, gesturing to a chair. He sat behind his desk, steepling his fingers. Snape stood by the window, a silhouette against the gray afternoon light, his arms crossed, his face in shadow. "You witnessed the aftermath," Dumbledore began, his tone gentle but direct. "What do you know?" Harry hesitated. He looked at Snape, who gave a minute, almost imperceptible nod. "Permission. Or an order." He told them. About the dream from the potion, seeing the chamber, the filaments of stain, the foci. About finding Maisie Creevey with the hairbrush, the hissing voice, her collapse, and the terrible click he felt through the castle's magic. He left out the specific voice calling him, "Air," that felt too dangerous to voice aloud. Dumbledore listened, his expression grave. When Harry finished, he sighed, a sound of deep weariness. Tom Riddle's legacy is indeed a stubborn poison. He left anchors of his will within this castle, tied to his most terrible creation. Your presence, Harry, and the unique nature of your connection to him, has acted as a catalyst, awakening these dormant evils. "So it is my fault," Harry said, the words tasting of ash. "Fault is a chain with many links," Dumbledore said. "Lucius Malfoy for harboring the artifacts. His son for wielding one without understanding. The ancient magic of the Basilisk, yearning to be free. And Tom Riddle, who set this all in motion long before you were born. You are a piece on the board, Harry, but you did not design the game." "The girl is petrified, not dead," Snape said from the window, his voice cutting through Dumbledore's philosophizing. "Why? A basilisk's gaze is instantly fatal," Dumbledore agreed, nodding. "Unless it is seen indirectly. Through a reflection. In water, perhaps." He looked towards the window, as if seeing the flooded bathroom. Miss Clearwater was fortunate. The flooding, the shattered pipes, she may have seen the gaze reflected in a pool of water. It saved her life, though it has placed her in a state of suspended animation. "There will be more," Snape stated grimly. "The crack is open. The beast is awake. It will hunt. And the foci will continue to spread the stain, weakening the castle's defenses further, until the door opens fully. Then we must find and destroy the foci," Dumbledore said. "And we must identify how the beast is being controlled. A basilisk is a creature of immense power, but it is still a beast. It does not open its own prison. Someone, or something, is commanding it. The air," Harry thought, his scar giving a cold throb. Riddle's memory. It's here. In the castle. Potter's sensitivity may be of use in locating the remaining objects, Snape said, the words seeming to cost him. His magical perception is attuned to the stain's signature. Dumbledore looked at Harry, his eyes twinkling with a faint, sad light. A dangerous task, Harry. To seek out these dark objects is to expose yourself to their influence. And the creature that now roams the pipes, you must understand, you are likely its primary target. The air it senses is the piece of Tom Riddle you carry. It will seek you out. The office felt suddenly colder. Fawkes let out another soft cry. What do I do? Harry asked, his voice small but steady. You will continue your studies, Dumbledore said. You will practice your occlumency with increased vigor. You must fortify your mind against the whispers, against the pull of that connection. Severus will assist you. And you will, with extreme caution, alert Professor Snape or myself if you sense the presence of another focus. Do not engage with them. Do not touch them. Your magical signature is already too entangled with this mess. It was a plan, but it felt passive. Defensive. Harry thought of Penelope Clearwater's stony, terrified face. He couldn't just hide. And the basilisk? He asked. The staff will patrol. The corridors will be guarded after dark. We will search for the entrance, Dumbledore said. But he didn't sound hopeful. The entrance was behind a sink, in a pipe too small for a human. Only something that could speak Parseltongue could open it fully. And Harry knew, with a sinking certainty, that the thing controlling the basilisk could do just that. He was dismissed. As he left the office, Snape's voice stopped him at the door. Potter. The Occlumency. Tonight. My quarters. 9 o'clock. Do not be late. Harry nodded and left, descending the spiral staircase into a castle that no longer felt like a school, but like a battleground waiting for the next attack. The news of the Chamber of Secrets and the petrified Ravenclaw prefect spread like fiendfire. Fear was a new subject added to the timetable. Students traveled in tight packs, eyeing the shadows, jumping at the sound of dripping water. The whispers about Harry being the heir returned, louder now, fed by his presence at the scene and his known connection to dark events. He could feel the suspicious glances, the way people edged away from him in corridors. Ron and Hermione were his unshakable anchors. Hermione, after extracting a sworn oath of secrecy, buried herself in research, now with a terrifying new focus: basilisks, Parseltongue, and the history of Tom Riddle. Ron's loyalty was a fierce, protective flame. He spent mealtimes glaring at anyone who looked at Harry sideways, his magic a spiky, defensive red. But even they couldn't shield him from the dreams. They grew worse. Now, he didn't just see the chamber, he saw through the basilisk's senses. He felt the exhilarating, sinuous power of its massive body sliding through dark, wet tunnels. He felt its hunger, a vast, empty ache. And he heard the commanding voice, not just young and arrogant, but chillingly familiar, a smoother, colder version of the diary's voice he would later come to know. It whispered directions, promises of prey. And it whispered a name, over and over, with a possessive, hungry love: Harry Potter. He woke from these dreams drenched in cold sweat, his mouth tasting of scales, his own magic thrashing in revulsion and fear. His occlumency sessions with Snape became brutal, necessary marathons. Snape no longer just set him exercises. He attacked. He would fire mental probes at Harry's shields, not the gentle brushes of before, but sharp, invasive jabs designed to mimic the predatory pressure of the basilisk's will or the seductive pull of the heir's voice. Harry learned to hold his ground, the star in his mind burning with a cold, desperate light. He learned to let the invasive thoughts slide off a surface he made as hard and smooth as glass. The connection is a two-way street, Potter, Snape snarled one night after a particularly vicious session that left Harry with a nosebleed. It seeks to influence you. You must learn to ignore its calls. To feel nothing. It wants your fear. It wants your curiosity. Give it silence. But silence was hard when the castle itself was speaking. A week after Penelope's petrification, nearly headless Nick was found, not petrified, but transparent and frozen mid-gloat, a look of comical surprise on his pearly face. He had been in a corridor near the Hufflepuff common room. The message was clear: the beast could affect even the dead. No one was safe. Then, one evening after a Quidditch practice where Wood had drilled them until they could barely hold their brooms, Harry felt it. A fresh, strong pulse of the staining magic. It came from the trophy room. He didn't hesitate. He went straight to Snape's quarters in the dungeons, ignoring the curfew. He knocked, and the door opened a crack, revealing Snape's suspicious face. Trophy room, Harry panted. Another focus. Strong. Snape's eyes narrowed. He pulled the door open, already shrugging on his teaching robes over his black turtleneck. Show me. They moved through the dark castle, two shadows against the torchlight. The trophy room was locked, but a flick of Snape's wand had it open. Inside, the cups and shields gleamed dully. The pulse was coming from a large, ornate cup for services to the school, awarded decades ago. As Snape approached it, wand held in a duelist's grip, Harry's scar exploded in pain. Not the dull throb of the chamber's pulse, but the sharp, icy burn of immediate, proximate danger. He is here, the servant, kill the spare. A voice, high and cold and real, slithered through the room. It didn't come from the cup. It came from behind a display case. And from the shadows, a figure stepped out. It was not a student. It was a man, small and wiry, with a face like a rat and eyes that glittered with a familiar, desperate malice. Peter Pettigrew. Alive. And in his hand, he held not a wand, but a long, pale, wicked-looking bone knife that hummed with the same staining magic as the foci, but concentrated, purposeful. "Hello, Harry," Pettigrew squeaked, his voice trembling but his aim steady. He wasn't looking at Harry. He was looking at Snape. "The master said you'd be sniffing around. He wants the boy. But you're a traitor who needs to be put down first." Snape had already moved, shoving Harry roughly behind him. "Pettigrew," he hissed, his own wand coming up. "The coward finds his fangs at last. The master rewards loyalty." Pettigrew screeched, and he lunged, not with a spell, but with the bone knife, aiming for Snape's heart. Spells erupted in the confined space. Red and green light shattered display cases. Snape was a blur of motion, parrying, dodging, his magic a controlled storm of black energy. Pettigrew was faster than he looked, driven by a rodent's survival instincts and a fanatic's zeal. The bone knife seemed to drink the light, leaving trails of darkness in its wake. Harry, pressed against the wall, raised his wand. He couldn't get a clear shot. The combatants were a whirl of robes and lethal light. Then Pettigrew fainted, and with a surprising burst of strength, he knocked Snape's wand aside with the knife. The blade, glowing with an unholy light, plunged towards Snape's chest. Without thinking, Harry acted. He didn't cast a spell. He pushed. He threw a wave of raw, telekinetic force from the deep well of his magic, not at Pettigrew but at the trophy case next to him. The heavy case toppled with a crash of splintering wood and shattering glass, directly onto Pettigrew. The rat-like man yelped, buried under the debris. The bone knife clattered across the floor. Snape, recovering instantly, pointed his wand at the squirming pile. Incarcerus. Thick ropes bound the debris and the man within it. Stupefy. A red bolt finished the job. Silence, broken by heavy breathing and the tinkling of falling glass. Snape stood over the bound, unconscious form of Peter Pettigrew, his face unreadable. Then he turned to Harry, his black eyes inscrutable in the dim light. "A crude but effective application of force," he said, his voice oddly flat. He walked over and picked up the bone knife with a handkerchief, holding it up. It was carved from a human femur, etched with tiny, crawling serpents. A ritual blade, meant for a sacrifice, to strengthen the connection to the basilisk, to fully open the door. He looked at Harry. "You were to be the sacrifice, Potter. Your death would have been the final key." Harry felt the blood drain from his face. The high, cold voice in his head, "Kill the spare." Snape had been the spare. He was the target. He said, "The master," Harry whispered. "Voldemort. A fragment. A memory. Imbued in an object. The diary," Snape said, the word dropping like a stone. "It is here. In the castle. And it has a servant." He looked down at Pettigrew with utter contempt. A servant who should have died 12 years ago. The pieces were falling into a terrifying picture. The diary was the conscious will behind the attacks. Pettigrew was its physical agent, planting the foci, trying to perform the ritual. The basilisk was the weapon. And he, Harry, was the final piece of the puzzle, the sacrifice to unleash it all. Snape levitated the bound Pettigrew. "Come, we must bring this evidence to Dumbledore. The game has changed, Potter. The enemy is not a beast, but a book. And it is already inside the walls. As they left the ravaged trophy room, Harry looked back at the glittering wreckage. The first attack had been a petrification. The second had been an assassination attempt. The war for Hogwarts had just escalated. And he now knew the face of one of the soldiers on the other side. The basilisk in the pipes was a terrifying monster. But the true horror, he realized, was the clever, whispering thing that held its leash. And it was hunting him. The polished marble floor of Gringotts was cool against his cheek. A distant, rhythmic dripping echoed in the vaulted silence, each drop a hammer against the anvil of his skull. There were voices, sharp and guttural, cutting through the fog that had swallowed him whole. Words surfaced like debris from a shipwreck. Core suppression, parasitic enchantment, lattices not of goblin make. He tried to open his eyes. The world was a blur of torchlight and moving shadows, small, sharp-featured shadows with long fingers that prodded and assessed. The smell was of stone, deep earth, and a bitter, metallic tang that reminded him of the time he'd licked a battery. The binding is failing catastrophically. He is drowning in his own potential. A new voice, deeper, weathered. What is the source? A pause. Cold fingertips traced patterns over his breastbone, and Harry felt a ghostly echo of that terrible, internal tearing again. 2 signatures. 1, old magic. Sacrificial. A mother's love made law. It forms the outer shell, the protection. The voice held a grudging respect. The other is a dark binding. Foreign. Imposed. A choke chain on the shell. It has been leeching his natural growth, siphoning the excess, for years. For elsewhere. A theft. The word found him in the dark. A theft. Can you remove it? The dark binding, yes. We must. Its failure is killing him now. The mother's sacrifice is woven into his life force. To remove it is to kill him. Then what is the solution? Another pause, heavier. He felt the weight of gazes upon him. We do not remove the shell. We honor the sacrifice. But we expand the space within it. We unseal the core the dark binding sought to stifle. We allow the river its true basin. The risks. Great. The power may be too much. It may burn him from the inside. It may change him. Or, it may simply be what he was always meant to be. A longer silence. Harry clung to the voices, anchors in the storm of wrongness inside him. His body felt like a shattered vase, held together only by the frantic, freezing hands of these strange creatures. Do it. The finality in the deep voice was absolute. He is in our halls. He is a client of Gringotts. Honor the contract. Heal him. The cold fingertips left his skin. He heard the clink of metal, the whisper of something being drawn from a velvet case, a sound like a star being sharpened. Strong, small hands gripped his shoulders, his ankles, holding him fast to the stone slab. There was no pain as the ritual began. Only a sensation of profound, surgical unmaking. A blade of frozen moonlight, invisible but felt in the very fabric of his magic, descended. It did not cut flesh. It severed chains. He saw them, then. In the darkness behind his eyes. A complex, beautiful lattice of silver light, warm and humming with a lullaby he'd never heard but knew in his soul. His mother. Cradling a tiny, sputtering spark, all that had been allowed to exist. And wrapped around that silver lattice, like vile, thorned vines around a trellis, were strands of something oily and dark, pulsing with a greedy, familiar hunger. They bit deep into the silver, sucking the brightness from it, feeding the spark's growth down to a mere ember and funneling the rest away into a void. The goblin blade found the vines. Where it touched, the dark threads shrieked in silent agony and dissolved into acrid smoke. Each one that vanished was a relief so profound it was a new kind of pain, the pain of a limb, numbed for years, suddenly flooding with sensation. As the last vine burned away, the silver lattice blazed, untarnished, pure. And the tiny, guarded spark at its center. It unfolded. It was not an explosion. It was a dawn, a sun rising in a world that had known only twilight. Power, not as a foreign invader, but as a homecoming, flooded the channels that had been dry and cramped. It was deep, and clear, and terrifyingly vast. A sea where there had been a puddle. A symphony where there had been a single, reedy note. He gasped, air rushing into lungs that suddenly felt twice their size. The magic filled him, a rising tide of gold and emerald and phoenix red, held gently but firmly in the cradle of his mother's silver light. The protection remained, but it was no longer a cage. It was the shore to his ocean. A vessel was pressed to his lips. The liquid inside was the taste of glacier water and lightning, shocking his system, coursing through the new, wide channels, cooling and directing the flow. The raging, joyful tempest settled into a powerful, rhythmic tide. The hands released him. He sank back, not into unconsciousness, but into a state of hyper-aware stillness. He was lying on a stone slab in a softly lit room of polished rock. Goblin healers in dark robes stepped back, their sharp faces etched with professional satisfaction. At the foot of the slab stood the oldest goblin Harry had ever seen. His eyes were black pools of ancient intelligence, and he held a long, rune-etched silver needle that still shimmered with residual power. "Harry Potter," the goblin said, his voice the sound of a vault door swinging open on history. "You are awake. Good. The unbinding is complete. Your magical core is unsealed." Harry tried to speak. His voice was a dry rasp. What was done to me?" The old goblin's lips drew back, not in a smile, but in a grim baring of teeth. "What was done to you, child, was a theft. A dark, clever theft. You have been living on a trickle of your own magic for 10 years. The rest has been feeding another." The words hung in the air, colder than the healing stone. Feeding another. Who? The word was a breath, a plea. "That," said the goblin, "is a question for which Gringotts will help you find the answer. For a price. But first, a more pressing matter." He leaned forward, the silver needle glinting. "The magic you now hold, it is considerable. It has been starved. It will be hungry. It will react. You must learn to guard your mind, your emotions. The human world is not kind to those who are different. And you, Harry Potter, are now profoundly different." He raised the needle. "This is a final anchor. To help you weather the storm of yourself until you learn control. It will dull the edge, just a little." Before Harry could protest, the needle flashed down, not towards his skin, but towards the air just above his sternum. He felt a tiny, precise click, like a key turning in a well-oiled lock. The roaring tide within him gentled, from a tsunami to a powerful, deep sea. Still vast, still terrifying, but manageable. "Thank you," Harry whispered, because it was the only thing he could think to say. The old goblin nodded once. "Ragnarok is my name. You are a client of Gringotts now, in more than gold. Remember that." He turned to leave, then paused at the door. "Hagrid waits outside. He is concerned. You collapsed in your vault. That is the story. You had a sudden magical illness, now healed by goblin expertise. It is not entirely a lie. The rest is for you to know, and you alone, until you decide otherwise. Guard this truth, Harry Potter. It is now your most valuable possession, and your most dangerous vulnerability." He left. Harry lay still, staring at the stone ceiling. He felt hollowed out and fuller than ever before. He could feel the whisper of magic in everything, the torches, the healer's robes folded on a chair, the very dust in the air. He closed his eyes, and against his eyelids, he could still see the dark, leeching threads burning away, and sense the direction from which they had come, a faint, foul pull towards a place he did not know. A theft. 10 years of theft. He sat up slowly. His body felt new, lighter, stronger, alive in a way he had never been. The scar on his forehead, a quiet, dormant thing his whole life, pulsed once, a single, sharp throb of ice. And in that moment, holding the knowledge of what had been done to him in his newly unsealed heart, Harry Potter did not feel like a boy anymore. He felt like a secret, armed and ready to detonate. The door to the healing chamber opened, flooding the room with the brighter light of the main hall. Hagrid's enormous, worried frame filled the doorway, his eyes wide with relief and confusion. "Harry. Blimey, lad, you gave us a fright. The goblins said you took a bad turn." Harry looked at Hagrid, his friend, his guide into this world. And for the first time, he saw the magic around the half-giant, a warm, earthy, lumbering brown glow, steadfast and true. He could see it. He manufactured a weak smile, the first act of guarding his mind. "I'm okay, Hagrid. Just too much excitement, I think." But inside, the new sea of his magic stirred, and a single, crystal-clear thought formed on its surface, cold and sharp as a Gringotts blade. "Someone out there has been stealing from me. And I'm going to find them." The noise of Diagon Alley was a physical thing. It pressed against Harry's skin, a tapestry of sounds that now had texture and color. The cheerful ping of a bell over a shop door was a shimmer of brass. A cartographer's shouted advertisement unspooled like a ribbon of pale blue sound. Beneath it all, the low, steady hum of hundreds of magical cores, each a tiny sun, throbbed against his newly opened senses. It was beautiful, and it was agony. He walked beside Hagrid, his footsteps careful on the cobbles. Every sense was dialed to a pitch he hadn't known existed. He could smell the polish on a witch's dragon hide boots 3 shops away, could taste the lingering ghost of peppermint from a long-eaten sweet on the air. And the light was no longer just light. It was a cascade of information. The sun off a pewter tankard was a dull gray spark. The reflected glow from a potions bottle in a window was a toxic, mesmerizing green pulse. "Ye sure are all right, Harry," Hagrid rumbled, his voice a wave of warm, concerned brown. "Ye look peaky. We can sit down, have a butterbeer." "I'm fine, Hagrid," Harry said, and the lie was easier this time. His voice sounded strange in his own ears, clearer, as if he'd been hearing the world through wool before. "Just hungry, I think." It wasn't entirely a lie. There was a hunger in him, but it wasn't for food. It was the magic, that vast new sea inside him, lapping at its shores, curious and restless. It wanted to reach out. It wanted to touch, to match the shimmer of that window display, to answer the low thrum of the alley's ancient wards. He clenched his hands into fists, nails biting into his palms. The sharp, simple pain helped ground him. "Right then. Leaky cauldron after this last bit," Hagrid said, clapping him on the back with gentle force. "Just wand left. Most important bit. Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. The sign was peeling, the letters faint. But the magic that seeped from the narrow shop was immense. It was a quiet, deep, forest-like hum, a chorus of thousands of slumbering voices. It didn't shout like the Philosopher's Stone. It whispered. It called. The bell tinkled, a silver chime that echoed in Harry's teeth, as they entered. The shop was tiny, dusty, and felt infinitely larger on the inside. Thousands of narrow boxes were stacked precariously to the ceiling. The air was thick with the smell of wood, varnish, and something else, something like waiting. "Good afternoon," said a soft voice. An old man stood before them, his wide, pale eyes like moons in the gloom. Garrick Ollivander. Harry didn't need his new senses to know this man was powerful. The magic around him was not a glow, but a stillness, a profound and focused silence in the whispering chorus of his wares. "Mr. Ollivander," Hagrid said, shifting his weight. "Got young Harry Potter here for his wand." Those moon-like eyes fixed on Harry. He didn't blink. Harry Potter. The name hung in the dusty air. Yes, indeed. I wondered when I'd be seeing you. You have your mother's eyes. It seems only yesterday she was in here herself, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, willow. Nice wand for charm work." He moved closer, and Harry fought the instinct to step back. Ollivander's gaze was not intrusive, but it was total. Your father, on the other hand, favored a mahogany wand, 11 inches, pliable, a little more power, excellent for transfiguration. Well, I say your father favored it, it's really the wand that chooses the wizard, of course. He was a foot away now. Harry could see the dust motes dancing in the slivers of light from the window, could feel the immense, quiet weight of Ollivander's own magic, a well of knowledge so deep it had its own gravity. "Which is your wand arm, Mr. Potter?" "I'm right-handed," Harry said. His own voice sounded very small. Ollivander pulled a long tape measure with silver markings out of thin air. It didn't just measure Harry's arms and fingers. It whipped around, measuring the distance between his eyes, the circumference of his head, the span of his shoulders, all on its own. Ollivander busied himself among the shelves, muttering. "Every Ollivander wand has a core of a powerful magical substance, Mr. Potter. We use unicorn hairs, phoenix tail feathers, and the heartstrings of dragons. No two Ollivander wands are alike. And of course, you will never get such good results with another wizard's wand." He returned with an armful of boxes, the tape measure crumpling to the floor. "Right then. Let's begin. Try this. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Nice and flexible. Just take it and give it a wave." Harry took the wand. It felt inert, like a dead stick. He waved it half-heartedly. A few sad sparks sputtered from the tip, and a shelf of boxes to their right shuddered. Ollivander snatched it back instantly. No, definitely not. "Here. Maple and phoenix feather. 7 inches. Quite whippy." Harry took it. A surge of warmth, then a sudden, sharp recoil that made his fingers sting. The wand shot a jet of purple smoke that coalesced into a foul-smelling flower before dissolving. Curious. Ollivander's eyes gleamed. He took the wand, his long fingers stroking the wood. No matter. Here. Ebony and unicorn hair. 8.5 inches. Springy. This one was cold. An icy chill seeped from the wood into Harry's palm, and the magic inside him recoiled, not in pain, but in distaste. A thin layer of frost crackled over the countertop before melting away. Ollivander became more animated, more intrigued. Box after box was opened. Wands of ashen oak, of rosewood and holly, with cores of every description, were placed in Harry's hand and just as swiftly removed. With each failure, the whispering chorus of the shop grew louder, more insistent. It was as if the wands were arguing, debating. A pile of rejected wands grew on a spindly chair. Dust swirled in the shafts of light, agitated. Hagrid was sitting on a box now, looking worried. Tricky customer, E.H. Ollivander murmured, but he didn't sound displeased. He sounded thrilled. Not to worry. We will find the perfect match. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great, with a wand of yew and phoenix feather. 13.5 inches. A powerful wand. He disappeared into the back of the shop for a longer time. Harry could feel him back there, a point of intense, thoughtful magic. The sea inside him was churning now, responding to the frustration, to the call of so many near misses. He felt a bead of sweat trace a path down his spine. Ollivander returned, holding a single, long, narrow box. The dust on it seemed older, the wood of the box darker. I wonder, he said softly, almost to himself. He placed the box on the counter. Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple. He opened the box. Nestled in faded purple velvet lay a wand. It was pale, elegant wood, with subtle carvings that seemed to shift if you didn't look at them directly. And it sang. A low, clear, warm note that resonated in the hollow of Harry's chest, a note that harmonized perfectly with the new, vast magic inside him. The sea within him stilled, then rose in a wave of pure, singing recognition. Harry's fingers closed around the handle. Heat. Not the scorching fire of his collapse, but a gentle, radiant warmth that spread from his palm up his arm, flooding his whole body. Golden light erupted from the wand tip, not a spark or a jet, but a soft, pulsing glow that filled the dim shop with the light of a perfect summer afternoon. It illuminated the dust motes, turning them to gold, and shone on Ollivander's astonished face. From the tip, a shower of glowing, golden leaves seemed to fall, dissolving before they touched the ground. A sense of profound peace, of rightness, settled over Harry. The wand felt like an extension of his own arm, of his own magic. It was the final piece of a puzzle he didn't know he was solving. Oh, bravo! Ollivander whispered, clapping his hands together silently. Yes, indeed. Oh, very good. How very curious, how very curious. He took the wand from Harry, who reluctantly let it go, the warmth lingering in his hand. Ollivander examined it as if seeing it for the first time. Curious, he repeated, his pale eyes finding Harry's. You see, the phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave just one other feather. Just one. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar. Harry's hand flew to his forehead. The scar was quiet, but Ollivander's words sent a fresh chill through him. Brother wands. Linked. And who owned the brother wand? Harry asked, though he already knew. He who must not be named, Ollivander said, his voice hushed. Yes. 13.5 inches. You. A powerful combination. I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. For that wand, he nodded to the holly wand now back in its box, chose you, not its brother's vanquisher. That is a subtle, but profound, distinction. After all, he who must not be named did great things with his wand. Terrible, yes, but great. He packed the wand box neatly, tied it with a slender string. That will be 7 galleons. Harry paid, his fingers clumsy on the coins. The information swirled in his head with the new sensations. Brother wands. A shared phoenix. A wand that chose him not because he defeated the Dark Lord, but because it was his. Mr. Ollivander, Harry said, as the wandmaker handed him the box. The magic in the shop seemed to lean in, listening. You said no two wands are alike. But can a wand change? If the wizard changes. Ollivander went very still. His luminous eyes bored into Harry's. The deep, forest-like magic around him seemed to sharpen, to focus into a single, probing point. Harry felt it brush against the edges of his own magic, not an attack, but an inquiry. He held his breath, desperately trying to keep the vast, new sea inside him calm, to present the surface Ragnarok's anchor had helped him craft. A wand's allegiance can change, through conquest or through deep, earned respect, Ollivander said slowly, each word deliberate. But a wand's nature, its core, its wood, its length, these are born. They are a reflection of the wizard's nature at the moment of choosing. For a wand to change its nature, the wizard would have to undergo a transformation so fundamental, it would be like a caterpillar not just becoming a butterfly, but becoming a different species of butterfly altogether. It is a theory. I have never seen it. His gaze was unbearable. Harry looked down at the box in his hands. Of course, Ollivander continued, his tone lighter but still layered with meaning, the wizard who learns to truly listen to his wand, who grows with it, can unlock depths he never knew it possessed. The wand is a guide as much as a tool. Yours, I think, will be a most interesting guide. Good day, Mr. Potter. Good day, Hagrid. The dismissal was clear. They left the shop, the bell tinkling its silver chime behind them. The noise and light of Diagon Alley crashed over Harry again, but the wand box under his arm was a solid, warm anchor. Blimey, Harry, Hagrid breathed as they walked towards the leaky cauldron. Gold leaves. Never seen a wand do that before. Must be a powerful one, Yeah, Harry said, his mind racing. A different species of butterfly. He was so wrapped in his thoughts, trying to process Ollivander's probing words, that he didn't notice the man at first. He was leaning in a shadowy doorway, partially obscured by a cart selling enchanted weather vanes. He wasn't looking at the cart. He was looking directly at Harry. Harry felt it, a gaze with weight. He turned his head. The man was tall and thin, dressed in robes that had once been fine but were now shabby and travel-stained. His hair was a dark, tangled curtain, and his face was pale and drawn. But his eyes, they were a sharp, piercing gray, and they held an intensity that made Ollivander's look mild. They weren't curious. They were knowing. For a fraction of a second, their eyes met. The man's gaze dropped to the Ollivander's box under Harry's arm, then flicked back to his face. A muscle in the man's jaw tightened. He didn't smile, didn't nod. He just watched. And in that look, Harry saw no surprise, no wonder at the boy who lived. He saw recognition of something else. A calculation. A deep, weary alarm. Then Hagrid stepped between them, his bulk blocking the view. Come on, Harry, I'm parched. Harry glanced back. The doorway was empty. Only a shifting shadow remained. But the feeling lingered. That man hadn't seen a celebrity. He'd seen a change. A transformation. Inside the warm, bustling chaos of the leaky cauldron, as Hagrid ordered 2 butterbeers, Harry clutched his wand box. The holly and phoenix feather within hummed its soft, reassuring song, a counterpoint to the frantic rhythm of his heart. He had his wand. He had his magic, true and unsealed. He had a name for the theft committed against him, a dark binding. And now, he had the chilling certainty that he was not the only one who knew something was different. As he took a sip of the sweet, foamy butterbeer, the taste of which exploded on his tongue with a complexity of warmth and vanilla and magic he could now truly appreciate, he made a silent vow to the wand, to the sea of power inside him, to the memory of those leeching, dark threads. He would learn. He would grow. He would find the thief. And he would start by guarding this secret with everything he had. The man in the shadows, with the knowing gray eyes, had seen a glimpse of the real Harry Potter. Harry didn't know who he was, or if he was friend or foe. But one thing was certain. The game had changed before it had even begun. And for the first time, Harry was no longer just a piece on the board. He was a player, with a wand in his hand and a storm in his soul. And that is just the beginning of Harry's true destiny. If you want to see how far his power rises, or how the wizarding world reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe right now. Because I upload daily dark and powerful Harry Potter what-if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. And I'll see you in the next magical chapter. Until then, stay legendary.